Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and thanks for joining in this evening. It's well appreciated that you're here. Dr. Rudolph will be joining us soon. It's on its way. So, in the meantime, I'm covering for him. It's an interesting program, and I can see there are people in the background. I will let you in so that you can weigh in on this topic. And my name is Andrew, aka Electricity. So I'm sitting for Rudolph to discuss this issue. And the issue, it's a very interesting one, and it's something also I take personal interest in. And I will give the background of the issue here of a cry for help from where I am sitting from. It's cry for help in respect to a wife who wakes up in the night to pray and in the process denying the husband of his right of conjugal right of having sex. These things is affecting his marriage, and it's just only him, and we see it across. But I'm glad we are discussing this thing. I will be taking it from a different perspective. Okay, not here to criticize any pastors. I mean, it's up to you if you want to, but like I said, it's a cry for help, and we will look if these actions, some of the pastors' actions, are consistent with the Holy Scripture and what it Christ also says about it. From personal experience, I mean, I've had issues with some of these pastors, and I will let the panelists in now. Mr. James, you're welcome. Thank you very much. Ngozika, you are a female, a woman, and it's nice to have you. So I believe
I'm lounging today.
Mr. John Abba, there's a rule
Let
that
me just get some
people have to show have their camera on. Thank you very much for joining. Like I said, it's an interesting program, a topic for us to discuss. Away from politics for a change, because it has always been politics. Yeah, though last 2 weeks they have the Anglican bishop was on this channel to discuss the issue happening over there. But this is a very serious issue, and we should not dismiss it. We should provide a constructive criticism. It is a cry for help. If you read the background of the story put out by Rudolph, the couple could be anybody. It could be Ngozika, my sister, sitting down there. Maybe she's the one that joined it. That is the wife, and as such, denying the husband of his right. Like I said, it is a cry for what? For help. And I ask the question: who is to be blamed in this matter? Is it the pastor, the wife, or the husband? Did the husband fail or has failed to exercise or to insert his authority as a husband? Is the wife behavior consistent with the Holy Scripture? Is the pastor the one to blame here? Mr. James, you came on air first, so I will yield the floor to you to weigh in on this matter. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think I will yield the floor to any of the other two, to either Mr. John or Ngozika, because frankly speaking, I must be very frank with you, I'm not a man of God. I don't believe in religion, neither do I even believe the existence of God. So I will not be able to set the ball rolling. So let me concede the floor to either the gentleman or the lady.
All right, Mr. John Abba. Let me give it to Ngozika first. Ngozika, you go first. Let's bring Mr. John. We are here to bring Mr. James. I beg your pardon. to help him come on board in this matter. Whether you believe in God or whatever it is, it's still an interest. It's still something I believe you can weigh in on, because you can have a sister, a friend
I
who is going through this situation. So, Ngozi, I yield the floor to you. Thank you.
so I you know why I'm laughing? I am just recalling my first the first time I told somebody off about the background to this discussion we are having. The person we hardly spoke, but it's a he this time around, would make a conscious effort every single morning to send me a link, a YouTube link, to join a prayer session. I ignored it the first few times he did it, and it was beginning to grate on my nerves. Imagine waking up in the morning to messages on your WhatsApp, and in between trying to respond to the important ones, you're having someone send you links to a prayer meeting on YouTube. So I had to ask the person, why are you sending me these links? He says, oh, I just thought you might be interested. I said, well, I'm not interested. He said, why? Why are you not interested? I said, why do you need to know I'm not interested? I'm not interested. Stop sending it to me. I didn't want to be rude to you because of our relationship. I have a lot of respect for you, but please stop sending me these links. He said, okay, I'll stop sending it. But really, why don't you like it? I said, I do not like it. Do I need a reason? It's common sense for you not to be spamming my inbox with YouTube links.
Ngozika, sorry, let me
The fact
interrupt
that
you.
it's a religious one.
Let me interrupt you there. There's a comment there. Someone said, can you provide a detailed background of the topic? Now, let me read what is the background for you. My friend's wife wakes up in New Jersey at 2 a.m. What in the past we called ungodly hours to tune into Pastor Jerry Aze's live prayer and declaration show on YouTube. That means she goes to bed early to wake up at 2 a.m. And most nights, she wants to keep her body and soul clean in readiness for hours of prayer. So, no action for my friend. This, by interpretation, means no sex or lovemaking. We're all adults here. Readiness. So, no action for my friend. She mostly sleeps in the visitor's bedroom. So, that is the background of this topic, and I can say from fact that I identify with this person. Ngozi, can I yield the floor back to you? Thank you.
So I told the person I do not need a reason not to want to join a prayer session on YouTube, even though I would call myself a Christian, but still I didn't want it. It was invasive and it was annoying. But so I can actually relate to this man. I pity the poor man. It's is pandemic the right word to use, or is it blasphemy? Because it's close to being a pandemic. Really, I can't tell you the number of people on my WhatsApp list who wake up every morning, and when you check their WhatsApp status, the first thing you see is what God cannot do does not exist. What God cannot do does not exist.
Now, do
I'm
you
sorry.
disagree with that, Ngozi? Do you disagree with that, that what God cannot do does not exist?
Well, it depends on how you look at it. Initially, I never gave much thought to it. I mean, what God cannot do does not exist. That's a very long way of saying God can do everything. So why go through the long process? I mean, come on now. It's a very tiresome way of saying, my God is able to do above and beyond or exceedingly everything. It's just a very tush branded way of saying, this is my own interpretation of my God is able to do everything. So I don't, yeah, I agree that what God cannot do does not exist, but men, they should let people breathe. They should not suffocate us with their slang. I'm sorry if I'm calling it a slang. I don't know what else to call it.
Ngozika, According to the background of the story, do you agree with the action of the woman, of the wife?
Well, it's not about agreeing. I feel there's something about the people that do these things. You can't even, how do I say this? You can't even have a reasonable conversation with them about it. I'm sorry to use the word, they are far gone. So to her right now, me saying, do I agree? Of course, I don't agree. No reasonable person will agree with a person that goes to work or probably has a productive day, having to stay awake the greater part of the night. They're supposed to be getting a rest and probably disturbing other people that are resting just to say a prayer. God is in heaven and we are on earth. Let your words be few. You don't need to loud it. You don't need to join a live stream. The person on WhatsApp told me that he's encouraging me to join it because he had an issue one time. He was really going through a hard time, and somebody just sent him the link, and he joined the link, and he started praying with them every morning, and things turned around. I said, "Good, but bros, I know once things turned around for you because it was God's time and plan and it was God's time and planning for things to change when they did for you. So you thinking it was because you were waking up every morning by 7 a.m. to disturb other people's sleep is why things changed for you. I'm sorry, I do not agree with that. So I
Ngozika,
can also
I'm gonna interject you again. One second, Mr. James. I think you are, the point is, if you read the story, the woman, the wife, Mr. John, I'll come to you. I'm just trying to put Ngozika on the spot. It seems she's avoiding me answering. The point is the wife denying the husband sexual intercourse during this period,
that's a
according to the
no-no.
story. So, do you agree that in
That's a
terms
no.
of such
That's a no,
program,
no, no, no.
come again?
I said that's a no-no. It's unfair of her to do that. Really unfair. I'm not married, but I would say it's really unfair. It's really, 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 really unfair because she's putting the husband in a very difficult position, a really, really difficult position. It's not even about him stepping out now. It's she's putting him in two difficult positions. Actually, it might get to the point where obviously his needs has to get sated and he might be forced to step out. That's one. And she's also putting him in a position where it would seem he wants to come between her and her God. Oh, I'm praying, I'm telling you I'm consecrated and I'm praying and you're trying to do this. Like,
Can I come in, please?
Okay, we lost Ngozika. Gabriel, you have to wait because
No, just just 30
John,
seconds.
John Alba and Mr. James are
I
here.
know, I
Just
understand, but 30 seconds.
John Alba and James, do you okay with? Okay, we'll give you 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I mean, if the woman don't give the husband to see the holy ground, the man should go outside to go and knock outside. Period. That's it. You don't need to speak too much.
Henry, we will come back to you. Please hold on a second. Yeah, we'll come back to you on that. Mr. John Alba, do you want Mr. James to go first, please? Let Mr. James go for Mr. James. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just want to chip in a sentence or two. It is not true. The lady, this guy, okay, sorry. There's a very popular saying, which the lady, I think, quoted that what God cannot do does not exist. It is not true. If my memory serves me right, I think it's Hebrew chapter 6, verse 18. Hebrews chapter 6, verse 18 or so, it is written that it is impossible for God to lie. We know that lies exist in this world we live in. God cannot lie. So there's something which God cannot do, and that is to tell a lie. It is impossible for God to lie. Okay, so that is that. You may go ahead. Thank you.
Let me buttress on what Mr. James said. It is true that it is impossible for God to lie, and correcting that scripture that he quoted. It's also in the Old Testament. So, in the context of the scripture Mr. James quoted, it is impossible for God to lie. John Abba, in the
Basically,
back
what God cannot do does exist.
Yes, what
in
God
the
cannot do exists. God cannot lie.
Does
yes,
exist.
God
It
Right.
cannot
exists.
lie. So
That is a Emanuela quotation, Mr. James. It,
Mr. Blackstone, can you hold on 1 second, please? The
yeah,
floor
African
is for
proverb.
John Abba. John Abba, indeed, God cannot lie, which is the truth. He cannot lie. Whatever he says, he is going to do. Did God say the woman, despite wanting to pray or encourages prayer, should deny the husband of a conjugal visit? I yield the floor to you, John Abba.
The Bible says you shall not hear one mouth and judge. So it's unwise for us to hear from the man only based on crying out whether to Dr. Rudy. Uh, it's unwise not to hear our own version. That is what the man said. And if you now we carry the matter to Times Square here. This is Times Square. So for us to say that the man said that, if we look at it from that perspective, uh, let's judge it that or assume that what God do not say or what God do not do exist here, meaning that we are now judging the woman or that based on what the husband said, which is not that wise. But let's take it like that, that is true, that she denied the husband and she can come to the issue and say, yes, let's take it that way. But there are many factors that may have played into it. It may be that uh, the man is a way of her feeling her own emptiness in life. There are many reasons in this life where somebody want to fulfill or get pleasure in one way or the other. Uh, Not only in this case, many years ago, I don't want to go into measuring church name. In 1972, um, a captain take a gun to a church because he believed that the wife have lost everything, lost her mind, and she moved with her 4 children to church in Bagada. I don't want to mention the name again. And it was a big case because the man was upset. So the church have been occupying that side of people, whether male or female. And our country is a country where there's a lot of hopelessness. Now, this is in United States of America. And it's still the same people. We are still the same Nigerian people all over that we connect to these pastors online and uh, and we believe that in the place of where we cannot get fulfillment, uh, uh, and the man lost it. We don't know whether it's the man that lost it. The man, maybe she's not affectionate enough. Maybe it's not. There are many reasons that can contribute to why what happened, that we cannot just say because the man says that he's praying online, or the woman joined prayer and for that reason the holy ground is not occupied in the house. I don't know why we are judging it. So right now, I'll let it pass by, but I'm trying to tell you that there are many factors that contributed to it. Sometimes people feel he might have not even tell the woman one day, I love you. Now he hear a sweet talk through media, some good word. You may not even consider her a failure. While a pastor say you can never fail, you are loved. There are many reasons that cycle that woman. You may not know why she's doing that. Does it justify it? No, but you cannot just say because you are a husband and you are absentee husband, you only come what outside people call berim buga. So if you always come up for berim buga, that's what you're gonna get. So, so much. There are many things that contribute to it. So we cannot just say, oh, because he cries. Oh, he's a. I'm married to a smart woman. There is no way in her life she knows better. Not because she knows me better. She knows better. She's in her right mind. There is no. She don't go out and prostrate to a pastor and say, "Daddy, daddy," and come to my own house and disrespect me. Then you're gonna go back to that daddy. Or you're gonna go back to that Babaji or Papa or all those names that they call. She's not gonna do that. And you for from interaction on this platform, you might have understand me a little bit. I'm a liberal person. I don't believe in judging people, but I believe in understanding people. I believe in hearing other people's opinion and their view about things. So for me, I understand that the man is talking or is crying out, but then there may be a reason why he's crying out. Maybe all those. I have a friend in those days who he lost his marriage, his first marriage, because he never instead of him in the night going and have a good time with the wife, he was going around talking until the morning, and the woman was suspecting that, okay, how can you be? Am I not beautiful enough? Am I not attractive enough? How are you going to go out and we are just newly married, and you are going out there talking, and and the woman believed that something is not adding up, and that led to the divorce of that break up of that marriage. So there are many factors that contribute to more than prayer, no prayer.
Thank you, John. I will come back to you, John Abab. I'll because I am going to put you on the spot as as a pastor yourself, because in my considered opinion, I think you are avoiding the question or the issue because I speak from experience. Yes, we are not to be a better judge. We have to look at both sides of the coin for us to be able to weigh. But in this context, we're going by this story. But beside that, I, for one, would tell you I have been privileged to talk to women in this regard and even couples. So I can seriously weigh in on it and say it does happen. You're right. There are many factors that actually contribute to such things happening. So I'll come back to you. Before I come to Mr. Blackstone and Gabriel, let me give the chairman the floor, and so that he can say what he wants to say. Rudolph, the floor is yours. I'll come back to you, Henry, and Mr. Blackstone, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Electricity. Thank you so much. You're doing a wonderful job, and Mr. James and everybody, John Abba, Henry, and Blackstone. Thank you, guys. I am driving on my way back to New York from Maryland. I was listening in, but I wanted to stop by and say thank you. I'm listening, and also to say that I want the conversation expanded beyond just about what happens sex or it's more than that. It's about relationship between pastors and the wives, our wives. That's how the man put it, our wives. About women and pastors, about when the church comes into the relationship of couples, and it's more than just what happens at night. It's also about whose authority, who has there are many stories I had from talking to a lot of people. I couldn't put everything on in the article, where some people were talking about the wife getting permission from the husband before anything is done in the house. And there are some cases where the husband also is the
Sorry,
one.
Rudolph. Let me stop you there. Are you driving or you're parked?
I'm part, of course.
All right,
I'm
because there's a comment here. That's why I have to stop you. You can't break the
okay.
rule
No,
if
no,
you
I'm
make
not.
the rule.
I'm
Thank
not
you.
driving. I can't be driving and be talking. I
All right,
understand.
all right. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
I had to stop at a rest place just to contribute this. So I will. It would be good to expand the conversation beyond just what happens on the bed. There are several other aspects of this issue in terms of the relationship between pastors and sometimes the man will be the one who is closer to the pastor instead of the woman. But in most cases, it's the woman that is closer to the pastor and takes more direction from the pastor. There are many instances where there will be problem within the relationship, and the woman is the one pushing the husband. Let's go and see the pastor. Let's talk to the pastor so that the pastor will counsel us and give us advice. Meanwhile, the man is not the kind of person that. So that's, I want that expansion of the conversation beyond just one aspect, which is, because I'm praying, because I'm doing this, I'm not going to do this. It's wider. But I thank you guys for joining the conversation. I have to go back to the road. I just wanted to weigh in. I listen while I'm driving. So
Thank you very much. As you've heard, we're going to widen the discussion, and in all honesty, I would say authoritatively that uh, the wives actually listen more to the pastors than to their husband. I say this with full authority from experience, and this has affected marriages. Now, what is the role of the pastors in the life of of couples? Is it a case of let's kill and divide, let's divide and conquer? Is that consistent with the Holy Scripture? What exactly, did the Bible says we should go about this issue? Because, like I said, from experience and privilege to counsel women, I often say this: there is nowhere in the Scripture where God says, or the Scripture says, you, pastor, you have an overriding authority on another man's wife. I believe John Abba can attest to that. No pastor has an overriding right on any man's. God did not give any man of God that right. That right belongs to the husband. So, before we go further, I will come to Henry. Henry, the floor is yours, please.
all right, take care,
Yeah.
guys.
Okay. First of all, you see, people have problem. My husband and wife, the family have problem. They go to pastor. The pastors, they have their own problem either. You see, some of these pastors, they are not married. Some of these pastors, that's just their habit. Some women, they love the pastor, they respect the pastor more than their husband. 95% of most Nigerian women, both one live in Western country and Nigeria, they respect their husband, their pastor, that Jew, man of God. We are all man of God. We are all man of God. When we were young, they call us, when we were kids, they call us children of God. When we are adults, we become man of God. We are all man of God. When you have a problem in your home, you want to run to pastor. If your husband don't touch you, you run to pastor. If you don't have a good food at home, you talk to run to pastor. Pastor, so-called man of God, destroy homes more than repairing homes in Africa, in Nigeria. I can tell you that with proudness. I've seen a lot of family in Europe, in Germany here. The pastor, the so-called churches, they destroy homes more than repaired. You see, member, there's a case that happened long time in Canada. They have 4 children. Member of this, they have 4 children. 3 of the children belong to the pastor. After DNA test, 1 belongs to the man, and they married for many years. And these are the pastor. They say they are pastor. They are going to the same church. I don't believe in all this that the GO pastor. I'm a Christian. I believe in God. I was once a Catholic, but this is the reason why I stopped. Why I stopped, because I have the father. I asked him why they don't allow women to present mass. They said it's Catholic tradition. There's not a concrete reason. That's why I said I stopped. Because all human are equal inside of God, and I know this. But when you see all the churches of a thing, it's alarming. We need to talk about it often, not just we shy to talk about it because we are one of those pastors or man of God. We should speak out to tell them what they are doing is wrong. It's not written in the scripture that when you have a problem at home, you go and meet a pastor. It's never written in the scripture so. Who gave them this man of God? Who gave them this pastor, this title? Who gave them? They become mini gods. You see, grown-up old woman calling maybe pastor of, call those so-called pastor of 20-something years, call him daddy. We cannot call the husband daddy, who is almost 50 years at home. It's so alarming. You see them, they spend so there are some men who have this church, they will come home, pastor will say your wife is the winch disturbing your progress, or your mother-in-law is, they destroy a lot of things more than repaired, these so-called churches. Nigeria should look beyond this church thing. They should look beyond this church thing. They should look beyond this pastor or father, or it's not the same father who live in East castigating people. And these are people, the same mouth used to pray to your God, used to castigating people, talking a lot of garbage. For the same mouth used to talk to your God. And these are the sort of people who can solve people when they have difficulties. So we should stop up all this. We should start to stop all these pastors who call themselves man of God. They are not man of God. They're just human beings. They're just man like me and you. You have to read the Bible, understand the Bible. That's it. We don't need them to rule our home. We don't need them to rule our women, because they pregnant our women a lot. They do a lot of
Henry,
yeah,
hold
yeah,
on. You said something now that they have to read their Bible and understand their Bible, which I agree with you
yeah,
100%.
yeah.
So that being the case, are you blaming the pastors, or you're blaming the women, or in general Christians who don't read their Bible to understand it? Why
Okay.
I ask this question is, in Matthew 24:4, verse 4, Jesus Christ says, "Take it that no man deceive you." So are we blaming the pastors, or we should blame ourselves for not reading and understanding the scripture? I yield the floor back to you.
I will not say I blame nobody now. I'll blame the people, the so-called members who are so lazy to read and understand. I blame them first. And secondly, I blame the so-called pastor who claim to be holy, who claim to be clean. That's why I'll blame the pastors for maybe with 5%, because these people should know better. Those so-called members, they should know better. They should try to spend time to read and understand. If they don't have to understand the Bible, they should ask questions. It's never written there. All the things they are doing, calling people who have their own difficulties. So-called pastors. Some of them are sick too, mentally sick, about other men's wives. They do a lot of things which if you go to the Catholic life too, they do the same thing. These so-called people living in the Rome, the Vatican, Germany here, they do a lot of things there. Secret things they do about kids, about men. They do a lot of atrocity. That's why I stopped going to churches. I'm not a Christian whom I believe in God. That's it. I read the scripture. I read the Quran too in English. I know everything there. I know if you ask me a question, I know to give you some. But we should try to learn to read more than all this so-called believing on going to church. We go to church, our mind has seen so dirty. I blame the pastor with 5% because he claimed to be clean. He claimed to be the, Judge Jiho, whatever. But I blame 95% on these people who become fools to the pastors.
Thank you,
Who watch
Henry.
it.
I agree with Henry. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
to a large extent.
They
I will
blame.
come back to you again,
No, let
Henry.
me just let me
Give.
round up 30 seconds.
All right, go ahead.
They should not look this pastor as mini gods. They're just human beings, just like me and you. They just have this sweet mouth, these lies. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Blackstone, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, electricity. Thank God I have light in my place. Anyway, before let me give two quotations from the Bible. One said that my people perish for lack of knowledge. And second one that Jesus Christ said, who you yield yourself to as a slave becomes your master. So when we are blaming people over some issues, sometimes I just laugh, And let's realize that every pastor is like a counselor. right? I'm not saying all are clean. I'm not saying they are perfect. I'm not saying they are good. But in all or some of them are still very good, right? I know a pastor that doesn't consult women. When the female members come for counseling, they go to the wife. Go and meet my wife, right? Doesn't deal with the women in the church. They go to counseling. And if you want to do it, you have the secretary with him counseling them, right? So there are different ways these things happen. Actually, let me first of all go to the main topic about this guy. You understand me? Like what John Abba said, there are many things that happens in a family. All right, we can't judge from one side. I know Pastor Jerry. I one time was following him, and I don't think Pastor Jerry has a church in where she's staying. I don't think Pastor Jerry have met him one-on-one. I don't think Pastor Jerry is the one that says, "Follow me every night." It is a personal choice of that woman, right? So you don't have to blame Pastor Jerry or that harp prayer every prayer money prayer they do every day. You don't have to blame because it is a choice, right? And there must be a reason for it, which we don't know, which the man cannot say. We are not interviewed, we are not heard from the woman, right? But it is very wrong because there's nowhere in the Bible that when you are married, you should deny your husband the bed activity because you are having prayers. I don't think that's how God treats us, right? Sometimes, like I said, lack of for we perish because we don't understand some of the things of the Bible, right? Jesus Christ, when Peter came to ask Jesus Christ about forgiveness, how many times will I forgive my brother 7 times a day? Jesus Christ, 70 times 7, right? But you always forget that God is a forgiving God. So coming to the other issue, right? When we study the Bible very well, I don't think we need to meet a pastor. Because when you take your matrimonial home problem to somebody else, you are making that person to take over. It happens even outside the Christian. There are many friends who destroy a family, who speak to their friends, why your husband is this and this, but they're not talking about their own husband or their own life. This thing does happen even in the church and outside the church, right? What about the meeting place? What about they have their unions, the women's meetings, and so on and so forth, right? So I'm not 100% blaming the pastors, not that I'm 100% supporting them. Some pastors are not worthy to be called a pastor because God says He knows who He has called, and we know those that God has called know themselves. They know how they behave themselves, how they cancel their members, and how they deal with them, right? And we should always understand that women is always a trap to pastors. If you mishandle, if you don't know how to handle them, they will pull you down, right? And I don't expect any woman, no matter the situation in your home, in your matrimonial home, to take you to the pastor alone, singly. If you have to do that, go with your husband. Go and solve the problem or go and take advice from the pastor. So it should not be a thing that a woman will say, I will not listen to my husband because my pastor said this. Your pastor did not did not give it to your husband. If it does, it ends there because marriage is not a three-party issue. It's a two-party issue. It's an agreement between two, not an agreement between three. So the issue is that I think that we are all this is being mixed up by people who do not understand the Bible. But like you said, that the Bible says, "Be wise, do not let people deceive you," right? But Jesus Christ said, if you hear the word of God and you doubt it, go to the Bible, go and research it, go and see if it is true. But most of us are lazy to read the Bible, and once we are lazy to read the Bible, we fall into all these issues that we're having today. right? So the pastors are not people that are not above, they are not above faults, they're not above mistakes, they're not above anything. But we, the followers, mostly the women, right, who think that the pastor is everything to them, have already are creating a bigger problem for themselves, right? I cannot no, I cannot believe in a pastor, because if I believe in a pastor, I'm not believing in God. Though the Bible says, believe in your prophet, trust your prophet. But these days, it's very difficult for any person to trust his pastor, because cannot bring your pastor first before God. So every woman that is going through this attitude, the pastor first, it is very wrong. Your family is number one. Your husband is the head of the house. The pastor is not the head of the house. You are not married to your pastor, you are married to your husband. So you have to listen to your husband. You have to learn how to communicate with your husband. You have to learn how to discuss with your husband. That is only way you can be able to solve the problem at home, right? And men also, Bible says, men, love your wife, cherish your wife. You know, one time a guy told me that we can be talking about the bigger issues, not about the small things. What are these little things that your wife love to hear? Do you tell them? Do you tell her those things? Do you make her to understand what you feel about her, how much you feel about her, what she means to you? What are the things women love to hear, right? And so when those things are missing, when we are saying we are Lord or boss, the Bible have not made us a boss. The Bible made us a husband. That the woman is a completion of the man. So we should both understand that all these things is somehow a misunderstanding, a misconception, and in many ways, we seem that to believe that the pastor knows everything. The pastor does not know everything. The word of God is given to everybody to read. That's why we have the Bible. You can buy it, you can get it, study it, and ask God for interpretation, and God will definitely answer you. This is my take on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. I'm good. You see what is on the screen there? What the gentleman posted on the screen, I can say it's 100% correct. Okay, like I said, in my small years, small experience, but I'm going to read something.
There's always two people that are
Wait,
program
sorry,
that
can you mute
always
somebody?
has
As
the
somebody's, can you
preference.
mute
I was
yourself,
like
please?
planning point. I was like the
Yeah,
center.
hold on. Let
I
me see
was
who is.
closer to
I
each
think
of them, but they weren't so close to each
Who,
other. Eventually, one of them managed to get
Mr.
so
James,
close
hold
to
on one
one of them
second.
that he was closer than she was to me.
Somebody
I
who
don't
is
know what basis though it became gossip.
I should be Ngozi.
Then I told this girl about a suitor
okay.
that had been pestering me at that time. And the next thing, I
Ngozika,
was
can you
getting
mute yourself? I'm trying to mute you,
bombastic
but it's not
side eyes
working.
and whatnot. And I told her that for every time I travel to Anambra to visit my family, auntie,
Meet yourself.
All right. Ngozika, if you're hearing me, you have to mute yourself. I'll bring you back, but I'm
that
finding it
I had
difficult
gone
to
to
mute.
visit that
Ngozika,
he was an older
are you
man,
listening?
so she can't
I don't
just
know
shock
why
him.
I can't mute you.
I did not recover from the shock of that.
All right. I've put her backstage again. Now, I need to read something from First Corinthians chapter 7, based on what Mr. Blackstone just said. 7 verse 5. It states, and I read, defraud ye not one the other for a time, that ye may give yourself to fasting and prayer, and come together again, that Satan tempt you not for your what? For your incontinency. Now, the definition of that, according is that there has to be an agreement between the husband and the wife. If in the case of abstinence from what? From sex, to give each other time to pray. Now, Mr. James, before I come to you, John Abba, an hypothetical situation. You are not a Christian. Your wife is a Christian, and she wants to engage in fasting and prayer. without your consent, do you think she should continue in that fasting and prayer
Why
without
did
you?
you have to put me on the spot? You already read the Bible. The Bible you read said that it's not right. Why are you asking me again? Am I more than the Bible you have read?
Jolaba, you are a pastor. So
My pastorship is
Let me answer. Okay, let me answer
God's
it.
word. It's not relevant.
Don't put
What
Let me
the
answer.
Bible says
okay,
is what the Bible
Jolaba.
says. I do
Okay,
not
I am
become
not going to put you on the
a
spot.
a pastor to have my own Bible. I do not write a Bible. So if the Bible says that if you're going to abstain yourself from food, and then you will not have Nigerian call it knack. If you're not going to knack, then you should tell you and your wife have to agree on that. So why are you asking me a question already again?
No, John Abba. This is listen. This is a discussion. We're here to discuss and to educate.
Okay,
And
my advice is follow the Bible that you believe.
All right, let's leave. I will leave John Abba out of this. Mr. Black. Sorry, before I come to you, Mr. Blackstone, Mr. James wanted to say something. Mr. James, go ahead, please. Yes, go ahead, Mr. James.
Yes,
the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. You see, this topic is very, very complex and controversial, and it has many dimensions, multifaceted topic we are treating. First of all, I know the Christians, they believe in reading the Bible because it's like their constitution. And there's nothing wrong with that. The rules and regulations of how they should live are well spelled out in the Bible, if you read it from Genesis to Revelation. But one thing I discover is what the Bible says and what the church says are not always the same thing. In some cases, they are sharply contrasting. And not only that, the way the Bible is being interpreted varies from church to church. I do not know if the Christians will agree with me. I don't mean these new generation churches. Among the Orthodox churches, like the Catholics, the Methodists, the Presbyterian, and what have you, there are some petty differences among them concerning the interpretation of the Bible. Now, I think it's in, my memory is failing me, it's in Hebrew, somewhere, anyway, in the book of, somewhere in the book of Hebrew, I think, it says there is one God and one mediator between God and man, and that is Jesus Christ. I think it's Hebrew, I'm not very sure. Now, if Jesus Christ is the mediator between God and man, your husband should not be the mediator between you and God. As Christians, the husband must give the wife that latitude of freedom for her to relate personally with her God, not obtaining permission from him. And one thing I want to find out is this. It's long I left home, almost 40 years ago. I know there are many pastors in Nigeria these days. Are there female pastors? Are there churches that are headed by women? Now, this problem of sexual immorality among male pastors and their female, followers, the female pastors, do they also engage in sexual immorality with their male members? This is one thing we need to find out. So there's somewhere, I think in the Quran, which says that if you are a Muslim, Christian, or a Serbian, provided you walk in righteousness, you will get your reward. I can't remember the exact surah in the Quran. So the point I'm making is this. We should be very careful in handling these matters. As I said earlier on, there are many kinds of churches. For example, there's a unique church called the Jehovah's Witnesses. I've read their literature thoroughly. Their modus operandi is radically different from that of all other churches on earth. And in that church, they owe allegiance to the church as an institution. Your husband's interest, your wife's interest, your children's interest are secondary. And in such a situation, for going against the teachings of the church, for example, let's say apostasy, If you say there is no God or something like that, or you are criticizing the policies of the church, the husband can divorce you. If the church says you should not do X, Y, Z, and you are doing, you see, these are very complex issues, and there's no one rule that fits everything. We have to take these churches one after the other, analyze them, because what the Catholics tolerate, the Jehovah's Witnesses certainly will not tolerate it. So this is how I see this matter. And to make matters a little bit complex, I told you earlier on, I'm not a man of God. I don't even believe the existence of God. But however, in the Bible, which the Christians base where the rules of their living is well spelled out, the Bible contradicted itself on various occasions. So if you are running into those contradictions, how do you use a contradictory book to govern how to rule to govern your family life? So these are issues we are faced with, which should handle carefully.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. I'll come to you, John Abba. Sure, I'll come to you. You're welcome on the show. Mr. James, the scripture you read is 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 5.
Exactly.
It would be nice if you could get the scripture where you says it contradicts itself so that we can, like I said, this is for educational purposes.
Yes.
If you can, we'll appreciate it.
I know one offhand.
Okay.
In the book of Exodus, chapter 20, verse 18 to 20. Exodus chapter 20, verses 18 to 20. I think it says, the son shall not suffer for the iniquities of the father, neither will the father suffer for the iniquities of the child. The wickedness
Sorry,
of
Exodus what? 20 what?
Chapter 20, I think 18 to 20.
Okay, go ahead.
The son shall not suffer for the iniquities of the father, neither will the father suffer for the iniquities of the child. The wickedness of the wicked shall be upon him, and the righteousness of the righteous shall be upon him. But when
Are you reading from Exodus chapter 20, verse 18?
No, Ezekiel.
Thank you. You are reading from Ezekiel chapter 18, if I am correct.
Correct.
All right, go ahead.
It's long I read this book. Anyway.
It's all right, Mr. James. You're doing well. I think you are doing better than Show. Show has not quoted any scripture, but I'll give him the floor.
Never mind. Now, when you go to the Ten Commandments, the Bible says, I am the Lord thy God, visiting the iniquities of fathers upon children, upon the third and fourth generations on the account of those who hate me. So if my father should do anything...
Commandment. That's not the Ten Commandment now.
Okay.
No, it's there. Ten Commandments, excuse me.
Yeah.
If my father should do anything wrong, his iniquity shall be visited upon me. But Ezekiel is telling you, no. The iniquities, the righteousness of the righteous shall be upon him, while the wickedness of the wicked shall be upon him.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. Mr. James, I will come back to you. I'm going to explain that. That scripture did not contradict itself, but I'm going to explain it to you, okay? It did not contradict itself. Sure, I will give you the floor, then I'll come back to Mr. James, and I believe John Abba will want to weigh into that two scriptures also that Mr. James. John, am I correct? Yeah, so sure. And I believe Mr. Blackstone also, who is also, it's nice. It's a nice discussion. We'll be here for a few hours. All right, sure, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Electricity. Good afternoon and good morning, good evening to all the viewers on the comment section gang. So I saw the article and I read it, and it's not news to me that things like that happen. We've read many things like that. I've seen people like, the comment you highlighted, people in the UK, female going to cook for their pastors and all of that. These things happen, but I think like the article that Rudolph wrote, I think that's one of the symptoms, but there's a root cause behind all of this. And there's enough blame to go around. I think one of the major things is men need to take their position. Men need to stand up. And I'm not saying forcefully or anything, but men need to, you see, if you secure your position as the king of your kingdom, it is almost impossible for your wife to go out and do things like that. When there's a vacuum, it won't exist for long. Somebody will fill that vacuum. So the minute kings become princes in their own homes, there's a problem. That's for men. And women as well. I think women also have a role to play, because even this Bible that, we read say women should submit to their husbands, you know, that's what they need to do. And when I say submit, I'm not saying become an idiot, lose your brain, don't have a say in the house, but you need to submit to your husband. You can't just see your pastor as a god. And any human being on earth in any field, church, government, politics, education, that you give absolute power to would abuse it. It is man's nature. Once you give anybody absolute power, they would 100%. If you give it to me, it's only a matter of time. It might take me a year to abuse it. It might take Kene 2 days to abuse it. It might take Rudolph 10 years to abuse it. But if you give anybody absolute power over you, it will be abused. So don't give anyone absolute power over your marriage. Don't give anyone absolute power over your children. There are people who actually go and dump their children at the pastor's place to pray for them, to do this, to do that. Do not give, I'm not saying don't take counsel. I speak to my pastor from time to time on issues, different things, because he's pastored for a long time. He's spoken to a lot of couples, so he will have an idea of what I might be going through. He's seen it before. It might not be news to him. So he will have an idea. I only go there for counsel, not for solution. You can't solve my problem. It's beyond you. So I can speak to you, pick your brain. I would also advise men and women alike, but I can speak for men. Speak to your friends. Now, when I say speak to your friends, I'm not saying go to Facebook and post your issues on there. I have 4 friends, like 4 very close friends. I can discuss 80% of any issue that I'm going through with them. I prefer that approach than having 1,000 friends and tell everybody your story and they can't even help you. Then it becomes gist and gossip. When you speak to your friends about the things you're going through as a married man, or even as a guy who's dating, if it's relationship issues, you might find out that what you're going through is not isolated. It's not an isolated issue. And that brings comfort and relief to say, you know what? Oh, okay, so this is what happens to most people. Maybe it's something to do with women that I don't understand as a guy. So, like in my case now, I might say, oh, in my marriage, this, and that. And once my friend A, B, C say, oh, similar happens in my house, then that changes how I see the situation. Another thing that I can advise people to do is, so for instance, my group of friends, if something is happening and I realize that based on the feedback I've gotten from my friends, now these are friends that you can trust, not people that will lie to you, that will do A in their relationship and tell you to do Z. No, not those kind of guys. So if they are saying that their wives don't do the same, and my wife and their wives are close enough, then I can say, you know what, please do me a favor. Can you ask your wife to please speak to my wife? I would take that and run it to a pastor. Stop dropping everything at the table of your pastors. Let them go and save lives, salvation. Leave that. All this marriage thing. Don't drop everything at the table of your pastor. Your pastor is a man. Yes, he's a man of God, but he's still a man. And how about when women have issues in their relationships? When are they going to start talking to their mamas and not papa? Because speak to a woman like you, then she can give you an advice. It won't be one of these lofty, unachievable standards set for men by some, pastors who are corny. Because if you speak to your pastor's wife, she sees that your pastor the way you don't see him. So when she gives you an advice, it's more genuine. But if you speak to a pastor, as a wife, you go speak to a man, he tells you everything that is ideal. That's the likelihood. Things that he doesn't even do, because at the end of the day, he's a man. Yes, he might be a man of God, he's still a man. So, and also, like Mr. James said, would people keep the same energy if and when married men start going to their pastors' wives to seek counsel? Why do men go to their male pastors and the wives go to the male pastors? What is the role of the mama yad, as we call them? So women, wives, girlfriends, go and speak to these women. They would give you a better advice, in my opinion, than the male pastors who will set a standard that is ideal, but that 99% of men cannot keep. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sure. To buttress show points in terms of the women speaking to the women, the book of Titus makes us to understand that older women teach the younger ones to love their husband, to love their children, and keep their home. So just to buttress what James said, I will get to the correct verse and let you know. Now, Mr. James, you said the scriptures contradict itself. Now, it's a very good point you raised up, because it's one of the things, like Rudolph said, we should expand this discussion beyond the main what he actually posted. Now, in the context of the scripture you bring up, which is happening in Nigeria, with the quote, with the topic or the title, generational curse. Now, like I said, I'm privileged by the special grace of God to speak. Now, if you notice in Nigeria now, Ngozika can relate to that. I believe Mr. John Blackstone, everybody is saying, oh, they are going through problem. It is a generational curse, or a curse from my father, curse from my forefathers, this and that. Now, that is what Exodus actually state. But let's give interpretation matters a lot. Here it is, James. If I am an evil person, let's say, let me call myself maybe Hitler, for example, which I am not, and I perpetuate evil. Now, if my son carries on with what I do, it is certain that the curse that is on me comes upon my son or my daughter, in the case of maybe idol worshiping. But in Ezekiel, in that same Exodus, God also said, but I show mercy unto those who obey my commandment to the 10th generation. Now, this is the part that often is missing out, that the preachers, with due respect, don't highlight to people. And they use that only first verse to say the problem you are going through is a generational curse, which 90.9% that is not the case. Now, Ezekiel now says, God now says that why would you say that proverb again that, oh, the fathers chew sour grapes so the children feel the bitter taste? No. If I commit a sin or a crime and you, my son or my child, walk in the commandment of God, you are eliminated completely. You cannot, I can't go, my child cannot go to jail for the crime I commit. Even in law, if I kill somebody and my child or they are not part of it, I go to jail. My son will not go to jail or my daughter will not go to jail for the crime I commit. That is what the scripture is saying. Anyone who commits a sin will bear the judgment. So the scripture actually did not contradict itself, rather it complements itself. And like what Mr. Blackstone, Henry rightly said, is because we don't read it. And interpretation often matters in this case. It did not contradict. If you walk in the commandment of God, no cause that I come upon, that whatever crime I commit against God, which is humanity, because crime against humanity is crime against God. Evil against humanity is evil against God. That I commit, that you are not part of, there is no way that curse will come upon you. And even if at that time I commit the crime, there is a change of heart for you to walk in the commandment of God. He said, I will show mercy unto the 10th generation. Unfortunately, like I said, this aspect is often left out. And let me give a last story. Someone said, my father foundation is worrying her. And I said, okay, let's go by that argument that your father's foundation is worrying you. You know that for sure? She said yes. And you go to church? He said yes. You read the Bible? He said yes. But why do you listen to your father? If you are saying your father is the problem and as such has affected your marriage, why did you not go back to your husband and say, oh, my husband, I am sorry. I took wrong advice. So you can see it is not just a generational cause. Like she claimed, you also have an issue that you don't listen to the scriptures. I yield the floor to you, John Abba. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Tiger. I will come to you after Mr. John Abba.
I wanted to ask you, is there any place in the Bible that said that if one is in Christ, behold, all things are passed away and you become new?
Yes, that is First Corinthians. I know it's in First Corinthians. I can get it for you. If any man be in Christ is a new creature, all things are passed away, and behold, everything has become new.
It's a popular saying, so it's well known by every Christian.
the point is this that I'm trying to make is that generational curse, it says, is the meaning for what God will visit in your life after, according to the Bible. I'm not talking from every tradition, and some of us that believe God, or some of us we believe in tradition, or we don't believe in God at all. Well, talking to that Bible says that when you are a new creature, all things are passed away. Behold, you become new. And then it says that the reason for iniquity, the reason why God will visit up to 4 generations, the crime you commit in the Bible, or the sin to the different level, is iniquity. And what is iniquity? It says it's a cover up. So your children must not accept your cover up. Your children must not will not in any of your evil deed. They will not condone it. They will have to renounce themselves and distance themselves from what you have done as a father, and as a result, they become new. If they continue in your part, cover up, just like Nigerian, we cannot do without politics, because all of those things is still in one way or the other. I'm not saying Christianity is a politics, but in one way or the other, we can look at the modern way of things. In America, technology have helped us and any other developed world, except people in UK that I don't believe that. I think they are backward, but they can live in their own world. They believe that they are good. That's fine. I will not live in UK. So uh, I'm just kidding. No, I have my own comedy aspect of my life. So don't worry about my own funny talk. So the point is that there is no way, if we're going to look at the totality of Bible, there is a word that Jesus teach, and there are words that even Paul say, it's me, Paul. This is my view. And it's okay to me when you are honest. Instead of saying, Holy Spirit told me to say this. I don't believe in all those Holy Spirit that does not line up with the word of Christ. If I were trying to be that holy today, sometimes I'm not that holy. That is what I believe, that we as a people, when we come to this very topic we are treating today, if we're going to broaden it, is that whether you are a male or female, if you go out and respect your pastors, whether she's a female or male, because in Nigeria there are female pastors. That's the truth. And anybody can look that up, and we all know that. So
There are very
somebody
many.
was asking me that if the way that the male pastor commit atrocities against their fellow followers, whether sexual immorality or whatever, now that is not only a religion thing, it's across the board. Someone, I don't know whether they were joking or they meant it, but he said that and it pierced my heart. And he says, oh, in Benue State, when you come, they give their wife to the visitor as part of gift. I said, okay, in my own house, I don't have that Holy Spirit. If you do that, you are a dead person. So I don't understand whatever he's meant and whatever he's saying, whether it's true or not. But to me, as a person, as you come to my house and the gift I'll give to you to give you my wife, I never see that. But maybe it's in another tribe, but not my tribe. So people have different kind of upbringing that it has nothing to do in general of concept. I never see any, whether you are Jews or Gentile, you are born again or you are not born again, you are a Christian or Hindus or Muslim. I think that is what we all respect, that our wives and our husband is a family bond that we cherish most, and we will not allow anyone to interfere. If my wife come to my house, I married to one of the one of the things, if I say my ancestors or God, whatever the image of what I have that is a supernatural bigger than me, being a blessing to me, is my wife. It does not settle for that. he irritate her when he see women calling their pastors some names. I'm not saying they should not respect them, but they go, daddy this, daddy this, this, and then not only that. In my own, when I was growing up, I grew up in Borno State. And when I say Borno State, because I grew up in a barracks, so they move us from one place to another. One pastor's sons, my younger sister, not even the pastor, the son, my sister was so naive, respected him, that they were offering him better food than my father. He have a special plate in my own household. I beat the hell out of him. I beat the hell out of my sister. But my sister still continue. And when I married him, today my sister, she's a victim. She will learn. Maybe when she go to heaven, God will tell her that I tried to stop her. But that is how people believe. And some of those things, people have to go through it by themselves to learn from themselves. So some of these things is not particularly, I think it's upbringing. I believe electricity understand Bible very well. He says I teach Sunday school. I believe it's adding more, sometimes adding more to good or to bad, depends on how his own interpretation is. But electricity to me, I think is a grown-up man. And there are certain things that in America, I cannot stop my 18 years and above daughter or sons to become a full adult, according to the law. But what I want to do for them is that before they got there, is to impart them the value that I believe in, whether it's religion, whether it's knowledge, whether it's a family value, whether it's education, whatever the value I want to instill in them is to do it. And it's left for me, it's left for them to live with it. The same thing with religion. When you, or religion or whatever you believe. But the Nigerian community, what we are finding today is that they become more obedient. And I'm not talking a political aspect of it. I know electricity went to Nigeria to vote during the
Don't go
election.
there. Don't go. Don't use obedient. Okay. Don't go there.
So
I'm not going there.
I'm not going there. I'm trying to define the obedient. To being obedient to a man of God or a woman of God than a man or a woman in your own household, I think you misplace your priority and you're going to lose it.
Thank you, John Abba. Actually, you summarized it rightly. I think last week or last 2 weeks, the Anglican bishop that came said the Bible is the final authority for everything. I'll come to you, Mr. James. It's final authority. And you also highlighted a point of instilling value in our children before they get to 18 in the context of Europe or abroad, Western world. In Nigeria, it continues above 18. I mean, you are still considered a child, and you will still be dragged. You still be dragged to church. I think it's in Deuteronomy chapter 6 when it says that every opportunity should be seized to talk about the word of God with your children. When you're on the road, on the street, you're standing in the corner, when you are cooking food and everything. I believe I'm quoting right. If I'm quoting right, in Deuteronomy chapter 6. If we read downwards. So that is how we instill the discipline and the fear of God in our kids before they get to a certain point. I will come to you, Mr. Black. So we have our tiger in the city, Alozie, in the house. He just joined us. So Mr. John Abba, still stay there. I still need to point out some things to you, please. Mr. James, I'll come to you. In God's sake, I'll come to you. But please, let's give tiger in the city the floor. Please, Mr. Tiger in the city, the floor is yours.
Okay, hi all, hi everybody. Electricity, when did you become a prophet? The reason why I joined is Mr. James, because I don't like people putting things out of context. He did mention, because I've read this chapter before, Ezekiel 18, and he's contrasting it with Exodus. So in Ezekiel 18, what happened was actually God was speaking to Ezekiel, and he said, you do have a proverb in Israel saying that when the children eat when the fathers have eaten sour grapes, the children's teeth are set on edge, right? So that was the belief in Jewish society. I mean, then during that period, that if I commit sin, if my father commits sin, then it will get to me, just like Moses said. But God said, "Listen, I'm changing that proverb now." In Israel, that's what. Yes, listen. He said, "I'm changing that proverb." He said, "Proverb." If you go there, read it. He said, "I'm changing that proverb now." So if anybody, if you're an armed robber, read the whole context. He said, if you're an armed robber or an evil person and you get warning and you repent, then I will forgive you. I will not remember that sin. But if you're a good person, a good man, and if you turn bad, then a message was sent to you and you don't repent, then I will deal with you. I'll hold it against you. So, Mr. James, read the context of the Bible. So I'm not a preacher, but I've read it before. I've had this debate with someone who's a pastor in Redeemed Church, and he said, this issue before. So, quote it. Don't just because you don't believe in it. Just read what he says. So that's that one. So the problem we're having in Nigerian churches is this: the Nigerian churches, they've indoctrinated African culture into the churches. You can see that. That's why you call someone daddy G or daddy this, daddy that. In foreign land, it doesn't happen. Your father is your father. You understand me? If you say someone is your mentor, fine, it's different. You can say someone is your mentor or mentee, right? But because in Africa, they've incorporated this African culture into the Christianity, and you can see it is very glaring. You can see it there. The whole thing, they assimilate into Christianity. That's why the churches in Nigeria are having problem today. So why would someone wife go and cook for a pastor? Why? Why can't the pastor learn how to cook? I learned how to cook when I was 12 years old. My mom, I started boiling rice and beans, and that's how I knew how to cook. So a man should learn how to cook. It's not difficult for men to cook. Actually, men are best cook. Ngozi can attest to that. Men are better cook these days. It's true. So I don't see reason why the women should be doing that. For example, and again, I'm sorry, Nigerian men are not that romantic. We should change our attitude a bit. We are living in 21st century. We are not living in the 18th, 19th century. There are things we can do to improve our relationship with our women. We should be a little bit romantic. That's what I have to say.
So, the electricity, I'm not cutting you off. I'm trying to be.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah. So the guy believed that Nigerian men are not romantic. In Hausa language, it's called Berimbuga.
Okay.
Jonathan, actually, I lost what you said at the end because I was laughing. Can you repeat yourself, please?
What I said earlier on this show that the problem that we cannot judge this woman to some extent. We don't know that we Nigerian men, we are not that romantic. That in Hausa language, I have to be holy sometimes. I can't. Even the Bible never talk about sex. They say meat in those days. So I don't make me become a sinner today here. So I say Hausa language. I understand Hausa and I understand my dialect. So we call it Beri Mbuga. That is between you and your wife. Whatever join you together is Beri Mbuga. Don't go out of it.
To add to what Pastor John James, John Alva is a traditional worshiper anyway. I used to have a distant uncle who used to help his wife, like those days, wash clothes. Do you know what we used to call him? We used to call him woman rapper. And that's not, it's supposed not to be. This is his wife, but all the men were castigating, say he's a woman rapper. Why would we need to say that? This is his wife. So now when I come to think about it, I actually thought what we are doing those days, or what we are thinking, our thought those days, were actually wrong. If someone's wife is wife, if it's his wife, then they are one. They are family. So they should complement each other in the house work if the woman can't do it. So it's actually helping the woman. So I think Nigerian men should be a little bit more romantic. That will help a lot better. And we are not. We should also stop this manhood, like not showing our emotion. We are human beings, we should show emotion, but we go and show our emotion to our friends. But we don't want to show our emotion to our wife, except when we get angry. You understand what I mean? So that is a learning curve for us. We don't live in 18th, 19th century. So this is 21st century. I mean, we need some tuning here and there to make us good as well. So
All right. Thank you very much. Paul and Professor Nebulos, you're welcome on the screen. John Abba and Tiger have thrown a spanner into the wheel in the sense that Nigerian men or African men are not romantic enough. Now we need to now define, because I know you are itchy. Don't worry, man. What does it really mean to be romantic? And
Okay,
is it
let me.
true that Nigerian
No,
men are
I
not
don't
romantic?
think. I don't think it's very correct
Nigerian
to
men
say
or
that Nigerian
African men?
men
Is
are
it
not.
the Nigerian men or
Excuse me. Okay,
African men?
African men. Let me tackle
Okay,
it.
yeah, wait, hold on, Mr. James. Hold on.
Yeah.
Like I said, John Abba and
No, yes,
Tiger
I
in
want to
this.
comment on what they've said
Yeah, you will.
about romance. About
I'll
romance.
give you
Yeah,
the floor.
about romance. Okay.
I'll give you the floor. I've thrown a spanner. We are widening the discussion. We started
Yeah.
somewhere and we'll continue until we get to the final destination. If there's anything called final destination in this discussion. Is it true? Ngozika, Mr. James, I'll come to you, please. Ngozika is the only female on the floor here, so I'm going to give her. I'm going to
I
give her
I
some.
hope
Ngozika, is it true that Nigerian
I hope
African men in this context, Nigerian men, let's focus. We are Nigerian men are not romantic, and if that is the case,
I
what
hope
do
he's not
you?
watching, because if he is, I'm in trouble. But
Okay, go ahead. The
yeah,
floor is yours.
Who is not watching? What are you
so
referring to?
I don't know. It's not
Okay,
me that
toasters,
will
eh?
call a masquerade a masquerade.
Toasters.
So
Okay, no
I
problem.
Nigerian men, those ones, they need to go back and be taught. I think it has a lot to do, like Mr. Jonaba said, with our the way we were brought up. It's not really a religion thing. These men have been conditioned not to show emotions. As a matter of fact, some of them, most of them, see showing emotion as a sign of weakness. So I'll give you an example. My elder brother, I there was this time he was telling me a story of his early 20s. My brother is in his early 30s now. So he was telling me the story of a girl he was dating at the time. He bought the girl a phone, and the girl started acting up. I don't know what she did, but for my brother to say that the girl was misbehaving, she was really misbehaving, because he's not a petty somebody. My brother is not a petty. I'm not. It's not because I'm his sister. He's really not a petty somebody. So he said the girl started acting up. He kept trying to, like, come now, waiting the worry. No, and the girl was being difficult, and also he decided, what, maybe she wants to go, maybe people free her. But he said he bought her a phone, and he couldn't imagine her acting up and then hurting him and getting to go away with the phone. And it's not been quite long he bought the phone for her. So I was like, so what happened? He said he wanted to collect the phone from her, but he wasn't just going to just go. Mind you, he's a changed person now. This is so you don't go judging my brother for his his missteps in his early 20s.
Okay, we lost Ngozika there. I don't know who came first, Paul or Professor Nevels. I don't know. I think Paul was here first. Paul, I'll come to you. You are part of that. Professor, do you agree to the claim or the allegation? Let
He
me
just
put it that way,
invites the
not a
girl
claim.
in the public place, they're chatting, and then he goes like, "Oh, let me
Okay,
see."
I think Ngozika is back. Anyway, Ngozika, if you are listening,
So
we
so
can.
sorry, so sorry, so
You don't
sorry.
have to
A call was
apologize.
coming
It's the
in on
Nigerian
my phone,
factor.
and I'm using the hotspot
It's
from
part
my
of the
phone.
network not being romantic towards you. It's okay. It's allowed. That is Nigeria for you. I will come back to you guys. Professor, do you agree to the allegation? I call it allegation that Nigerian men are not romantic.
Nigerian men,
Yeah.
most Nigerian men, most,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Most. Let me see if I'm correct. 99.9% of Nigerian men are not romantic. John Abba, am I correct in that? Okay, Prof. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much for inviting me in. It depends. First of all, I think we have to define the concept, knowing what romance is. Because what romance is to one person may be different from what it is to another person. For instance, in Boland, in Boland, common holding of hands and the buying of flowers and all those things could be termed as romantic. Now, try that with a Nigerian lady buying her flower. So it will tell you whether a flower or chop. Okay. So it's like most Nigerian ladies, the only language they understand is when they have cash in their hand, when you give them money. So it's something like flower and all those things you term as romantic, the way we see it in the Western world here, doesn't have any meaning to them at all. So that's why I say we should first of all define the concept of romance. And there are some men who see romance by just staying with their wives all day long, romance as in touching and all that, they call that romance. Okay, but I think romance is broader than that. So when we are able to get the concept of what romance really entails, we now see who is at fault. Is it the Nigerian man, or is it the woman who does not appreciate what the Nigerian man terms as his own form of romance? Okay, sometimes you give that overture and they rebuff it. But you think that these are just the things that you do normally to make a woman happy, to make her feel wanted and all that. But she doesn't want all these things until you give her money. Okay. Meanwhile, in other clients, you don't even need to spend shishi. Okay. And then they visit, they calling, they chatting, they smiling and hugging and all that. To them, is romance just absolute. So what is romance to the African man or the African system may not be romantic here, or it is vice versa. So that is why I will not put 100% blame on the people or the men in Africa. And again, when you talk about men in Africa, the social environment are quite different. Okay, they're quite even this idea of helping your wife to wash dishes and do all these other things. When we got it, when some of us got to the Western world, we realized that look, this is a necessity. It's not something you leave to your woman alone because of the necessity of the career we all engage in. We just discovered that it's not possible. So back home there, if you do it and your sister or your auntie or your mother finds you washing dishes or watching the panties of your wife, for instance, imagine what will happen. So we have to put in social consideration as factors that are inhibiting some of those who don't exhibit what we call romance. As for, I think both women and men in Nigeria or Africa have to share the blame. Until we're able to define the concept of what romance is, we now know who is at fault.
Thank you very much, sir. Paul. In the present context of Nigeria economic situation, do you think buying a flower for a woman, like what the professor said, Jonathan, why are you distracting me? I really do appreciate you. Paul, in the present context of Nigeria, where fuel subsidy has been removed, and do you think romance is it feasible or wise to say you want to give 20 what's the buy a flower for a woman, or to give her the money? Because let me be honest, because some women in Nigeria will tell you, listen, don't be flour, I'll take a pot of soup. I beg, oh your flour. We need to make soup. I won't do flour. I won't do flour. Give me the money, man. Take a pot of soup, man. Take do something. Paul, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, thank you and good morning. So now, talking about romance. Romance is a big thing. If we want to start from love, like just one word makes difference. What is the difference between love and infatuation? What is the difference between love and passion? Now trickle down to the relationship has finally started, romance. Now talking about romance, Michael Bolton said something, say, how can we be lovers when we are not friends? How many of us, our wife is our friends, our confidants, because if I don't want to be at trouble in my place of work, I'm supposed to rant to my wife everything that happened to me at work to my wife because it's confidential. But if I tell my colleague the day I lost that relationship with my colleagues, it's going to spill out to my boss. How many times my wife want to listen? How many times do I understand how to listen to my wife body language? We don't understand the terrain, the environment when it comes to romance. If my wife is cooking, I'm there with my wife, not just busy watching soccer, what the British people will call football, or football, what the American people will call soccer. How many times do I understand that my wife enjoys it so much when I sit by her while she's cooking? That's our romance. But talking about flower, that's a very good aspect of this game that women use all the time to curse us. But how do you offer your girlfriend or your wife flower? The gift you give women that women appreciate, and the gift women give men when they appreciate, is when we talk, when we conversate. You hear it that this person appreciates this thing. Then you surprise them with it. Then they appreciate it more. So if I marry my wife or while we were girlfriend, she never make mention of, oh, this my friend, boyfriend just give her flower. You need to see her face, how happy she is. I know my wife is talking to me with parable. That tell me that it's time for me to give my wife flower. But if I never hear things like that, if I go offer my wife flower, she might even pretend again. That's another bad part of the way we were raised. Now, when I say we, I'm talking about both sex. Women, African women, tend to pretend a lot. African men tend to pretend a lot. Why they want to get the women, they pretend. African women pretend why they're in the relationship. They don't talk. They don't ask for what they want. Some of them see it like they ask for too much. You understand? If I cannot satisfy my wife with the things that she wants, come out and tell me. But what I can tell you more with my African women, they just love the material thing. Oh God. My wife, for example, her love language is to buy her the designers that she loves, but she will never buy for herself. And the flower is not part of it. She wants to go to Victoria's Secret. Oh, it's the best. She wants to carry the best bag. Oh, it's the best. She loves it. She will never buy it for herself. She will cause friends who buy it for themselves, but she wants me to buy it. Then the same wife want to accuse me that I'm not romantic. God, you never asked for flower. What you asked for, and I did it. How is that I'm not romantic? So this is where I felt conversation in most of our relationship is a big thing, is lacking. That's my take for now.
Thank you, Mr. James. I'll pick up from what Paul says. Do you agree with Paul that the aspect of conversation or communication between a husband and a wife plays a major role in romance? Because for me, I agree with Paul that we don't have conversation. We don't have conversation. Honestly, we don't. Couples don't have conversation.
Well,
And that is
now,
the truth. I
now,
yield the floor to you, Mr. James.
thank you. Now, it depends on the way you see life, the way you were brought up, the tradition you were brought up with. That determines quite a lot of things. Let me cite an example. I've lived in 3 African countries: Nigeria, South Africa, and the Gambia. In these 3 societies, traditionally, a man is not expected to be sweeping the house with a broom. A man is not expected to do babysitting. I mean, traditionally, in Benin City where I grew up, I've not been to northern Nigeria as such. In Benin City, where I grew up, a man is not expected to sweep the house with a broom. He's not expected to do babysitting. The kitchen is not a place for him at all. It should not be found there. And that's cooking. Then washing of clothes is none of his business at all. Washing of dishes is none of his business at all. Now, the worst thing a Benin man can do, while I was there about 40 years ago, the worst immorality a Benin man can commit is to be cuddling his wife in public. A traditional Benin man cannot display his love for his wife in public. If you do that, the Benin call it usakame. Usakame means immorality. That is chronic immorality that, I mean, you were not properly brought up. You are not a Benin man. How can you be doing this kind of things like a prostitute in town? That is how I was brought up in Benin City. And wherever I go, I cannot imagine myself washing clothes when my wife is there. That is her duty. She is to cook, babysitting, and what have you. That is her, responsibilities. The Zulus in South Africa, surprisingly, they do exactly the same thing, and the Gambians. When I say Zulus and Gambians and Nigerians, I mean traditional Africans. This is how we were brought up. Now, when we acquire Western habits, and we want to blend the two, certainly we'll run into some problems, sociological problems. That is just like in South Africa, for example, in the city of Johannesburg, which is not which is not a traditional area, a man and a woman can go to a bar in the night, they sit down and drink to the point of getting drunk, and at the end of the day, they go back home. To a Benin man, in fact, that is enough. They call, I don't know how to translate Benin into English. They will organize a family meeting. You, a married man, going to a bar to do what? To associate your wife with prostitutes. So these are things we must take into account before we draw the line. What is love? If you are having affection for your wife or you are not having affection for your wife. Personally, I was brought up as a Benin man, although I'm an Urobo man, but I'm used to Benin customs and traditions. There's just nothing I can do about it. I cannot kiss my wife in public. To me, that is a mark of immorality. I can't do it. I can't do it.
Brother James, I'm not cutting you off. And the electricity, you are the host here. I wanted to ask, because in Nigeria, 21st century, it's a different approach. You say 40 years ago, Nigerians, whether we like it or not, whether the whole African wanted to hear it or not, or whether because we have a political crisis or economical crisis, we are still the most advanced black people on earth. So in 40 years ago, go back to your village, it's not going to be the same. Nigerian people that I know for now, if they're not going to tell you that all of these things that you say is the way that it should be, that a Nigerian man will wait to see that their wife cook for them, their wife wash their clothes. For now, it doesn't happen that way. But I respect your own view. I'm 40 years not going to Nigeria. My guy that I want him not to go to Nigeria to marry, he's 60 years old. He went to Nigeria and married 18 years old. Now he has a back surgery. That is how bad it is. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Mr. James,
Yes, please.
just throw a spanner into the wheel. What will it take out of a man if he washes the dishes or sweep the floor? Does it take away anything? Does it make the man less the man?
You see, I
No,
have my...
hold on, Mr. James, because this is an interesting thing for us to, we have to talk about it. It's all part of conversation and communication. So, Mr. Black, I don't know, I can't, Blackstone. So, what will it take out of you if you wash the dishes and sweep the floor and wash the clothes, hand wash, not throw into washing machine. Anybody can throw clothes into washing machine. In the context of Nigeria, all this discussion we are referencing to hand wash. Does it make you less a man, or should that make anyone less the man or the man they are? I yield the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Electricity. Anyway, for me, I've done it before. I don't see anything wrong about it, right? If you understand your woman, let me give you just a simple example. If your woman is pregnant, would you be able to support her to do basic house chores? Right? For me, I don't like house help. As long as I can do those basic things that my wife was doing, right? And even if she's not pregnant, I know how to support her. Washing the clothes, cleaning the house, cooking. It should be a shared responsibility, right? But it also have the other side of it. Some women will take it as a privilege, as something that we also use against the man. Use it as something that, my man can do this. Let me go and rest. Right? So that is why sometimes in whatever we do in a relationship, we have to be very careful. Right? Because some people might abuse it, might take it as a privilege to abuse that opportunity, that probably your kindness or your goodness or your simplicity. They may take a begin to abuse it. Both men does it and women does it. Right? So I don't see anything wrong about it. It depends on the understanding between the couples. That which is very, very important in any relationship, in any friendship. Understanding is a key factor in all these things, right? So let me also talk about this area of being romantic, So there's something I believe it can be romantic, right? But when you are not good in the other room, your romance is nothing. That's the that's the bottom line, right? So if you are not good in the inner room, just forget your romantic attitude. Your whatever you do may not please the woman. She might keep it to you. Maybe she might feel that okay, fine, you are doing well. But when that something is missing, that satisfaction from the inner is missing, it's gonna cause a problem at the long run. So I believe that the best romantic life is in the inner room, not what you show in the street, what you sit and communicate about and everything. So when that romantic life is missing, be very careful. Your woman may not tell you this is how she feel or what she's feeling, or she might discuss it with you, but it depends on you how you take it. You know?
Or she will go and pray with her pastor.
Yes, of course, we are praying with our pastor. These are some of the reasons that
Mr. Blackstone have thrown another spanner into the wheel. If that part is not functional in the bedroom, it means your entire effort of being romantic, it's null and void. Ngozika, do you agree with that as coming from a woman's perspective, please?
That is, if the cutlass is not sharp.
Let's take from a woman's the only I wish
First
women
of
like
all,
Ify and other women can join this and not just leave the burden on Ngozika. Ngozika, do you share?
first of all, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Electricity.
No, go ahead. The floor is yours.
I am a bit curious, and I know I'm a millennial. It's the later part of the millennium, close to Gen Z. But I find it weird that I understand Mr. James is coming from the old order. But I thought learning and unlearning with the times is what makes us grow. Found it if you saw my reaction when he said that he couldn't kiss his wife in the public, I was literally shook. Like I was literally shook. But that is by the way. Mr. Blackstone, why do you think you're doing your wife a favor by doing house chores? Who the hell is calling me? Don't call me. Ah,
I didn't say a favor.
why?
Sorry.
Excuse
I
me.
didn't say a
Sorry.
favor. I said it's a child responsibility. I didn't say a favor.
Why do men think? Huh?
I didn't say
You
a
you
favor.
implied in a
No,
favor. You said that
no, no. I didn't
if
say
you
no, no,
said
no,
that.
no.
Please
No,
let
I
me
didn't say
go.
a favor. I said it's a shared
Sorry.
responsibility.
Why? Oh, it's shared responsibility. Okay, let me now not put you on the spot. Let me just address this the way I see it. You see, this Nigerian men, I was telling you a story, but I'm going to leave that story off that. Nigerian men are romantically lazy. Lazy when it comes to romance. For them, anything money cannot give their women as romance, they won't even bother. They don't make any effort. They now turn around and pin it on the women that it is the women that like money and that if you give her flowers, she will appreciate flower. But they're the ones that make it about money. That is the only thing they have to offer in a relationship. We are the provider, we are the provider, we are the provider. So if he passes provision, they don't know what else to do with the women in their lives. And it's pathetic. And it has continued from the old generation of men to this new generation of men. This new generation of men, they are trying, they are trying to unlearn some of these bad habits that they got from their uncles and their daddies. And it's not been easy for them because if they weren't indoctrinated or conditioned to believe that all you needed to make a woman happy was money, maybe they would have been making more effort because by God, I do not see any reason. I do not see any reason why a man would think that the only role he will play in his household is provision. How? Doesn't that even bother you? Doesn't that even make you feel somehow? And then there's this constant, there's this patronizing comments they used to make whenever you try to hook them with their not being involved in their family. They try to say, hey, if she's pregnant, I can step in. You are stepping in what? How is taking care of yourself and taking care of your family, you helping your wife? You're not helping your family. You're not helping your wife to do it. You are doing your duty. Taking care of your children is your duty. Cleaning up after yourself is your duty, whether you like it or not. They won't tell you this, but I'm telling you, you're an adult, you're supposed to clean up after yourself, married or not. And the fact that you have somebody doing it free of charge does not make it her responsibility. So don't this whole notion of I can help my wife. Oh, for God's sake, you're not helping your wife. You are keeping a home. You are maintaining a home. Why are you helping your wife to do? Okay, please. How is it help when when you live in the same house? How is it help? Are you living in a different house and she's the only one living there with her children? Is the children house alone that you say you're helping her take the children to school? You're helping her buy the children. How? How is it help? Children that came from your growing, they're helping her take care of her children, your children. No, you see this thing is no, it's not just about gender roles. No, it's beyond gender roles because even the ones that say they are progressive, they are liberals, you find that even when they have somehow moved away from a woman is supposed to do this, a woman is supposed to do that, there's something inherent about men and always wanting to absolve themselves from really domestic responsibilities. And I'll tell you why, because they find it demeaning. Yes, they find it demeaning. It's no longer about gender roles because if it was just about gender roles, the ones that claim they're liberals will not flinch at the thought of doing it. They won't feel a woman was taking advantage of them if they did it for an extended period, if they did not consider it demeaning. Mr. Okay.
Ngozika, you made valid point. I'll come back to you, Mr. Blackstone. But however, you did not answer the question, Mr. that I put to you. Mr. Blackstone stated
Oh,
that
okay. What is the question?
irrespective of the gift, shower, romance, if the man is not functional in the bedroom, whatever he does is null and void. Do you share that opinion, that view, please, as coming from a
I
woman's
do not.
perspective?
I do not. I do
I think
not.
I
And
want
can
to
I tell you
rescue my
why?
brother Blackstone. What he's trying to say is not
I do not.
complete.
He's not,
Uh,
I do not agree with Mr. Blackstone.
Can you shed more light on that, please, before I come to you, Mr. Blackstone, please?
So what he's basically saying is that a man who is not performing in Zahaza room should overcompensate with other things. And if he overcompensates with other things, his sins in Zahaza room will be forgiven. That's a very mild way of putting it. No, you can't take you can't take away the satisfaction or the okay, for lack of better words, you can't take away the feel of that other side. So you could buy flowers, and this is not general. I could make exceptions for people who are really not into the other room, so they don't even care if you're meeting up there. They are those ones who do not really, they don't know any better. There's nothing to it to them. I was brought up, I'm sorry I have to say this in public, but I recall at a time my guardian's wife, when I was much younger, when I was a teenager, said something I would never forget. She said that if they paid her a huge amount of money, never to be touched by her husband again, she would gladly collect the money. So for some people, so for some people it's not really, they don't really put so much value. So imagine somebody that does not place premium on the other room. Of course all these other things will mean so much to them, but imagine somebody who for them the other room is a good part of the deal, and you are saying that okay, I am doing all these other things for you, so but you're going to be, I'm not going to be sanctioning words like you people, I'm a millennial, you're not going to be sexually satisfied, but I'm going to buy you flowers, I'm going to buy you Mercedes, I'm going to take you on trips, but you can't step out, you can't step out, you can't do anything, you're going to use all these other things to satisfy you, and he's probably not even going to allow her to use sex toys. He's going to allow her to use sex toys. I know some of you are going over in your head and screaming, Jesus, this is why I won't care. I was having this discussion in our Telegram group the other day. A bunch of young people like me, and they were so uptight. Young people, young men. If you see the way me and some girls on the group, we were like, so what is it with you people and plastic? What are you fighting with plastic for? Are you people, is your ego so fragile that the mention of plastic, you do as if they are taking away your right testicles? What is it with you people and plastic? So for somebody like that, that the other room is a big deal to her, if you like do everything, it won't matter. It won't matter. The other room will always cause problems. So Mr. Blackstone, I'm sorry. You know anybody that the other room is not meeting up in the other room, but it's in every other thing. I can't tell the person that they better not have a sexy pastor, and their wife never better not be calling the pastor daddy. Things can go south from there, and he will have himself to blame. I'll come back later.
Thank you very much. Uh,
Please, I do not. I want to understand what he's saying. Please, I'm so sorry, electricity.
go ahead.
I have a guess here. I'm going to go out of this place very soon because I'm celebrating my daughter's birthday.
Go
But
ahead.
what Ngozi guys says that the other room that is talking about your ex-president, call it the other room. It doesn't matter from what the Blackstone say. What I don't understand. Do you say the other room?
Igozika, correct me if I'm wrong. What I think she's trying to say is that it's a preference, my issue. If I'm correct, Igozika, some don't mind if the
Yes.
man it's not functional there, while
And
some
some do
also
mind.
mind if the man is not functional in in the room. If
Because
I'm
That's
correct,
they
Igozika.
can use the toy in the place of the other man.
Yeah, I use a toy
Ah,
in the
Oh, okay,
absence
okay,
of
okay. I got you. Thank you.
Okay, John Abba, before you go, before you got us there, don't run away. John Abba, don't run away. Do you share Ngozika's view in respect to toy in the absence of not functional?
Other women have to answer that. I'm not.
No, 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 John Abba, you cannot avoid this, please.
No, I'm not. If it's in Gozika, it's remember that Mama H.U. is not here. I don't know how holy she is, but if he is not here, our regular women, Mary, wrong from UK. She's not here. So only the person we can hear today is Ngozika. So if Ngozika is representing
I am trying to see if I can get one or two of my friends to join
please
the
do,
show.
please do for the
I'm
case.
trying to get
Do that. It will
but
help
they
you.
might not be as censored as I am. So
No. Okay. So the point is that I cannot answer that because I'm not the one using the toy, and I'm not the toy. I'm the real man. So the issue is that I respect what my sister says. But if I hear from another sister, maybe we can judge them better. But what he's trying to say that there is no need of bring the flower, bring the emotional aspect of it. Feel me, feel my pain, feel everything. The other one, I can substitute it with a toy. That's what she said. Right? If I understand it, if I understand her correctly.
Thank you very much. This is the first time I believe this matter is being discussed. I think Dr. Damage is it's going to be a regular issue. It shouldn't be just politics, and these are also issues affecting us, black men, to be honest. And we need to address it and bring it to limelight and talk about it. The bottom line is to help find a solution, not to criticize anybody, not to look down on anybody, because the same way we talk about politics to help us come out of the dungeon we are in the country, these things also play role in relationship, whether we want to agree with it or not. Because in the present context of Nigeria, for example, if I say I want to go to Nigeria and fly a local airline, I'll say, man, it's cost me about 50,000 naira. If I take the bus, it's going to take me 6 hours, but I'm going to save a lot of money. And now, economy plays a role in this issue of romance, whether we want to agree with it or not. But at the same time, communication also matters a lot if people learn to talk to each other. So I'm going to yield the floor to Mr. James. He's been wanting to speak. Then I will come to Blackstone, Mr. Tiger, then Paul, and we'll go around again. Then I will hand over to forefathers or Mr. Scribe, who I believe have other topics they want to talk about. Mr. James, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This is a very funny topic. Now, the issue, let's look at it this way. Assuming there is a man whose cutlass is permanently blunt, cutlass is not sharp at all. And as a man, to be respected in society, you must get married. Traditionally, there are ways of handling these matters. Fortunately, I've come across two instances. One in a city called Nelspruit, KwaZulu-Natal, in South Africa, and here in the Gambia. These men cannot function at all. Their cutlass is permanently blunt. So what they do is they talk to a woman. We want you to get married to this man before the public. But behind the scene, this is your actual husband. He's a member of the family. I hope you are getting me. I can't hear you.
Yes, I'm getting you, Mr. James.
Cool, thank you. Now, behind the scene, this is your actual husband. But before the public, your husband is a very different person. And that actual husband in public will not be in the picture of what is going on. Even there are cases whereby the cutlass might be partially sharp, but he cannot make the woman a woman. So it is the duty of a member of the family to do that in his absence. I hope you are getting me. So when the woman gets pregnant, the man certainly is not, her actual husband is actually not responsible for the pregnancy. But the family members know exactly what is going on. That is how they settle those kind of matters behind the scene in Africa. But because we are already westernized in Africa, we are running into some problems. Now, from the way some of the discussants here are talking, they seem to imbibe Western ideas. I find nothing wrong with that. It's a matter of choice. Your character is a matter of choice. Now, if you wish to become a Westerner, make sure you follow all they are doing to the letter. I remember there's a city in the USA they call Salt Lake City. It's in the state of Utah. There's a church there they call Latter-day Saints. Latter-day Saints, that's the world headquarters.
That's
The
Mormon.
When
Mormon
they
church.
exactly
Mormon.
when they started their operation in ancient America, they introduced what's it called polygamy. Polygamy was part of their way of life. The U.S. government descended on them. They almost proscribed the church. The church leaders had no option but to make a U-turn. They had to remove that, expunge that from their way of life. Now, if you wish to
No,
become
we are in US. That is, I'm not cutting you off. That is not even taken out when you come to Utah. They still have that. It's a
They
state
still
issue.
have that. It's the only state that allow polygamy. They still marry. They still do it.
Yes. So I just want to let you know that you are right.
Okay, I came across it while I was writing a paper somewhere. Okay, now the issue I'm making is this: if you want to become to be a white man in black skin, there's nothing wrong. Follow their rules the way it should be followed. But I noticed something: when Africans come from Europe with their wives to the Gambia here in particular, they don't go to they don't go to bars to drink in the evenings the way they do over there. I mean the Christians, because there are a lot of Muslims here. They don't take their wives to bars to have good time, what they do in Europe. But inside their room, they know what they drink and what they consume. So the point I'm making is, if you wish to be a white man, black skin, follow their rules to the letter. There's no via media. That is, there's no middle way. To use Babangida's term, a little to the right, a little to the left, not far from the center. It doesn't work in this case. Personally, I'm an African fundamentally. Then I'm from the Federal Republic of Nigeria, brought up in Benin City. I hail from the Niger Delta, and I belong to the Urobo tribe. So fundamentally, at the bottom, I'm an Urobo man. The traditions, customs and traditions, they are very similar to those of Benin City. So fundamentally, there's just no way, as much as possible, I will do away with those things. I met a man in South Africa who asked me a very embarrassing question. He asked me, you are claiming to be an African, but you are speaking the white man's language. You are wearing the white man's clothes. How do you reconcile that? Then I answered them appropriately. Fundamentally, I've been colonized. If I now, at old age, say I want to put away the white man's clothes, I want to start speaking the white man's language, when video clips of me are being played in future generations will not know the atrocities the white man committed in Africa. You are obliterating history. This history should be well preserved for future generations to know what the white man did in Africa. I hope you are getting me. Now, my actual name is Akbojeve Omasanjuwa. All my documents bear that name. My father is called James. That's why I'm called James on this platform. Now, that name, I will not change it because that is the name my father gave me. And if I'm naming my children, I also give them traditional African names. So we should draw the line. We're either Africans or we are non-Africans. There's nothing wrong. Committed no offense by being a non-African. It's a matter of choice. But a situation whereby you now benefit, when you find it necessary, you claim to be an African. When you find it necessary, you claim to be a non-African. To me, that is double standards.
Thank you. Mr.
Please, I'm not cutting you off. I don't want to say, James, my brother, a quick question. But you have been in Gambia for 40 years. You have not been to Nigeria, within Africa.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. John Abba, please, I beg your indulgence to stay hold on 1 second. Mr. James, just stay on. I know you have to go. You have a program, but I'm appealing if you can just bear by staying on this for a while because this topic Mr. James just threw a spanner into the wheel. Paul, before I come to you, please, I beg you, let me start with Mr. Tiger, and Mr. James make reference to polygamy. It's been an issue in the Western world. I, for one, say this from my own point of view that listen, uh, I don't know why this is frowned at or condemned, whereby they preach their own issues. Now, according to Rudolph, we can expand this discussion further than beyond what it is. So, is polygamy actually wrong?
Okay. Let me respond to Mr. James before I answer your question. Mr. James, no one is forcing you to wear Western clothes. No one is forcing you to uh, eat Western food. You have the right to go back to traditional what we were using before the white men came to your place or to our country. So let me clear that. So Pan Africanists, they like to blame because they Pan Africanists, they have problem because they are not, how would I put it, um, they haven't progressed since the British or the colonials left. They have not moved further away from pointing blame, right? We have nationalists from China and the rest. They've made progress. They're no longer pointing blame because why? They've managed to sort it out the problem they have. But Pan Africanists don't want to shift ground. So they are still at that parameter of blaming people, other people, for what they could have resolved themselves after those people have left and gone. Um, that's that one. Um, Coming to polygamy, polygamy is a choice, right? There are problems associated with polygamy as well, and there are advantages of polygamy. I believe we are taught the reason why our ancestors were marrying multiple wives because they had farm and people have to help out. That was the excuse they were given. Now it's not that easy now to have polygamy family because things are quite expensive. We are living in a modern world. We are not living in 20th century or 19th century, 18th century. Things have really changed. So we've shifted. Although in Islam you can marry more up to four wives, even though the Saudis are not doing that. They see there is no need to do that because they are not in that century where that law was promulgated. Though if they marry, they are not going outside the boundary of their law. Also in African tradition, we are not going outside the boundary. But if you're a Christian, according to your religion, if it says one wife, one man, so you stick to that. But if you're a renegade, you can say, okay, I don't want to stick to that rule. I can marry as many wives as possible. Polygamy, I think we've passed the age of polygamy. I come from a family of, I would say, mini polygamy, right? Because my dad married a long time ago because it was a thing, honorable thing to do. You want to show that you are very influential. You have the money, people look at you and say, oh, you have two, three wives or two wives. But now, this is our age. We are modern people, right? Things have shifted. The ground can no longer hold, like Okonkwo would say. So we direct our own paths now. So I don't want polygamy. If to deal with one woman is big problem, it's big challenges. How would I have time for two women? Most research done on night. I don't know if you guys have seen this. Research done. They did research, and they did some research, and the one of the most places in the world that if they do DNA, the fathers are, I think, 40% of the fathers, not the actual fathers of those children they claim they have, if they do correct DNA. You understand what I mean? So Mr. James is talking about South Africa tradition where someone marry. If they can't do anything, then they have someone aside who come and do the job for them, and they have children. Listen, if someone's sexual capacity or low sperm count is low, it's a result of health challenges. It could be diabetic, it could be heart problem. Maybe the blood is not flowing as it should, or blood is obstructed somewhere. So it's a health challenge. Physically, we should be sexually active. But that's it. So if they cannot be sexually active, they can go through medication to resolve those issues.
Yeah.
Uh, and for example, again, we are talking about romance. Some women, no matter how you spend on the bed with them, if you don't touch them somehow, they will not orgasm. They will not. So women body are different. So if I have a partner, you know what your partner like, what can excite that person. I'm sorry for people who say we might have children here, but this is outdoor discussion. After all, children they do sex education in school now. If we are living abroad or something like that, from the age of 12, 10, or something like that. So you have to know your body. You have to know the body of your partner, so they can. It's not we've passed the age of bam, bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am. We've passed that age. Women these days don't want that. They want romance. They want romantic. They want you to talk to them, make them happy. Then they can surrender themselves to you willingly. That's how it is. So talking about buying gifts and all that, men were using gifts where they're supposed to do the talking. So if I can chat up a lady, for example, I will say I can take you to here, I can buy this for you. But if I can talk, I'll engage the lady in a discussion. Then from there we talk. That's how it is. They want to know your interests, what you believe in. Can you be future husband, or are you gonna do some and run away? They want to know your mind. Discussion. It's help families, help husband and wife come closer. You understand each other better. See, because we are saying here, this topic started by saying about pastors, about women, some women going to pastors. It's because there's no that communication in the family, because they don't chat. There's no commune. There's no sit at home having dinner together, chatting, discussing each other challenges at work, what problem you have. So all this stuff, when you release yourself, you let go. Your spirit is freed, your soul relax. So all these things can put you in the mood. But if you are so tense, how do you? You can't perform. So my reason is that we are not in the age of polygamy. That has passed by. Every generation tends to write their own history. Just like music now, Fela had his genre in the 70s. Now we have people who fuse Afro beat with other beats, Western beat, to make it more exciting for people to listen. So the next generation, they will come do their own thing and move on. We cannot go back how we were 100 years ago. It's impossible. We live in a global world. Things are changing. That's my submission.
Before I go to the next speaker, I would like to say this. In some Western world, same-sex marriage is enshrined in their constitution, and we respect that, and nobody say anything against it, because they said it is their choice, and that has to be respected. Yeah, I work with lesbians. She's one of the best person I've worked with so far. In fact, when somebody said something against me, she was the one that came up and said, you know what you said about Andrew is practically wrong. Okay? So but here is the question now. Polygamy is viewed as an African culture, which I disagree with, because Abraham had two wives, Sarah and Agai, before he now had concubines. Lamech has two wives. David had 8 wives. Solomon, we know we can't. Solomon is not different from forefathers, if I am correct. had 700 wives and 300 concubines. And we can go on and on and on and on. The question before us is polygamy wrong? Please. That is what I want us to weigh in on. Ngozika, you're a woman here, please. If you are the first wife and your husband decides to say he wants to marry another woman on top of you, what do you do? Do you run away from the marriage? Igbo Basic,
I'm going
welcome.
to
Please,
speak.
Ngozika is the only woman here, so I'm kind of giving her some
No,
preference.
actually, I am not. I got
You want to
my
give
friend to
Oma? I think
join,
she's
but she
from
doesn't
Nigeria.
have
Oh, okay,
light. Yes, I invited
okay.
Oma, but you
Omar, you
have
are
to
from
pardon
Nigeria.
her. She doesn't have light on
I
her
can
end,
understand the
so
blackout there.
I'll
So
let her
it
go
is
first.
okay. Omar, can you
She's
please
gone.
go first, please, if you don't
Oh,
mind,
she's
on this
gone.
subject?
I
She's
think
gone.
she's
Yeah,
gone.
the connection is a bit shaky.
Don't worry, I'm
Yeah,
still talking to
she's
her. She
from
will come
Nigeria.
back. She will
Okay, she
come
will come
back.
back.
She will come.
Okay,
Yeah,
Ngozika,
she will
you
come
are
back.
the first wife. Okay, just like Anna was the first wife
I
before they married Penina. In the
yeah.
context of our discussion, if your husband chooses to say, "Listen, I want to take a second wife," what will be your response or reaction, please? Thank you.
Okay, let me first of all put a disclaimer. I know I've said this sometime last year when this show started. I don't know what we are discussing, but I said this. I do not have an issue with polygamy. I just have conditions. And when it comes to polygamy in this age or in any age, I believe there should be consent and full disclosure. These are my conditions. There should be consent and full disclosure. Consent is if I was married to a man and he wakes up one day and decides he wants to bring another woman into the union, the right thing to do is to seek my consent. And I know many of you know this. Our fathers did that. As a matter of fact, I know I've heard my grandmother tell me stories of how women facilitated some of these marriages of their second wives, third wives. It was a thing then. But you find out that in this age and dispensation, the same men that claim it is their father's their forebears tradition to marry as many women as possible also forgot one aspect of the tradition where the consent of the first wife is sought. So what you have is basically men who swore monogamy to their wives, flipping on them and introducing polygamy, which is totally unfair. If you're going to get married to somebody, discuss these things. I don't know what people discuss when they're dating or courting these days. Discuss these things. I mean, it's a no-brainer. How about, hey babe, oh, what do you feel about polygamy? She could go like, oh, why are you asking? You go like, I don't know, maybe in a couple of years' time, I might want to bring somebody else into. Discuss it. You know yourself. You know that a few years from the time you get married, you might want to spice things up by marrying a second wife, or for whatever reason you want a second one. Discuss it. Consent and full disclosure. And full disclosure is almost intertwined with the consent I talked about because do not go behind her back and take a second and get a and keep a side chick or keep a girlfriend or keep another woman and keep a mistress. And then when you get her pregnant and you're embarrassed, you want to save face. You now say you've married a second wife, just like what Yule Doche did. That's cowardice. You did not marry a second wife. You brought your mistress home. They are two different things. If you're going to be a second wife and you claim you are doing things like your forebears did, go through the right way. Seek the consent of the woman that is already there. And then whether or not she consents, I mean, it's your home. She could decide to leave the marriage and she doesn't want to be in a polygamy. She could decide, okay, I don't want it, but I'm staying. I'm not leaving my home for another woman. It's up to her. Now, if it were me, what will I do? If you did not discuss polygamy with me before we got married, Allah, it's not going to happen. It won't happen. It will not happen. I don't care what your reasons are. It will
Uh,
not happen.
Electricity, you
And
are
if you
keeping me here. There is a
insist,
party going on in my house. Do you want after the
Yes, actually, I was thinking of you. I beg the other panelists. After Ngozika, I will yield the floor to Mr. Abba. Please, John. I'm appealing to Paul, Tiger, Mr. Blackstone and Igbo Basic. Please, Igbo Basic, you are a traditional man, so you will weigh into this matter. Thanks for coming on the show. Ngozi can
So,
continue, then I give it to
and if
Jonathan.
he, okay, so if he insists, if he tells me, oh, you did this, okay, if he didn't discuss this thing with me before we got married, I'm not going to agree. After we've been married, after you've promised me monogamy, you're not coming to flip on me and tell me you're going to bring another. Or I will not agree. If I did not agree and you insist, two things are going to happen. It's either I stay in that marriage and marry myself. And when I say marry myself, I'll be living as if I am still in a monogamous home. Or if we have lived for a while and we have worked together as a couple, saved up, bought things together, made investments together, we are going to split everything. I am not going to work with you, build with you, invest with you, and you come and share it with some random woman. It won't happen. I'm going to take my share of whatever we have built, and then we can continue the marriage as a threesome. So whatever comes out of that one, all of us can now share. That is my position. I use the mic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. It's you. The floor belongs to you.
Thank you so very much. After this, I'm gonna go. My daughter's birthday. We are celebrating her birthday. She was 13th on the 11th, but we are celebrating her birthday today. So I'm gonna leave shortly.
Happy birthday to
Happy
her.
on,
Happy
on behalf
birthday
of
to
the
her.
house.
Birthday
Thank
to
you so
her.
very much. It has been a very tough time because I have a guest here and I have to be here. But in any case, I pleaded with them that I have to talk and leave the platform and rejoin you guys again if possible. The issue is this. Ngozika, I'm from a polygamous home and I only married to one woman. I don't know how my mother will feel, but I think she will be all right. The issue of polygamy, I'm not going to go into it that much. What I want to go is we are talking about romantic, how pastors take over people's marriages and all of that. So I'm going to summarize everything in my own view. So everybody is entitled to their own view and the way they look at it. So I personally believe that one wife is enough handful if you want to be fully committed. My sister is in New York. Uh, she was a police officer, and her husband came home one day and said, "Oh, I found out in the Bible that one wife is not a big problem, or the Bible do not condemn it." And then my sister asked the husband, "Are you ready to marry another woman?" And she said that if I find somebody that will marry you, I will let you go. So that is how. And my sister called me and said, "See what Charles told me? That is, I asked him that is he what is his view about polygamy, and he said that if you gonna go, I will let another man have you." Did that mean that I was not being there for Charles enough, or why did she say that? I said between you and Charles. So I'm not going to speak to that. Everybody have a better understanding or their own view about life. The issue of polygamy, not polygamy, pastor taking over people's home and allowing. Sometimes it's about men, not man enough, to be in charge of their own household. And when I mean that, I'm not meaning that a man should be abusive or more dominate. I mean that you do not carry out your duty as a man enough that give a space, that vacuum occupied by pastor that even doesn't even know. Some of these pastors we are talking about don't even know that such thing is happening in your own household. All they know is that they are praying blah 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 on the line, and some empty people are joining them, and some fulfilled people are joining them. So it all depends. So in this case of we are saying as I exit here is that everybody have their own view differently, but let us respect our boundary and let us believe that we as a people can do better when we all take care of our responsibility in love and in unity. Forefather our forefather is here. I'm going to leave your glasses. Look nice. It's the same glass all the time. I think it's a doctor prescribed one, so you cannot change it. Unlike
Mm. Mm.
All right, thank you. There is Omar on the. I will be handing over to Forefather soon. Okay, I'm going to sign off.
all right, bye.
Omar is on. Oh,
Enjoy the
thank you,
time
John
with you.
Abba. I appreciate your time here.
Thank
Omar
you.
is on. Omar is joining us from Nigeria. So let's leave. I'm going to yield the floor to Omar so that she can weigh in on this discussion. Omar, the floor is yours, please.
I'll just reserve my comments for now. I would like to say marinate on the topic before I say anything. So you guys should continue.
All right. Before I go, I would like to thank everyone that joined. I'm going to yield the moderation or moderating to Forefather to continue. It's 2 hours, 25 minutes for me. I need to make an early bed. I have to go to work tomorrow morning. We will continue this discussion. I will, like I said, it's the first time we're having this talk, and by Dr. Damage, I believe he will run more of it. It's an interesting Igbo basic. Unfortunately, I'll probably be listening. Not probably. I will be listening in the background, and I will take note. And we will have a slot time, uh, hopefully during the week, according to Dr. Rudolph, talking about relationship and other matters. Like I said, for the record, it is not to look down on anybody and not to criticize anybody. It is sometimes a cry for help, learning, education, and upholding values and cultures and beliefs. Once again, I'd like to thank every one of you, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, talking
Bless
about
you through electricity. You're trying to take away the
Yeah.
spark. Okay,
Hold on.
continue.
talking
No
about
worries.
Let me get him
polygamy.
backstage.
So let me kick in with this polygamy. I want to go a completely different route from what Ngozi said, and
See, I'm already being welcome now. You already, that one's calling me a woo already. These people, they don't rest. It never ends. From what
okay.
that.
So
All right, go
so
ahead.
talking about polygamy, I want to go a different route. Now, statistics prove it for centuries that there are more women than men. Men again tend to go to war. Even these days, when women actually go to war, you hardly get casualties from women, but we have a lot of casualties from men. And one of the most longest and most viable business in mankind has been prostitution from the Bible days. And that business still stand the test of time. And why is that business stand the test of time? Because there have been more women than men. My sister was so much happy that my mother get married. My sister, she's so happy that she got married. She's so happy that her other siblings, in terms of sisters, got married. She is very, very fulfilled that her daughters got married. Who will marry the rest girls? Even when some women willingly are willingly to be second and third wife. Don't you think sometimes when we oppress them, we call them all type of name? It's not too good. Something happened some years back. Obasanjo was even out of power. He met Secretary of State John Kerry, former U.S. Secretary of State. And Kerry told Obasanjo, "What are you doing about this LGBTQ?" And Obasanjo said, "First of all, I'm a president. I don't talk to Secretary of State. Secretary of State in Nigerian context is what we call ministers." Obasanjo said, "I deal with president, but for the fact that you asked me this question, I'm going to send you back because that's what we do." And Obasanjo told him that there are 1 million Nigerian women who are willing, 1 million Nigerian women in the US who are willing to be second and third wife. If you give them that right and take out bigamy for them to be second and third wife, then I'm going to give you LGBTQ. A white man, 1986, November 14, 6 p.m., Motel 6 in East West Road in Phoenix, Arizona, cheat on his wife. The wife didn't know anything about it. That's a man on his own who just stand up and beg the wife that I cheat on you this year, some 40 years ago, like this, I cheat on you. I am sorry. Because it is his culture to marry one wife. He don't know how to play that type of game. It's not his culture to do that. That's why it was easy. One of the person they even pick in the Bible, like what today, what we call white Jesus Christ. I know I'm taking it somewhere else today. That is the man that they married. And even though when Christ talk about polygamy indirectly, Christ, it was an advice. It will advise a man to marry one wife. It's an advice. And I think that advice is coming from the story of between Mary and Martha. One is cooking, one just sit down with him, playing with him.
No, that was Paul.
And the other one,
That
nag.
was Paul, not Jesus Christ.
You know, Mary and Martha.
No.
Mary and Martha.
No. That Marshall
The advice is
Mary and Martha. I'm talking about Mary and Martha. I'm not talking, you know, when one is cooking, one is so. This is what Christ advised. You understand? So it's an advice thing because Abraham, that I understand, if we want to be Bible students, that I understand, the Bible makes us understand that Abraham is God's friend, is a polygamy. David is the one by his heart, is a polygamy. We've seen so many things, but somewhere along the line, the white man makes us understand that polygamy is the architect of every problem in our society. To some extent, there are people who can do it very well. Let's not take it out from there. I'll subscribe to Ngozi to some extent if you discuss it and the woman agree. If you want to go ahead and do it, like if a Muslim girl is getting married as a first wife to a Muslim man, she know and knowing fully well that is that religion allow the man to marry up to 4 wives. You understand? So I don't see where we call it an arcade culture, where we call it is the architect of every problem. That architect that we're talking about in Africa, it is also the architect of every problem in the West. They give it another name because they don't allow them to marry 2 wives. So it's called baby mama and baby daddy. There are so many kids that don't have fathers in their life today, and it's affecting them mentally. I miss my mother so much. I lost my both parents, but I miss my mom so much. Like I didn't miss my father, even when my father paid for every one of us education, did everything. But my father was coming behind the scene because my mother played a lot of role, all in the name of this same thing. Men don't play certain things, men don't do certain things, men don't do certain things, and women take responsibility. So if another aspect of it, a child is growing up, didn't see that now I know my father paid my school fees. I know my father did everything for me. You understand? But I didn't see he do it because he's doing it from the other room in another way around. What about the child that don't have a father in their life in the name of baby daddy and baby mama in the Western part, kind of? But if they allow the so-called polygamy, don't you think a man can live in his 4-bedroom house and have 2 wives in that same house? And the children will enjoy the role of a mother and the role of a father. That so many kids in the West also don't enjoy that role of a father because the father is nowhere to be found. That's my take.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, Mr. James, you can respond.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think these things are a matter of choice, upbringing, environment, and a lot of factors working concurrently. This is how I see it. As you rightly pointed out, there are a lot of women who are not married. They need to get married. So what should be done to alleviate their problems? They just have to abrogate the law on bigamy, as they call it in the West, so that a man can marry more than one wife at the same time. But you know, like here in the Gambia where I live, most of the ethnic groups, though not all, a man can marry more than one woman at the same time. But a woman is not permitted by tradition to marry more than one man at the same time. If she wishes to remarry, she needs the consent of the husband. And that consent is the husband has to dissolve the marriage. Then she can go and remarry another man. That is among most of the ethnic groups here. But one thing that is bothering me is if we allow polygamy, a man can marry more than one woman at the same time or multiple women. What about the opposite, polyandry? I'm asking this question because there is a tribe, sorry, not tribe, ethnic group. There's an ethnic group on the shores of Lake Victoria in Uganda. I was there in 1998 or thereabout. They ran into a problem, this HIV problem. Majority of them were dying. So the government of Museveni had to step into the matter. They employed medical officers, sociologists, and what have you, to find out what is happening to them. They were almost wiped out. Then they discovered something. When a man is married to a woman, traditionally the woman is married to the family, not just the man alone. Any man, any member of the family can go into her. And she produces children for the family. That is their tradition. They're not used to monogamy. So because of this, when AIDS, what's it called? When they came in contact with AIDS, HIV virus, it almost wiped the whole of them out of existence. So social workers had to go there to preach to them, convince them to give up the habit of a woman going to bed with more than one man in the same family. Anyway, I don't think, anyway, among the Benis, such a thing is not possible. But I think somewhere in the middle belt, there are some ethnic group that I think they are involved in that practice, or I don't know. Now, if we are saying that a man can marry more than one wife at the same time, those who are Western oriented, talking of equal rights and justice, there's nothing wrong with equal rights. If you are entitled to more than one wife at the same time, the woman should also be given the right to marry more than one husband at the same time. It's all part of equal rights. If not, it will be discriminatory. So what I see here is that cultures varies from place to place. The white man has imposed this culture on people, and nowadays, if you do not behave like the white man, you are not civilized. As I was saying on a program, I think a few days ago, if I speak bad Edo language, it means nothing to most Beninese. But if I speak bad English, they see me as an unintelligent man. So should the Western way of life dictate how we should live our lives? So please, somebody should kindly enlighten me.
Yeah, let me just take this opportunity. I wanted to do this when electricity was here, but I just thought I should leave that for now. But I wanted to let me just play this so that to give context about. I think people have brought up Europeans for a bit. Let me just
please watch your comments. Watch your comments where you're typing, because YouTube is been saying we should respect the community standard. To Niger said, barely 700 years ago, Africans were buying and selling white slaves. About 120 years ago, England were selling wives in the marketplace. Things can quickly change. Why do we think that things will not change again? The world is just a rolling, and anything that happened can still happen again. Okay. I mean, I was just reading that that comment out to us. It's so powerful for us to know that, yeah, if it happened like that, why can't it happen again? You understand? So thank you very much, Niger. And good. Yeah. Elena, I think you still have to repeat that number, and Gerald, your session going. But over to you, Elena. What about that?
Sure. So, going back to your question, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me reflect on what I wanted to say. But Jenny destabilized me a bit. I was enjoying what she was saying. But yes.
Wait. Enjoy this other one. I mean, of course, you guys all are reading the comments. Look at what Anu is saying. We don't even want to buy anyone as slave. So
we just need our freedom. That's it. Point.
But the point, I think for me, the point there was the fact that in England, where I live, just 120 years ago, they were selling wives in marketplaces. And sometimes we attribute some of all these traits of civilization only to them. civilization happened to them too, just as much as it happened to the rest of the world. The clothing that they wear is not theirs, it's not their original clothing. They had to adapt to what urbanization actually means. And regarding the polygamy, to me, I look at these things at from the point of view where what society wants. If you want your population to grow, polygamy is one of the routes, especially if you have a shortage of men. If you want your population to grow, it doesn't have to be polygamy. You just have to make sure that people that are coupled together reproduce and have policies to encourage that. But in the 60s, what people don't understand is that in the 60s, there was a massive debate in the world. People were worried that the population was too much and human beings were not going to be able to sustain it. So most the people that won the argument believe that they need to reduce the population. This is why China signed up to it. The rest of the world signed up to it. Now they discover that suddenly we can grow food anyhow based on technology, and they cannot go back anymore. Most of them now they are stuck. They cannot start increasing the birth rate anymore. And now we want to fall into the same trap that they fell into. I don't think it's a good idea. We have to ask ourselves what we want from of our society. If you decide what you want, then you can shape your policies accordingly. I'm not welded to whether it should be polygamy or polyandry or whatever you want to have it, because the truth is, people are going to do what they are going to do, whether you make it polygamous or not. Because women are going to go out and have women are going to go out and have men in the proportions that they want to have them. From the point of view, from the way I look at it, is that because Africa's population is relatively low compared to its size, at this stage, we need to have policies to increase our population, because population also means power. There is a reason why the rest of the world, like India, that they use as an example, has the same size in terms of population as Africa, but it's 12 times smaller than Africa in terms of size of its landmass. How is it that a people in India are able to have 12 times more children than us here? And some of us are busy arguing that we should retrace our steps and go back. You have been given a gift, and what you are doing is that you are underutilizing it compared to how other people are utilize this in their own gifts. And let me address some of the points Tiger made. Tiger, I think you come across as somebody that is just reading from the script that they want you to read. You are blaming Pan-Africanists for talking about problems. I don't like when people say Pan-Africanists are blaming other people. You know full well that is not what is happening. This idea is a fictitious argument. It's a circular. The truth is, everything is a feedback loop. If you own your house and somebody's coming to burn your house, are you going to say, "Oh, it's my fault. It's only my fault that my house is burnt," but I should not highlight the fact that somebody came and burned the house? And if you highlight it, you are blaming the criminal, the person that came and burnt your house. You still have the right to still highlight a problem. And if somebody's highlighting that problem, don't say they are blaming it. They are saying, I'm telling you now, we have a rogue arsonist that is coming to be burning our house. They are not blaming the arsonist for it. They are alerting you to take responsibility. Instead of you blaming them for calling the arsonist out, you should be taking responsibility and say, we need to do something about the arsonist. That is the idea. And when you do this type of things, it betrays an idea that you want to favor the Europeans over your own people. They are a good people. Make no mistake about it. They take care of their own people. You should be doing the same for your own people. That is all I'm saying. We shouldn't be doing this thing where if our Africans are highlighting a problem, you are telling them that they should not be doing that. They are highlighting a problem. They are not just blaming people. So my take on this the debate in terms of polygamy or not, as you can see, is not based on a rigid thinking. It's about what we want. And if you ask me, I will favor it, because many of the people that are against it, many of them are also for gay marriage. They are also for trans marriage. They are also for all this stuff. But somehow, one of the most ancient form of reproduction and family units, you are saying it should not be allowed. I don't get it. Polygamy has a lot of benefits, like Paul has highlighted. Not to mention the fact that polygamy, one of the things it also does, he also takes into account or reproduces some of the most competent genes in society. If you look at it, the people that are able to practice polygamy are often the best people. the strongest men, the most intelligent men, because generally tend to end up being the most prosperous in society. They are the richest, they are the best looking, and all the rest. You want that gene to procreate. You don't want the one that has all kinds of genetic illness that cannot succeed to compete with at the same level as the one that is well gifted to survive in that environment. Hence why polygamy often works. The ones somebody highlighted something about the polyandry. Polyandry, you in terms of rights, it's fine to go with polyandry, but in terms of practical terms, it's not possible, because half of the time of a woman's pregnancy, she's basically disabled. She can't function properly. How is you supposed to take care of multiple men? Not to mention in terms of catering to their needs, that is not practical. And then we already have issues when we already have with our heterosexual relationship. We already have issues in Nigeria of having paternity issues. Not to mention, if you bring polyandry into it, multiple men sleeping with one woman, every day you are going to be doing genetic tests to find out who is the father of the baby, and that could also cause another set of problems. So there's a lot of things that indicate that if women have multiple partners, it's very
Forefather, sorry to
easy.
interrupt you. Are you noticing the mood in the studio?
I'm not
It's
testing the
like you're
mood.
going on a monologue.
No, no,
It's
no.
like
No, it's a
everybody's.
monologue. It's a
It's
monologue.
like you're on a
I'm fine
monologue.
with the monologue. See, it's not only about people in the studio. I'm putting this one on the record, because sometimes
Okay.
when people talk, when I talk, it's not only about the people in the studio. So that somebody has said this, and somebody may stumble across it tomorrow and learn 18 or two from it. So the way I look at it is that polygamy. Where was I again? You really caught me off there. From the point of view of this. Sorry, where was I? Or you don't know? Or you two are lost? Okay,
On
fine.
polygamy.
No,
You're
no, no.
still on polygamy.
I was talking about polygamy, but I know I was talking about polygamy, but I was on at a specific point. Where was I? What was I?
Paternity. You're talking
Yeah,
about
the female one. So if you want the women to do the same as those of men, it's not practical. If you look at it in terms of day-to-day life and all the rest, if she becomes pregnant, she can't service the various men that she's got, and there's a reason why this is a hardwired already. Something that took millions of years to evolve. You think you can fight against it? There's a reason why most societies are not based on that, because those societies, you know what happens to them? They end up getting wiped out. They end up getting wiped out. That's why they don't exist today. The ones that succeed are the ones you are seeing. And the societies that practice polygamy, generally, almost all the societies that you see today, the ones used to practice polygamy, hence why they are here today. So if you say you want to go back, chances are that you're going to find yourself in a round box. Sooner or later, you're not going to be as competitive as the ones that are practicing polygamy. Generally, people that practice polygamy tend to have more children. And if you tend to have more children and have greater population, you generally go on to inherit this is the environment. It's just the numbers. I can't, it's not something that I made up. If you look at historical records and how human beings are spread around the world, that is what tends to happen. Thank you. I know I've rambled on. I'm not going to talk a lot anymore. I'm going to be timing, and that will be the end of it. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I take you on, if you permit me? Or you want to allow other
No,
people
go
to
ahead.
speak?
No, go ahead if you want to say something.
Okay. You have no
But
data
people
to.
have not spoken. Oh, forefathers. Sorry,
No,
Mr. Tiger and
it's
Cynthia Lozie.
interjection, isn't it?
Some people have not spoken.
Who hasn't spoken?
Oma have not spoken. Chukwa Luta have not spoken. Lokopi have not spoken. It's only fair that we allow them say something at least before we go round again.
Was it Tiger that was that wanted to say something just now?
Yes. Okay. I will allow the other people to speak.
You can, okay. If
I will allow the people to speak.
normally people are allowed to interject. Ngosika, please let me do this. Normally people are allowed to interject, and to be shutting people out like that is not this thing, because other people will get their chance to speak. I'm going to limit the time. Okay. Tiger, please, if you wanted to say something quickly, that's fine, as long as it's not long.
Okay.
Sorry, let me interject. With due respect, Tiger, can we allow Omar to speak? She's joining from Nigeria. She yielded the floor some time ago, so Father, I'm sorry. Just allow. Oma is joining us from Nigeria. She yielded
Did
the
she say? Did
floor.
she say she wanted to speak? Because she wanted to speak, she can interject anytime. No, she
All
She
right,
and
yielded.
okay.
Chukwu Aluka joined from
I yield the
Nigeria.
floor.
They've been indicating to
Sorry about
speak
that. I
since.
apologize.
Did she say she wanted to speak? I didn't know that. Ngozika, did she? Oma, do you want to speak?
She has been here
Yeah, I
earlier.
would
She
like to
yielded.
say
That is what I'm
something.
trying to tell you.
No, I
She
know
and
she has been here,
Chukwu
but I
Aluka
was
joining from
so,
Nigeria.
so you don't understand. I know she has been here. What I didn't know was that she wanted to speak because she
No,
said
no.
she was just watching.
In this case, it's not Forwarder's fault. Was I think she had the floor and she obliged not to speak and now to pass on. So, if she wants to speak now and she didn't indicate, it's
She's
not
free to
Forwarder's
speak if
fault.
she wants to
And
speak.
then she wants
Because
to speak it.
she
It
owns the
wasn't Forwarder's
floor.
making. Because
Exactly.
if it had got to my turn, I would have asked her like, why are you not saying anything? You're just in the dark, showing your face like that. Say something, whatever it is. Like probably she's shy because when she was speaking, Ngosika was laughing like, hey, today they don't catch you today. But I talk now, see the make one for background. So that's I know you're laughing still. So speak now. Or if you want to talk. That your mouth will they make for background. Today we'll catch you today. Talk am.
What is she normally in the chat? I don't know. I've not seen that name on the chat at all.
No. I
No,
know
this is my
she must be
first time
talking.
here.
Okay,
Yeah, this is
welcome,
my first
welcome,
time here. Thank
welcome.
you.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Take your time. Take as long as you want.
Okay, so this conversation is very how do I say it? I really don't want to take too long.
It's
But
like,
all I
okay.
want to say is all I want to say is I'm not against polygamy. My own is just simple and straight to the point. I'm not against polygamy. If there is going to be polygamy, then there should be polyandry. If there's that's just point blank period. I'm not going to say I'm not going to say anything like maybe it doesn't work like that or I don't just have the strength. If there's going to be polygamy, then there should be
Yeah, that's so funny.
polyandry. And if we had a commitment and you did not promise me polygamy, the minute you say, babe, I want to I am gone. I won't even allow you to finish the sentence. So this whole I just don't like talking about this kind of thing because me I know the kind of person I am. Because I'm not going to be able to I can't deal. I cannot deal. Before I wound somebody's soul. So
Oma,
as
let
long
me
as
put a word in your mouth. Don't you think women practice polyandry in a sense that in terms of why they are dating, they date three men, but when they got married, that's when they reduce to one man. And sometimes when
that's
you
why
see
it's
men talk
called
Paul
about
has
wait.
started
polygamy,
again
don't you
now.
think
Paul has
it's the
started again.
shortage
Eh?
of men and the excess of women that brought polygamy?
But that's why it's called dating though. Because you're not dating only me. You're dating other people as well. So for you to say you want to marry me, it means you've looked around all the women and you found out that oh this woman is the one I want. Finish. And that's also what I said. I looked at all the men around. I was like, this is the man I want to marry you. But that's the reason why people date slash court. You don't date to have just one person in your life. Dating means getting to know multiple people at the same time. That's what dating is.
No, but
So
people date
you
for
don't have
brilliance and people
polyandry.
date for beauty. People date for smart and also date for beauty for many purposes. What
I
about that?
date, I
And date
date,
when you
I
want to
date
marry
for
family, maybe family with name. You understand and every other thing. So many
But who,
purposes.
but who wants to suffer in this life?
Paul, take
Let's
it
just
easy
be
now.
honest.
It's our first time. Eh? Take it easy.
No, no, no. I'm answering him. I'm answering him. But who wants to suffer in this life? If they tell you now, if someone should bring Dangote's son to me now, I will marry him because I don't want to suffer. You see how Nigeria is. I don't want to suffer, and I won't blame any man for wanting to marry Dangote's daughter because it's just normal. But then with that, love can grow. You can learn to respect the person because marriage is not something to be played with. That's why I'm like, if you have made that commitment with me and you're like, I'm going to marry only one wife, and then along the line you want to marry the second wife, okay, I'm divorcing you. Marriage is not a do or die affair. I'm leaving. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to say.
I think I don't. I'm
Or
not well.
marry three
I
wives.
think
Marry three husbands.
is anybody against polyandry? Because it's a it's a competition for the best family structure now. Generally, they tend to lose out to the other way around. I think polygyny is what is actually called the male one. We tend to call it polygamy, but both are polygamy. But it's actually polygyny for the male one, and
Can I say something,
polyandry is
please?
the female one. Yeah. Is it your turn? Before I go and commit
Yeah.
an offense.
Yeah, it's his turn. It's his turn.
Okay. Chuk, Chukwa,
Chukwu
Chukwa Luka. Yeah.
Chukwaluka. That's for
Yeah, man.
father. Come on, man. Don't stop disgracing me. Chukwaluka. Disgracing me, my friend.
Look, I'm trying. I'm trying.
No, try better.
Chukwa Luka. Yeah, it's just I need to say it once to catch it.
Exactly.
Forefathers,
Chukwaluka
it is
Chiama.
Chuku Aloka. Chuku
Aluka.
Okay,
Aloka.
Chukwa Luka. Okay, Chukwa.
Chukwaluka.
Yeah, God
Chiama.
has done well, isn't it, or something like that, isn't it? God has done
Yeah,
a lot. You
yeah,
see, I
yeah.
catch it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi everyone.
Mm.
It's a pleasure being here, and I've enjoyed the conversation so far. So I wanted to call out some of the points that we've made because I think it's important that when we make statements, these statements are backed by facts, and then we don't just say things because there are things that people commonly say, right? So when we say that one of the arguments for polygamy is that there are more women than men, that's the point I'm going to challenge, and I can share appropriate links in the chat, right? In Nigeria today, there are more men in Nigeria than women. So, like what Mr. Paul was saying, that former President Obasanjo told Secretary John Kerry about there being a lot of unmarried women, and so the fact that there are lots of unmarried women is an argument for polygamy. I don't think that's correct, and I think we need to be sincere with ourselves, right? And then if you break down the data, actually, because I have the population breakdown, in every age grade in Nigeria, up till the 60s, there are more men than women. So if you look at marriageable age, let's say between 40, there are actually more men in that age grade than women. So if we have more men than women, why are we saying that polygamy is going to take more women off the streets? Is it not the men that we need to take off the streets? Looking at the data, right? So,
What
so
do
I
you want to
don't,
do? You want to marry the women off to women or men off to women? How do you
like
take them off the
my
street?
point is what we're saying, and Forefather, you said you raised a similar point, right? That
Mm,
polygamy takes more women off the streets, but the data shows
mm.
that there are actually more men on the streets than women.
Okay,
There are actually
let me highlight
more,
something you may not
more
have taken into
single ones.
account. Let me highlight something you may not have taken into account. The pressure
Mhm.
for women to marry men that are generally well off versus the men that are not well off. So
But
that
that's not
that cuts
that's
out
not the
a lot
argument.
of I didn't make the argument based on population. I never did. Um
Okay.
so the pressure of women, I think there's a specific name for it, where women prefer men that are well off. So
Mm-hmm.
the men that are not well off generally are not even in the running for reproductive this thing, or for marriage or stuff like that. So that is where that pressure comes from. So it's not only the population. You can have the same population, but in reality, the men that go on to procreate and have most of the children, maybe 60% of the men, 70% of the men, 30% of the men are cut out, and many of them actually die this in earlier in terms of and this in their life expectancy, because of the rough life men tend to live, and generally they don't live as long, even based on health. So if you take that into account, that also accounts for some of the pressure you are seeing.
Right. So, but at the same time, I don't think there's no evidence that it's a fact that men are not well off. There are lots of men who are not well off who are married. So I'm going to
Mm,
challenge the arguments that it's
mm.
because men are not well off. I think what happens in society is that the people who are well off get married to other people who are well off. So the women who are in that class of society, they go for people who are in that same class. That's why you have the
Okay, let me give you
occasional
one simple
marrying become the
example. How
things.
many women are going after the most successful men in society?
My point is that saying that the men who are not well off are out of the race.
No, don't run
I,
away
I
from the
don't
last
think
question.
I'm not running away from your question. I'm saying
How
that you
many
saying
women
that
are going after the most successful men in society? How many do you tend to know?
it's not relevant to the argument. The argument is that you're saying that that men who are not well off are not in the running. I'm saying that's not true. What
No,
happens is that
generally they are not actually.
people in different classes, people marry within their classes. So lower class women marry lower class men. High class women marry high class
True.
men. That's what happens. So the men who are in the lower classes,
Mm.
they get married as well. We all know
What
people who
what you are
don't.
leaving out is the small population. I addressed it to be around 30% of the population or 20 that are not part of the running at all. Those men that don't have a chance in terms of setting up a family.
But again,
You're not
again,
taking that
why
into
don't they?
account.
Yeah. So again, why don't they have a chance at certain people?
Because either they are not well off enough, they don't have enough resources to be able to marry, or even if they do, either they are not, it's not sustained. They are the ones that you see their children outside all the time. Generally, if you look at the pressure at the top, you can see that very clearly. Yes, women are also a lot of men go after women that have, that are successful, but look
Mhm.
at the men that are successful, the concentration of women around them, and how they even have different houses for them in different cities. How do you think that is happening? So that has consequences down this in the class this in divide. So I'm not saying that in terms of population that women are more than men or anything. I don't think it has much to do with that. It's about, I also address the point that if you are successful, generally you tend to be the most intelligent people in society. You tend to be physically strong, physically attractive. Those type of people, generally women want to reproduce with them, and there is some evolutionary advantage to doing that.
Right. So then taking it up from your point again, because what I'm saying is that some of the arguments, some of the reasons we're giving are hypocritical reasons. If
Okay.
taking it up from your argument again,
Mm.
if there are men who are outside of the social strata, so because they are not well off, they don't have wives, then I think the argument should now be for polyandry, right? So then women should then marry more of these men, right? And not the other way around, because we're turning this argument on its head and
Oh
we're
my God,
saying
that's just funny.
we're saying because there are a lot of
But
unmarried
you
women,
don't
men
then you
should
don't
marry
seem to
more.
understand the biology of evolution. The biology of evolution is that women want to breed out the weak ones.
There's
They generally want to breed out the weak men. You don't want to
forefather,
reproduce with the weak men.
forefather, with all due respect, it's not just women who want to breed out weakness. Evolution treats both genders, like
No, no,
evolution does not
you are right
discriminate.
there. But I'm
So
saying that
yeah,
you are saying
so
that we should go to polyandry as the solution. But
I'm
the women
saying
generally
that
don't want to do that.
no, no, you don't understand my argument. I'm saying that if we follow the arguments that
Mm.
we've been raising here, then it should logically lead to polyandry. And I'm saying that the reasons we're giving don't support polygamy, right? We're saying that there are
Hold on,
lots of
hold
unmarried
on.
women.
If it
So
leads to
because there are lots of unmarried
let's
women,
run down the polyandry route you're talking about. Say the woman gets pregnant, she's married to 4 men. How do you negotiate that?
Again, yeah, I was coming to that, and thank you very much for raising that
Mm.
fact. Now, anybody who is familiar with Igbo culture, and I mean Igbo culture before colonialism, before the coming of the British, not what we have today. Anybody who is familiar with Igbo culture will know that this thing about what was that thing you mentioned again? Sorry, I think I have it
I think you
somewhere
said are
here.
you polyandry
about
or
about testing like when a child is giving birth, to paternity testing, right? Anybody
Mhm.
who's familiar with Igbo culture will know that Igbo people in particular don't do that thing. So any child, once the bride price of a woman is paid, any child that woman gives birth to belongs to her husband. Nobody. So that's why when if a
Yeah,
woman has
no, you
given,
didn't. Okay, you're missing the
hold
point
on,
of the
hold
question.
on,
The
hold on,
question was
hold on.
no, I'm just
Hold on. I'm
because you're
getting
going
to
the
your
wrong
question. Your
direction.
question was, hold on. Your question was, if one woman, if she has 4 men, then when the child is giving birth to, who does the child belong
I
to?
didn't say
Right?
bet. I say when she gets pregnant. You should listen to the
When she get
question. When she
fine,
gets
fine.
pregnant, the practicality of having taking care of 4 men.
The practicality of the woman taking care of 4 men.
Yes,
Why should the woman be taking care of the men? Why are they not capable of taking care of themselves?
they can take care of themselves, but
Yeah, then
I'm
they
talking
go ahead and
about
take.
in terms of this in marital this in duties and bedroom stuff.
But again, bedroom stuff. Pregnancy does not stop a woman from doing bedroom stuff, does it?
No, it
They're
doesn't.
only
No, it's
exactly.
actually true. I think you are right on that point that it
Yeah.
doesn't. But as
Uh-huh.
a solution, reproduction plummets.
How does reproduction plummet?
4 men giving birth to 1 child. Tell me again how
4 men
that
giving.
grows. What do you think will happen at the other end of the fence with that are
Yeah,
practicing polygamy?
right. So again, I think you need to understand my point, right?
Okay,
What
hold
I'm
on.
saying.
Let me add something context to what I was
Go
saying
ahead.
earlier on.
Yeah, go
But
ahead.
he
If
has
4
to
men,
finish first now. He's still making his point.
no,
He's still making his
it's a two-way
point.
street. It's a two-way street. I know you like his
It's all
point, but
right.
it's
Let me
okay.
say. Let me hear
He
this.
can hold his own. So,
Yeah.
Godfather, you said your one. Let him speak, please. Let him
Oma,
speak.
you see,
Say your one.
you
welcome
see
to our
that
show. Yeah? Oma, welcome
they
to our
don't
show.
want me
Welcome
to
to
give
our
him, they
show.
don't want me to give him any point. Say, don't
Thank
protect
you.
him.
No,
I'm glad to
He
be
Welcome
can
to
here.
our
hold his
show.
own. He can hold his own. Let's get to the bottom of the matter.
go
Because
ahead. Go
he
ahead.
is saying that polygamy is a solution. His
That's not
solution
what I'm
is
saying. You don't
no.
understand my point.
Polyandry is a
That's what I'm
solution.
saying. Hold
Okay,
on.
can I get a statement out before you say something? Because I've let you make your own point.
Forefather,
You
you
are
You've
said
saying,
your
not been
one. Let
able
him
to
speak.
let him make his own point.
wow,
You've
Hold on.
not
oh
been
my
able
God.
to.
No,
You've
he is
not
let
been
me
able to
speak.
This is
make
what
a point.
Hold on now. Why are you people so jumpy? Jesus Christ.
you are misrepresenting what
Let me
I'm
handle
saying.
him. Let me deal with him. If he's
Hold
gonna
on.
get a point here, we are gonna hear it, isn't it? I'm not gonna shut
Godfather,
him
you
up.
spoken. Let him speak. No more. Let him
Okay,
speak, please.
you are now
You are
disrupting
spoken.
the
Let
show.
him
I'm gonna
speak. He's
okay,
making his.
go backstage. You see, this kind of attitude that is not good. We have to be able to exchange ideas. If he says his own, I say my own, and we get somewhere. Is that not what has been happening earlier on?
I am saying
Okay,
that
But the
you
thing
don't
is, you're
understand.
not
it's
allowing
my
him to say
turn.
his.
Forefathers, now you be moderator.
But he's already said his own just now. I wanted to respond to the point that I was making. I want to expatiate on it. That if he's advocating
And
now you see that he's coming again. He's not going to let me talk.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you don't understand my point.
What kind of bully? You are being the bully and you're calling me the bully. You are not letting me talk.
Jesus Christ.
That is
Nobody is
weird.
bullying you. I'm saying that
Then
you
let me
don't
finish
understand.
my point.
Okay, it's all right. Go ahead.
Okay. It's just 30 seconds. It's not even going to be that long.
Right,
If
go
you are
ahead.
advocating that polyandry is the way forward, 4 men having 1 child versus 1 man having maybe up to, during that same period, having up to 6, 7 children, you are saying that is a society that you want to compete with. You're not going to win that this race. The side that's going to win the race is the one that produces more human beings. That is the point I wanted to make. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Again, I said you're
It's
misrepresenting my
weird.
point. Hold on. You're misrepresenting. I didn't say that polyandry is the solution. And I'll get to your question anyway, because I think it doesn't have such a difficult answer. I didn't say that polyandry is the solution. I said if we follow the points that we're making logically, it will point to polyandry and not polygamy. Therefore, the arguments are hypocritical. That's what I'm saying. I'm not advocating for polyandry, but I'm
Why
saying
does
that
it
when you use
point to polyandry anyway?
and I'll explain. I'll explain now. First of all, the point was that polygamy takes more women off the streets, and I said, but looking at the data, there are actually more men on the streets than women.
I
So,
never said that.
but Mr. Paul said it. Mr.
Then
Paul said
okay,
that.
then maybe you should respond to Mr. Paul
Okay,
because
wait,
I
wait,
was
wait,
not
wait, wait, wait.
responding to
my point
you.
was
I
about
was making
population.
Where did that data come from?
I don't know.
Where
Maybe
did
you should
that
respond
data
to
come
Mr. Paul
from?
because I never said that. I
But I
said,
wasn't responding to you. I was just making a general point. It was my turn to
I
speak. I was
said
making a
that.
general point. I
yeah,
wasn't
he's the one that said
attacking
that.
you.
Mr. Paul, you tell me
You
where
were
that data
not
come from.
attacking me.
You
I
tell
was
me.
addressing my own point. My point was based on population and the
Okay.
ones that generally what you want from your society. So go ahead, please.
Okay. All right.
Mhm.
Thank you. So again, so my point was if you follow population, if you follow the point about like more women being on the streets, so polygamy is the solution, then it doesn't make sense. Is there actually more men on the street? So if you follow that point logically, where it leads to is polyandry and not polygamy. Now to the point of like if in a society that practices polyandry, 4 men being attached to 1 woman having less population, again, if we've learned anything from the modern world, it's the fact that population is not the only dynamic that leads to economic growth, right? Because right now, the biggest economy in the world is not the biggest. The United States does not have the largest population, and they've not had it for a long time, right? So, as much as China has been able to leverage her population, right, but it still does not mean that population does not automatically equal strength and growth, right? Africa has been larger. So you made the point about India having a larger population than Africa. And that's a fair point. But also look at Europe. What's the population of Europe and what's the population of Africa? So the fact that although we have a larger population than Europe, and although we have a larger population than North America, it has not translated to economic growth or military strength or any of those things. So population is one factor in the mix. It's not the only factor. So we
Of
cannot just
course.
say, okay, that
Nobody
because
says it was a factor. I just said
right,
it does matter.
it matters, but then it's entirely possible that a society that practices polyandry will do better than a society that practices polygamy.
Oh, is that why you don't see them around?
And for
is that
example,
why you don't see so many of them around?
right, but even for polygamy, how many of those societies are there? Because cultures evolve, right? The West came in with monogamy, and they've practically pushed polygamy away from most places in Africa, right? So the fact that polyandry is not here does not automatically point to the fact that that somehow those societies lost out. It's simply that the West came with monogamy, and monogamy is leading the way.
You see, I think you're a very smart guy, and but your conclusion is completely wrong. And this is why in life you have to actually look at what is in the world. If you pretend as if you don't see society for what it truly is, there is a reason why polyandry is not all over the place. All societies that you see surviving till today is due to polygamy, not the other way around. So polygyny, let's put it that way. That's the key word. So if you are smart, you want to disconnect yourself from just the document that you are reading all over the place and look at the world for what it truly is. And I will tell you this: if you do that, probably we'll be 100% in agreement here. I don't have any. I'm not welded to whether it's polyandry or the other stuff. We know population matters. If you have one, let's say you don't have technology. We know the reason why Europe dominated Africa was due to this technology by and large, and obviously the ability to assess threats and all the rest of it. That said, to reduce the effect of their technology, population can cancel that out. While you have the ability to create population without the ability to create technology fast enough, you do the one you can do first. That is what the Chinese did. That is what the Indians did. And that is how they emerged this thing today. You can't have a continent as large as Africa having 12 times less population than this thing in terms of landmass than this in India if you put them in terms of their landmass. So that is the argument I was making. And if you are making argument that polyandry is going to compete with polygamy or polygyny, then that is not a valid argument because the results in the world doesn't show that. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
I think it's Loco's turn now.
Everybody,
It's
Mr. James, I'm sorry, you go next. Let Omar say something because she's a special guest.
Oma. Thank you.
Omar.
I want to reiterate that Chukwuka did not say that polyandry is the way forward. He is just merely stating the hypocrisy in the argument. He did not say polygamy is good. He did not say polyandry is good. That is just what he's saying. He did not say polygamy is good. He did not say polyandry is good. I don't know. Maybe you people are expecting someone to just agree with you, like follow your train of thought verbatim. But sorry, some people actually think otherwise than you guys. So that's all I wanted to say.
Well, of course, you see, for me, I would rather look at the world for what it truly is. He's a very, very clever person. He came with numbers and all the rest of it. I like people that come with numbers. I probably need to confirm some of the numbers he used. I didn't want to start being petty and ask him for specific statistics. But his conclusions is where he deviated a little bit. Mr. James, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I will not speak much. We should be very careful when we are working with statistical figures from Nigeria. We should be very, very careful because since independence till now, we've not conducted any reasonable census. I work with meteorological data from different African countries. What they churn out at the Meteorological Office at Oshodi is laughable. So we should be very careful. So I have traces of doubt in my mind if the population of men is more than women in Nigeria. I'm a little bit skeptical. If the information was generated within Nigeria, we need to examine it vigorously. Then the other point I want to make is the products of what we call polygamous relation in Uganda belong to the family. So they are not worried about who is the father or who is the mother. The fact is, the child is born into the family. The child is a member of the family. Any male member of the family who seniors the child is a father to the child. So if, for example, all the men in the family is regarded as a father to the child, but the mother is well known. So that is how it is in polyandrous societies. They don't see anything wrong with it. They even see us as very abnormal people, not practicing polyandry. Yeah, I hope you get me. Yeah. They see us as very, very abnormal. And we too see them to be very abnormal. It's a system we are practicing here that we are used to. I'm not saying that polyandry is good or bad. It depends on the society we are brought up, the environment, the culture, colonialism. There are a lot of factors that determines what or how we should live. That's the point I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is next on the line? I think is that sorry, the guy in the darkness. Let's see. You know, I had to take you out because you wouldn't let me talk, Peter. Yeah, are you? Is it the first time you are here? Clearly, you are not. It's not the first time because you were
Not the
just.
first time.
Don't wonder
Not
you
the
were
first
just
time.
having the
I was hearing both of you like that.
Wait first. See,
I didn't hear him.
say you just see I'm say now you be really bad moderator.
Did I say I was a good moderator? I see. I prefer to be as a panelist than a moderator. I'm moderating.
No, but then okay, then wait now.
Truth be told, you are not a moderator. And if you don't want to be a moderator, then let all of us conversate.
Exactly.
As a moderator, it is your place to ask questions. Truth be told. But if you don't want to be a moderator, it's not a problem.
Can I say my one now?
You are wicked, man. You are wicked.
No,
see,
joke apart.
Hold on.
I think every time.
Okay, let me just say, okay, go
I'm
ahead.
watching you. I was expecting you to like, okay, you look the screen. Oh, okay, you go
Right. Can I say something?
Okay. So I was like, okay, it's go clockwise. Okay, you say okay, maybe after Chukwu
Is it me or somebody else?
Who's the next guy?
No, he just wanted to say something.
How you take jump the screen past me, say make Peter talk, I don't understand the logic behind it.
Oh no.
Okay, so look at say your own now.
You're still fathers. You see why this is a very, very bad moderator.
You're not gonna let me every day you come here to give me a hard time. See, no. I did ask who is next to. He was there quiet.
What do you see? What do you see for screen? Wait, what do you see for screen? What do you see for screen? What do you see for screen?
You see my trouble? I don't know now. I just came in. I don't know.
Look, I'm not gonna jump you. You go say your own before I say my own.
I did ask who was next. Now tell me who is there before I start having a
go. Yeah, look, say your
own. Forefathers, maybe you should allow the panelists dug it out. I've been here about an hour and a half.
Okay, so
and I keep telling
is it local now? Me.
Let the panelists dug it out. Then you can be able to at least surmise at some point. Otherwise, you are debating. You are debating with the panelists, or you are debating yourself.
Oh yeah, I just joined. I just need to get warmed up, so that's why I'm debating.
No, you've been warming up for the last 1 hour plus.
Is it 1 hour? I've been here 1 hour.
It don't pass like that. I don't.
I'm sorry if it's 1 hour. Me and this guy talk just now. It's 1 hour. I'm surprised. Okay, that's fine. I will pull back for a bit, for a while actually. Loco, please go ahead.
For a long while, please. For a long while, please.
No, stop it. If you say nonsense, me and you go start now. Yesterday, he tried to hit me twice.
Before I go hit you, I go nod you.
Go ahead, Loco.
In my own case, anyway, first of all, happy Sunday to everybody and some behind front or whatever. Like, I hope you're all doing well anyway. And in Nigeria, Okay, you don't have light. Okay, not do. Sorry, it's what you voted in. Oma, thank you for coming. But
We
for
did
me,
not vote him, we are there.
okay, sorry, no
We did
face.
not
Okay,
vote him.
slip of tongue. Okay, so for me, what I want to say, I know some people will come from me. Look, it's a man's word, right? I don't care what everybody says, civilization or whatever. It's a man's word. You get, but that doesn't mean men should treat women like garbage. You understand? Because they have siblings who are women still. You understand? There's the idea that these Western people are sort of preaching like, hey, equality, 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 equality. We are not equal, but that doesn't mean women are our slaves or they are like less human of us. We are not equal women. You understand? Like I said, it's a man's word. But some people are like they say, if you want to give a dog a bad name, and if you want to kill a dog, you first of all give it a bad name. You understand? Polygamy or monogamy is a thing. It's just like you waking up and decide to have your bath or not have your bath. It's your thing, it's your prerogative. You understand? It's just like you waking up decide to have 3 square meal or 1 square meal or whatever. It's just like you waking up to decide to like you want to greet somebody good morning or not, or walk past the person. It's a thing, you understand? It's your choice. Nobody will like, hey, it's a bad thing or it's a good thing. It's just a thing of its own. It's just existing. You understand? But because people from the West want to give it a bad name because it's their culture, the culture that they don't understand, or sort of a culture that they want to introduce to another culture to conquer them, so to speak. You understand? Like religion, they introduce religion to us to conquer us. They're also trying to introduce like their type of culture to also conquer us. You understand? Something like that, if I'm correct. So that's what it's all about. You understand? So it's something that they brought to we, you understand, to like, disorientate us and maybe want us to argue with ourselves, like what is happening in America right now. They'll tell you they are emasculating the men or they're trying to feminize the men in America. You understand? So that's to tell you this is a thing that has been going on for God knows how long. Maybe they've tried it with Africa or they tried it with themselves and it's working. You understand? Now you can see what's happening right now. We know this thing of LGBT, same-sex marriage. Bible talked about it and it has been happening Sodom and Gomorrah, whatever. But now it's happening in America right now. And America, Canada, and whatever country is trying to impose it forcefully on every other person, which is not supposed to be. So, but like saying polygamy is bad or is good or is a thing. You understand? Even in monogamy, one on one, we'll see one man, one wife, and the end of what happens, the wife end up killing the husband, or the husband end up killing the wife. You understand? Either way. So will you say because of that happened, okay, meaning monogamy is not good anymore? So if polygamy is bringing something bad, it's not the name that is bad. It's the actors, you understand, inside it that are not mature enough to handle what they're supposed to handle that made it blow out of proportion. We have seen polygamy that are good, but nobody talks about it because black people are not understand what they do us. It's only the bad thing that we like to blow out of proportion. Is this and that, is this and that. But the good thing is we don't really celebrate it and put it out there like, oh, this is an example of something. You understand? We should also celebrate it, but it's only the bad things in polygamy that we say, hey, now so the first wife can't poison the second wife picking, or now so the second wife can't kill the first wife first son because of inheritance. These are just wicked people who just want to be wicked. It has nothing to do with polygamy. Polygamy is just a thing on its own. We have polygamous family who are successful, who are doing well, and there's no quarrel because I've experienced one because I had it in my street when I was growing up. You get my point? So we shouldn't come and say polygamy is when a family that is practicing a kind of marriage is bad, call the family out. Leave the name alone. The name is just a thing. Like I said, when you want to give a dog kill a dog, you first of all give it a bad name. So just like religion, the type of religion we were practicing in Africa, we were okay with it. It was okay until these people came and they demonized it for us, and we believe them that our ancestors are bad people, they are witches and wizards. We should run from them and bind them and embrace this other culture or this kind of religion. So they play on our intelligence all the time, and because most of the time we don't think for ourselves, we tend to go with them because we see it on television every time because they own the media, they own the novels, they own the media, they own everything. So they put it on our face, and subconsciously they're trying to like reorientate what we've known or what we are supposed to be used to, and we tend to like fall towards what they want us to believe, and we come here all the time and argue. No, You understand? The act, the work, the act, or whatever the act, the practice is not bad. It's the actors, the players in the act that are doing something that is wrong. You understand? So we should not say because monoandry, polyandry, or whatever that. That's bullshit. It's the people, when somebody is doing something wrong, call them out. Then to Ungozika, I hope you listen to me. Yeah, when you're saying that from the beginning they never had discussion with you, sometimes in beginning of the relationship, right, it might not be what they foresee. It's just like people divorce. You understand? In the beginning they didn't husband and wife didn't tell themselves that they were going to divorce in 5 years, 20 years, 10, 30 years time. You understand? So in beginning of discussing polygamy at the beginning of a relationship or beginning of marriage is no, it doesn't exist. You understand? It may happen during the course of the marriage, just like divorce will happen during the course of marriage. You understand? As they travel through the journey of marriage, anything can happen. You understand? But like I said, it still depends on the maturity of the players in the marriage that will determine how successful the monogamy marriage or the polygamous marriage will work. You get my point? So that's just what I want to say.
Thank you. Listen, Loco. I think it's Peter now. Yeah, you wanted to say something, and you can also let us know what you disagree with what I was saying that you were so passionate about.
No, I didn't disagree with you in anything. I just want the young man to finish his own part so that other people can speak. Because, like Uncle Ibo actually said, you stay longer than we expect. I know you were trying to put points across. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. For me, I want to take us away a little bit from where we are. I want to go to the animal world. In the animal world, some animal they wrestle where they fight, the strongest man take over the women. They go to fight, you know. So what am I trying to say is that the strong men take over the women. Forget about the money, who is rich or not. If you are rich, you cannot handle the women. The women go to the best men that can handle them. They're not looking for money. Everybody needs. There's one enjoyment God gave to us. It's sexual activity.
You did there.
Nothing takes that away from us. And when you are sexually active, you look for it anyway. Even when your wife is active, you must go out there. But if you are not active, you don't bother. It's not because of money. It's just you are active. When you are active, you are happy. When you're a strong man, you want woman. You don't care how your wife treats you, what she do, whatever. But when you are active, you are just happy. Like if you look at the way of population as well as everybody be talking about. Yes, if I look at this way, the Muslims, if I put it this way, they practice polygamy very effectively, right? And they build the biggest population today in this world that nobody can compete. Like we that practice voodoo and all of that before, want to stick with one man, one wife, right? We are losing it. We are losing our population heavily. So we cannot bow to one man, one woman. I'm not in support of that. I have not married two women, though I have many children, but still we need to grow our population. Every man should wake up. If you don't marry, just produce them. Let them be there, please. So that these children will come with this technology that is in this world, our children will come and enjoy it. And strong men,
Davido, is that
come
you? Is
on,
that
fight,
Davido?
do something. Look at Davido, and it's not money. Some people have money. Another man have to do it for them. Their wife will go and rent some hotels everywhere. That is money thing. And that could tell how many women has it got. You can't reach everybody. You give some money to some of them. Those women will go and rent somebody who will do the job. Money don't do anything. It just give you fame and respect. But job have to be done. As a rule. It's not done by money. It's done by mind. You know. So when the woman will come and tell us, "Hey, you can't marry that," when you let them know you are a man, let her be. Look, big Clayton. He was playing as Azaroom. When they told the wife just like she didn't hear. You know, that is a strong man. You know, so that is what I want to say in this aspect. I will not say too much at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is the Igbo Basics? I'm sure you are next. Thank you for coming in. And what do you think about polygamy and what it is? What does it mean to our society? Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing, or is something we should do away with?
Carry this topic come out today. I expected that many more women would have been participating. We put it this way: one man's meat is another man's poison. If a deer that runs on the ground go follow monkey where they swing from tree to tree, that is what my people say. We are missing obia. If an animal that runs on the ground follow the one where they swing from tree to tree, go begin their attempt them, will break his head in a tree called obia. From time, these things we are discussing has been existing all the way from man, woman, but what has already been in practice has been Adam and Eve, according to what they told us from the beginning. Let me put it this way. Whether you call it polygamy, monogamy, polyandry, LGBT, name whatever you want to name it, has been a part of society and will continue to be a part of society after we are here and gone. I'll go by examples of those who have come before us, like forefathers. My father, let me start from there, married my mother, and later on married another woman. That woman did not last, brought its own wahala. My mom remained until her last days on earth. Maybe because my dad died in 1959, way back when I was just about 4 or thereabout, 5 years old, thereabout. So mom became everything for all of us. A strong woman she was. Along the way, I noticed I had an uncle. My uncle married 3 wives. He had 24 children. All of them successful. The man believed in education. He made sure that every one of them went to school. And as a matter of fact, it was one of the reasons why I went to school. He insisted that I must go to school. What am I trying to infer here is that I started by saying that one man's meat is another man's poison. We were practicing our religion when Oyibo man carrying his own come. He said I own better. And we have even outdone the Oyibo man in religion now. We have outdone them. They come tell us, say, you have to marry one wife only. Our practices are evil ways. And we are trying to outdo them. What am I saying is that cultures are different. And we should remain with our culture the way we found it to the best of our ability, in as much as the world evolves. You go as far as you can, you leave the rest for the future. In Igbo culture, I wish I was on base. I would have just pulled out an article we wrote on polygamy and discussed exactly that article and say no more. For many years of publishing, we would have those things on digital form. If you talk about marriages, so in Igbo tradition, we've covered it. If you talk about polygamy, we've covered it. One thing that kept the society sane was the fact that the premarital arrangements, before you go marry, you go investigate. Your people go investigate to see whether the place where they go marry, whether they kill, whether they are thieves, whether they are bad people of any kind, whether they suffer one disease or the other. All those things will be found out. And when those things are found out, if it's a go, you'll be given an okay, you go ahead and marry. And things were working out just fine. Just don't get up and say to go marry woman. But today, things have changed so much that to defend the original culture is a slap in the face that every day everybody is coming up with their own idea. A friend of mine even said to me that he is practicing an open marriage. I said, what do you mean an open marriage? He said the woman can go and do whatever she wants to do as long as she stays safe. And I can go and do. I say, I wonder how that's going to work. So to Ngozika's point, as far as marrying or polygamy is concerned, it's not something that people agree that, oh, I'm going to go ahead and marry another woman by the time they start. Things evolve. And Loco pretty much addressed some of the things that I wanted to address. But I wanted to just bring it on the table. The mere fact that while in Rome, do as the Romans do. Why is it so in America that people, you don't shoot them? They say, carry a wife, they drag him out of the street, you don't kill him. Each and every, all this emotional stuff, jealousy, everything. Forget about the monetary aspect of it, because some of you have addressed that issue. There are somebody even said here, a lady said that she will go after the rich man. Go after the rich man and you'll be the most miserable in your riches. And you call that marriage, and you live less in your life. So there is no subject that we are discussing here today that has not been discussed before. And it's not the solution where you're saying, talking about what is the solution to it. You go dead there. You are the king. Carry man come say, now this one why I go marry you. That is where things begin, because you don't even know. Oh, you don't go marry for court. So your prayer should be that the traditional way of we trying to marry in our own culture should even be practiced in America. If you tell me you are trying to marry Joe Jose or whoever you're trying to marry, I'll do my best to investigate that family. Because if you think it's a joke, all this crossbreeding, it causes trouble. Like somebody talked about the community almost, I think it was James, talked about the community almost got wiped out as a result of what they were practicing. So my uncle who married 3 wives, his children, engineers, doctors, lawyers, none of them has married more than 1, because we are living in a different era. But those things serve their purpose when they serve their purpose. It's still existing today. It is still existing today. Polygamy will always be there, whether you like it or not. It will always be there. So we're trying to see if we can stamp it out. Sorry, you can't. Man, woman will always be there. If you're trying to stamp it out, sorry, you're not going to be able to. It's been before Adam and Eve. Those things have been taking place. All we need to do is to try to not be somebody for National Assembly say him be power man for Nigeria. He said he married how many wives? He even brought some of them to the National Assembly to come and say, my wives are here. I'm a strong man. If I'm a strong man in my house, I can be a strong legislator. I think some of you saw all those things. But let's be real. Reality dictates that, like I said in the beginning, one man's meat is another man's poison. Do not practice what your parents did not impart on you. I'm 32 years in the business of marriage today. A free spirit is a free spirit. It does not mean you have to sleep all over the place and stuff like that. It doesn't mean that. What it simply means is that peace at home, peace outside. No peace at home. If you like, be the richest man. Now, money where you go chop. If you don't have peace in your home, you just have more headache than you'll ever think about. So what am I advocating? Very simple. This subject we want to go carry put for table. The big person. The only man why I know say marry four women was a man who is named Chief Zebrodea Okori Gwengwe, alias Fortas.
We ended up there at last.
Forefathers, I think you should limit the time. You should give time. How many people speak so that it can go around.
He's our honorable elder now.
Listen, you can have the floor. I'm telling you that Chief Zebrodea Okori Gwengwe, alias 430, he married 4 women, not the same time. None of the women ever met the other. Okay, none of them. But in real life, he's married to his heartthrob of life. And when you do meet that Omrozwa, his wife, you will realize that as you make your bed, so you will lie on it. In spite of all those things, make una look that comedy, they learn from them. There are so many things, lessons in those things that is out there. Waiting at the talk, they say, make you know do as I do.
Tell us about Clarus and Gregory.
I beg, make you know do as I do, because if you do as I do, you go become animal where they run for ground. You follow monkey, they swing from tree to tree. You go jam obia. That's all I have to submit for today. As far for solution is concerned, forefathers, you have all the answers because you are a forefather, and where they quote statistics here. Statistics, no, they work for inside house. So they work for inside house. What works for you in your household? I have 4 kids plus 1 and a grandchild. Okay. What works for you in this life we are passing through? Live a good life. Be happy within yourself. Make sure that your household is taken care of and they are happy. The legacy you leave behind is a good name. It is a good name. That's the legacy you leave behind. And that's the legacy that my mother, I always talk about my mother, who was such a strong woman until her dying day. She lived to be 100 plus. I hope I can get there. So all this katakata they put for table, I had no deal. The thing where you talk, things say they preach, they teach. ReadableBasics.com, and you'll be able to see our own submissions as far as this is planned.
Thank you, sir. Mr. James, please. I know James has to leave, so that's why, and it's dark in Gambia, so I just thought I should give him a chance to have his input before he leaves. Please go ahead, Mr. James.
James, I'm very much in tune with a lot of the submissions that you've made.
Thank you so much. The only thing, you offend me a little bit. You seem to have forgotten Mrs. Ovuleria.
Okay.
Mrs. Ovuleria is the longest lasting wife. She is 83 years, about more than 83 years old now. Zabi just turned 73. Mrs. Ovuleria, the last time I spoke to her, she was almost in tears when she heard that Zabi was sick at that point in time. So on the screen, people meet, and the magic that they make on the screen that brings joy.
It wasn't about. Okay, sorry.
So Mrs. Mobilaria is there, standing strong.
Okay. Tell her we
be on
said,
the lookout for them.
may she live longer than Methuselah.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you.
And Klaus Sumboji went to.
That's a comment.
Actively out there today.
Thank you.
Okay,
thank you so much for everything.
Yeah, you're
Let
welcome.
me give other people the chance. Thank you so much. I hope to see you tomorrow if you will be online.
I hope to meet you
Mr.
too.
Thank
you. Can I share a screen
are you
about
a Benin
something
man?
relating to
this
this?
is here. Don't move, sir.
Baby, yeah.
Oh, yes, sir. Don't move, sir.
About talk by
He said.
Can I just share a screen so that people can see this?
Show is jealous. Show is jealous.
Yeah, you see this chart here. This is This is what they call hypergamy, whereby because women prefer to go out with men that are very well off. As you can see, the top men here are willing to go down, but the women are always going up. You see that? This is what starves most poorer men out of the, dating pool and marriage pool and all the rest. That's what I was trying to highlight to the young man earlier on. I wish he was here so I can see this. And the population difference he was referring to in terms of more men in Nigeria than women, it turns out that it was 2 million from my calculation, just about 2 million this thing more women than men. If I'm correct, let me confirm. Is it? I'm not even sure it's up to 2 million. Oh, yeah, it's just 2 million. Yeah, it's 2 million. Yeah, just to be sure. So
And
the
for that,
it's
that
not.
statistic is even wrong because in the north, in the core north, you don't count people's wife during
There you go.
census. So I
Uh,
don't know why. Yeah, you don't count people's wife during census, and you
what
know
I
that is where they
used,
marry more wives.
yeah, what I used was a ratio. They said they have this what they call Nigerian demographics. So they did the ratio of men versus women. The number was 1.02. That's more men than women, 1.02 times, which is very, very tiny. And it turns out to be about 2 million. And if you take into account this chart completely does away with all that because clearly women want to go higher up. They don't want to go down at all. And that is the pressure most men feel. And this is why most men die earlier. If you go to the demographics too, it shows that women live up to 63 years, while men are dying at 59 or so. So as you get older, you tend to have even less men in the pool because the men are passing away even more in the pool. That's what puts this pressure to go in the other direction. But it's just I just thought we should add some data to this. Let's see. Who's next? Yeah, KJ, welcome,
You
welcome.
know, it's
Oh,
OC.
you
OC is next.
jumping me?
OC is next. OC.
Yeah, EC KJ, you want to get me into trouble? OC, welcome. Sorry about that. EC,
Wait, stop for that. Wait, oh. You know they see the screen. You know they see the screen.
I
Is
tend
not
to I'm not very. It moves. You see, they move. People come in and go out, come in and go out. So they shuffle all over the place. So
yeah. Okay. This is a topic for my hand, but make I just say my mind too. I mean, I've listened to some of you, the speakers. The person that spoke before the last one talked about the need for us to, make more babies, populate the world so that they can enjoy the AI revolution. I think that was so overly simplistic because I could tell him for free that the problem we have, like in Nigeria, it's not our population. We have an abundance of that. There are population. I was just not too long ago. I was in Costa Rica. They had a population of 7 million, but they have all they want. Their roads are better, electricity is so it's population. Again, population is not the problem, but that's by the way. Now, listening to most of you, I understand we all come from a very paternalistic society where we see things from the prison of men. But I think sometimes we need to sit down and have the kind of empathy that you can say, okay, what if I am the other person? I give you a typical scenario where, starting out, you see this girl, you fall in love. You guys started from nowhere, and then along the line, you all, did your part and built something together. Now prosperous. Of course, usually the man who is in charge of the things, and you guys are in your 50s. All of a sudden, you feel like, this lady doesn't match you again. You want somebody younger, and then you go and grab the other lady, a much younger woman. People say, "Oh, he's the man. There's nothing bad about what he did." But what about if we have to flip that script? Let's say you guys did all those things, go to that position, and then all of a sudden the woman tells you that, oh, I saw there's another guy. I'm in love. I don't want to divorce you, but if you don't mind sharing me with the man, we'll all be good. Are you, in all honesty, are you going to like it? So that's what I'm saying. That when we look at all these things, there was a time that we, like like my great grandfathers, they all married two wives. But that was the time because at the time most people were just into subsistence farming. So the more wives you have, the bigger your band and all those kind of things. Gone are the days, you know. But in all fairness, there is no way, like the scenario I gave you, you now bring in a new wife. What do you think is going to happen? Naturally, you'll be tilting towards the younger one. And what happens to the girl of your youth that you all grew up together? So this is highly, highly biased against women. Now, take that aside. Look at another scenario. I mean, people talk about, one or two instances of successful polygamy, but we've all been that. The fact is that when a man, forget even about, let's even put about wealth aside, let's say that, you have enough money to take care of everybody. But when you start having different women, having different children with them, it's not the same. With my experience, I've seen is that most of the time, there's always going to be, because there's always going to be a pull from this side, a pull from this guy, the guy feeling that, oh, you don't treat my mom well, you treat the other lady well, and all those kind of stuff. So that at some point, many of them will just be praying for you to die so that they can share what you have. Because there is no way you can share love equally between two men. If you tell me that that's possible, you must be lying to yourself. So the bottom line again is population is not our problem. If you say, oh, we have to do it because we want to populate, no, population is not our problem. If you want to be fair, that you'll be okay, you won't be treated the way you are treating others, then it has to be one wife. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry.
Quickly, so OC,
Yeah.
I wanted to say something what you said, right? The one that you said people going out, bringing different women, that is reckless polygamy, right? That is polygamy on the
No,
negative.
I didn't say going to bring. No, I didn't say that. What I
So
said
say having more women. Having more
no.
women.
No. That's not what I said is as you are now. Okay, there's a girl in your secondary school. You guys fell in love, decided to get married. You guys didn't have anything. You started to build, selling things, and all those. All of a sudden, you guys
You build together.
do it yourself. And then
Yeah.
in the middle, 50, then you almost already then you came back and say, oh, this lady,
No.
I want somebody new.
No, that is where it's wrong for the man to go that route to say
When
because
is it
you're
right?
No, hold
when
on
is
now.
it
Hold on.
right?
No, hold on. That's what I'm saying. Like you say, because you're now in 50, you will not be saying no, she's no longer good. You are looking for no. You are not you saying it's no longer good is already a recipe for disaster. You understand? So the church, like I said, it's not a thing that initially that you may want to do. Like I said, one man and one woman, right? They are married. Along their marriage, they were good lovers before, but during the course of their marriage, something happened that both of them did not plan for, and one of them ended up killing each other. You understand? But that doesn't mean monogamy is bad. You get my point? So, in same thing goes with polygamy. You understand? If along the line both of them decide, because like Ngozika was there saying that if they had the discussion or whatever, and she agreed or not agreed or whatever, but if they decide like okay, no problem, and that comes into play,
My
it still
brother,
goes on.
which woman would say, oh boy, it's okay, just bring
Okay,
another woman?
now,
I mean,
okay, bro.
let's be practical with all this.
OC. Now, see, if to say they born you for naught, trust me, you forget so you be Igbo man. If your grandparents live for naught, call naught, and your parents live for naught, and they born you for naught, maybe today you will be called Muslim man. Maybe today you will be imam. You understand? You are just been talking. You dey talk rather than the way you dey wired, as you don't understand how this particular side be. If to say they born you for naught, you would have been a Muslim man because now so you say they wire. Bible say train up a child the way they grow. If they're old, they're not going to depart from them. So now the wire where they wire you as you they grow up, that's you they speak. But I try to say it can go both ways. I'm not condemning any side. You understand? That's why I said one man, one woman can also be toxic. That doesn't mean monogamy na bad thing. You understand? So the same spoon way they feed monogamy, you can feed polygamy. Polygamy can also be successful. It depends on the players in the game. So if the
most
man
polygamies are not. Most
Sorry?
polygamies are not. If we are
Okay, wait. Oh, I
And
like your
most,
word.
and most monogamy, they are not as well. Most monogamies, they are not.
Exactly. So
Monogamous
if one,
marriages are
see,
falling apart. We know that
if
even in
see,
modern
What is
times.
the ratios of divorce when it comes to monogamy and polygamy?
exactly, OCC.
Mm.
If not only one polygamy good, at least one good. If not only one polygamy not good, at least one still good wey show as example. You understand? So that's what I'm saying. It is not the act that is the problem. It is the players in the game that is the problem. So the players that we get to address, not the act or the name or whatever. They just want kill the act. That's why they talk say the name they tag the name bad. You get my point? Monogamy not good, polygamy not good. Monogamy good, polygamy good. Now the players now they determine what will happen. I don't know if you saw what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
I'll just
Man, the
agree.
divorce
I'll
rate
just
in
agree to
sorry.
disagree on this. Yeah.
To be
I
fair,
can just
OC,
take
the
my
divorce rate in the West that I
contribution.
can read here, I can share the data, it seems to be quite horrible, really. They talk about third marriages, 73% of them are getting divorced, 40% of new marriage include a partner which is remarrying. And so that's in terms of this monogamous marriage we're talking about, is completely under attack itself. So I don't know what you make of that.
No,
Sorry.
so let
Can I
me
make
just.
my contribution
I'm not
now?
gonna. I promise I'm not gonna
Can I
take.
make my contribution?
But this
Sorry, can I
is the
speak?
fact. Just 1 minute, and then I can leave it because you guys are asking me a question. Look, the fact that when you drive and you wear a seatbelt, that you can still get accident doesn't mean that the problem is the seatbelt. Okay, so all these things you guys are talking about are confounders. The man who will have a problem in a monogamous relationship will also have the same problem in a polygamous. So that the having problem is not because it's monogamy. Marriage is
But
just,
then you can also flip it on its head and say having problem in polygamy is not the issue, isn't it? Is all of
no,
them
but
have problems.
the
The
concept.
gains is
Bros,
what you
I
should be
ask you
looking at.
guys a question. No, I ask you as you did now, like my brother. If you, after being with your wife for 10, 15 years, the woman the woman now calls you up and say, "Oh, I want to go hook up with another man. I still love you. Just you got to tag along." What would you say? No. Because principle, we got to be honest.
Let me be
Are you
That's
honest
why I
going
with
to
you.
be
told
happy
you
and say, "Hey, yes"?
it's a man's word.
See,
It's a man's word.
if I'm being honest
That is
with
why
you,
I say we are being paternalistic
okay,
because that's how
KJ,
we
let's
talk.
let KJ,
See,
But
let's
that's
it
let
not
doesn't
fair.
mean
KJ
the
on.
women are less of human beings. The women not be less, the women are still great. The women no, the women as humans.
I give up.
Don't see the women as less
Make
people.
another person talk. I beg.
Honorable KJ, go ahead. Go ahead, KJ.
Okay. Thank you guys. I've been following.
But I wish your
I just said,
daughters make their organ marry to two of them and make I see how you go. They're happy. Your
I've
daughters.
been following. And
don't worry, we'll come back to
sorry,
you and
Oga, let me
have
talk
a
now.
more
Okay, you have
robust
given
debate.
up. Let me talk now. Let me talk.
Okay,
Let me talk.
yeah, no problem.
Now, I've been following, and I want to, while you guys were debating, I was trying to gather, some data that probably will help me to put across my point. And I'm going to discuss from 3 points. First of all, I'm going to discuss as a believer. I'm going to discuss from the Bible point. I'm going to discuss from the cultural point, and then I'm going to discuss from the New Age point. The first point I would like to put forward is that, you see, the topic itself, I have a little bit of a problem with it because I didn't want to come in, saying pastors, I don't want to destroy marriages. Totally, cannot be thought about.
That
Maybe
seems to be harsh.
I said maybe you guys want to provoke. Maybe you want to provoke discussion. That's why I put it that way, because sometimes you can write in that way just to provoke people to discuss. Here is what the Bible says, and sometimes we mistake to think that the Bible is against polygamy. It's not, okay? Because if you chose to be, if you had married 3 wives or 4 wives before you became a Christian, and you now became a Christian, and you now decide to divorce 2 of those ones because someone told you that the Bible says you should have 1 wife, what do you think the God of those other 2 women you have divorced with, what do you think the woman would think of the God that has made their husband to divorce them at the age of 50, while they can no longer have anybody to marry them or no livelihood, or just throw them into the street just like that? You think those people will be happy with that God? No. So here is the question, here's the thing, and this is, you know, what people should consider most times. If you decide to marry more than one wife, it then means that you have decided to take into your affairs, the affairs of men, that is of the world, of your wife, of your family. God says in that place, you should not be a bishop in the house of God. That means that forget about holding any other post in the church. You just live with your wife in peace and worship your God the way you have seen it, because you have given yourself to that affairs. Okay, it did not say you should drive them away. It did not say because you have accepted Christ and now you found yourself you're having 3 wives or 4 wives or 5 wives, as the case may be. Okay, they also have accepted Christ, but you have married them. Don't come and say you want to be bishop or pastor. Don't come and say you want to be elder in the things of God. Hold your position. God accepts that way. Serve your God. Be at peace with your family. Now, if that is the case, now the reason why it became a bit difficult was because at the time things were being written, it was written for a particular, set of people and all that. And so as we progress, the laws will keep upgrading. But then he says to, and I'm quoting Christ, he said, marriage is not for everybody. Some people are saying, what if this happen? What if this happen? What if your wife is cheating? No, it has already been put into context. He says it's not for everybody, it's only for those who can bear it. So the Christ himself understands that the things of the family is not going to be easy. He says marriage is not for everybody, except for those who can bear it. There are certain things your wife or your husband can do that you cannot bear. Okay? But if you are going to go into it, so you renew your mind to understand that many challenges are going to come and that you have to bear it. Okay? And that's why sometimes when we're counseling people who want to marry, we say, go and read this portion, go and read this portion. Get your mind ready, because you're going to go through a lot of things. And then you see the mistake we make, especially as young people, we think that marriage, love is a feeling. It's not a feeling, it's a decision. You have decided to love this person, irrespective of whatever the person is going to throw at you. If you don't have that decision made before you get it, and you think maybe she's a figure 8 and all that, it's going to all go away. And you begin to struggle with understanding why you are in this, contraction. Okay, so that is a thing for us to consider. Then, as a person, I just thought about in my community, I was only able to count like 4 persons. Among one of them, my uncle, who married 2 wives. And just like this, or the last speaker said, he married them because one of them married because at that time they were having big farms. It was called Okobu, which means somebody who has a large farm. So in the times of famine, all his wife and children will all head to the farm, and then they will make a lot of farm, and then their harvest is mighty. But that's about 4 of them in a community of about more than 1,000 people. All right. So it is merely insignificant among the Igbos marrying 2 or 3 wives. Okay. But now in the world now, in this present time that we're in, if you allow this generation to drive you, you can even marry a monkey. It doesn't matter, because people are marrying all kinds of things. And in fact, somebody will say, let us even pray that our children will come back with the right kind of people to marry. You understand what I'm trying to say? I don't want to mention the names. Okay. But because now this generation, a lot of things are being projected to be right. Okay, and the open marriage now is become what some people are projecting. Okay, why do you even need to live in a house together with a man? You can just come in and go as you want. That is not the reason for the marriage. When it was first instituted, it was for you and your wife to bond together and be able to make a family, a closed circuit that can help develop the child. Not that where a child, as they are trying to propagate now, that the child is a community child, so it belongs to everybody. Okay? No. So the world itself is canceling out some of the things we know. And we cannot as people, okay, agree to that. Just like somebody quoted, when you train up the child the way it should go, when it grows, he will not depart from it. But if that child lacks that training, what will become of the child when it grows? He has nothing to lay back on. And that's what the society is trying to push to us. It's trying to push that narrative to us. It doesn't even mean that because more people, look, the population of men, if you ask me, are still equal to marry the women that are around. And that if you if you're a lover boy, because me, I married one, I have not even finished with the one before I start thinking of two. But if you are so, you know, and you want to marry like 10, 20 and all that, like fella, you know, it's okay. As long as you're not going to say you want to be bishop tomorrow. Okay, as long as you say you're not going to become a bishop in the church, you know, you're not going to be a leader in the church. Okay, no, God is not going to hold you to go to hell because you're married two or you're married three. No, it is not. It's not true. Anybody who tell that, I'm telling you now that it's not true. It's not part of the reasons why anybody will go to hell. Okay, so if you feel that people are so many and your wife now, you can discuss with her and get her to accept. Look, I'll give you an example of the man in Nigerian National Assembly who came and brought all his wives. Okay, but you see how these people manage to do it is that they marry them and keep them in different homes and separate themselves into different days of the week when they will be in either they will be in New Jersey, in California, in you know, all the cities where they've distributed their wives. And that is how they go through the year. Are you ready for that kind of life? Okay, I don't think I have the capacity to do that because I'm even finding it difficult to handle one, you know, one itinerary. What more when I have to have my clothes everywhere and then, you know, having to run through that circle. That's what I think, and I think that, you know, the times we live in are very dangerous times because some narrative being pushed, if you are not careful, they will lead you straight to destruction. You know, and it sounds it sounds so subtle that before you realize the destruction it's doing, it has gone deep down into the roots, and that's what we should watch out for, especially for the family, which the devil hates so much. He hates so much, you know. And some of you know the roles your families played, and because of your close proximity to your parents, either your mother or your father, to becoming who you are today. You see, let me give you an example. The male child takes his bearing from his father. So once you have a male missing in a family and you have a son in that family, you're already disoriented to a large extent. Because each time your affirmation as a grown-up, a man, I mean a boy, is taken from your father, not your mother. Your mother plays a very good role, but you're being who you are. You see it from your father. He is like an apostle. He shows you the way. This is the way. Okay, your mother will give you all the love. Your mother is like a pastor. He's loving, he's kind, it will protect and all that. No, your father will put you straight. Okay, and those nuggets that you need in the time to come from your father. And so now, but we have more society where you have, you know, this, people who have not decided that they can do it all by themselves. So you marry one today, tomorrow you divorce. Again, the statistic we're looking at in the US, especially the US, and I'm talking especially in the US, is also marred by the practice where people come here and they divorce and marry for, you know, you all know the reason why they do that. I mean, I'm not going to go through into that. So those are also part of the those are also part of the statistics that they're putting forward. Those also, and it keeps increasing yearly. And if you go to register, it shows that they are Christians because those are Christian names that they're always divorcing. So if you go there, you find out that divorce among Christians and especially Pentecostals are very high. Brother, you and I know the reason. So let's not even go into it. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ.
Just a quick one, yes, just a quick one, KJ. Your father is like a god to you. It's like your father is a god to you. Yeah, your father is like a god to you.
You did a good job now. Thank you, KJ. Okija, yeah, what do you think about the debate, you know, divorce and polygamy? You know, what are the benefits and negatives, and what do you think is best for the Nigerian society?
I think, you know, what is every country, you know, they go through, you know, phases. For instance, Japan now, they are suffering from population decline. I mean, they started like over 20 years ago, population decline, because they made industrialization came, and they made decision to, you know, women, you know, they were not having many kids. I think, you know, the ratio is, there was a time they were having like 1.5, I think now it's at 0.75, you know, so their population is declining, and they were not proactive about it. And it's now affecting the labor force. US actually one of the reasons why US started the visa lottery was that, you know, the baby boomers, when they found out that the baby boomers were going to retire and they were going to have, you know, like the system would have a lot of people to cater for in terms of, you know, like because they use the money, people who are working now, to use it to pay people who are retired. So they had to start visa lottery. So when they started visa lottery, they were like, you know, they will have to bring in the best, you know. So that's why, for instance, Nigeria, you must have 5 credit, you know, where before you have skills.
Yeah.
So that's why they bring you, because they know, you know, that you have skills, you know, you can work and make, you know, earn good money, pay towards your own retirement. So they will use it to take care of those people. So, you know, like China, they came with, I mean, there's always a problem when people try to, you know, mess, you know, with the way the way the others are. China, they came with one child policy, and then they skewed the population, you know, in terms of proportion between males and female. And that one happened, and then they've done certain things. They reversed it a couple of years ago. They said, okay, some people in the villages, they, you know, now they can have like 2. So I mean, all these things, you know, like, but I don't know if you know, but does it in Japan? They still get married, but they're not having kids. So I don't think, you know, marriage, you know, is I'm not gonna say that because people have to get married, that's why the population must increase if people get married. But it's just, you know, people make conscious effort, you know, like you know, we want to have kids in our society. It doesn't have to be marriage. But the thing about marriage is, like, you know, it kind of is getting people confused. I don't know the role of marriage in society. People can stay together and raise kids. Someone can adopt a child and raise a child, and the child becomes productive in society. They don't have to get married. But you know, OC, I think what the problem OC is, OC was like, you know, that, you know, fairness. You know, the word is unfair. You know, you know, people that got in the olden days, even in the Bible, people got married for different reasons. Why are you getting married? You know, I mean, is it, you know, because you like to do the bedroom acrobatic? You know, is that why you want to get married? People got married because, you know, like a man will say that, you know, he's weak. You know, he doesn't have defense. You know, he gives his daughter to someone who's stronger, you know, so that the person will protect him. You know, or gives someone who's rich to protect him. Even in kingdoms, you know, like David in the Bible, if you go to the Bible, it happened, or you know, people gave a lot of other kingdoms. They wanted peace. They gave their children to him. So it works for them, you know, like, so why are we getting married? We have to, you know, like, find out why we're getting married. You know, someone made a joke that, you know, God himself didn't marry, his son didn't marry, even Satan himself didn't marry. And then, you know, why are we getting married? You know, so why?
I guess if I'm to guess, the marriage seems to be a protected unit for raising a family. I think someone once said marriage was invented in Africa, was one of the most important inventions for humanity, because it protected the family from intrusion. You see what I mean? That's why when you have a ring, you're kind of protected from other men poaching and causing problems. So it's a way of respecting boundaries, creating boundaries. For I think, so that from
but
to answer the question,
then it was necessary. But right now, I mean, I don't think, you know, people, like, if you are living in US or whatever, that people, even if in Nigeria, people come, you living with a woman, someone will come to your house and take away the woman you are living with, or the man you are living with. So I think, you know, the laws of nations, they have created those boundaries right now. People cannot just go and do whatever they want. But like, you know, but people who are advocating for marriage, you know, saying, you know, bad things about polygamy, and, you know, polygamy is not the problem. The problem, just like so many people have said here, it's just the actors. In the Western world, average person gets married like 3 times before, you know, before the person dies. You know? Yeah, 3 times. So why, you know, like, and then you come out, first of all, they start with love, and they profess buy all those expensive,
and they still break it up again.
Say more, and then all of a sudden, you know, like 2 months, 3 years, 4 years, you know, they're divorced. You know, so I think, you know, there are a set of issues. I don't know how to, you know, how to explain it, but there are so many issues people happening right now. People are getting more. I'm gonna say that people are getting more selfish, you know, self-centered. So I mean, like KJ, you know, like buttressing what you're saying in the Bible, you know, like, if you want to get, if you read 1 Corinthians 13, talking about love. So the way it, you know, talks about love, you know, love endures, you know, love, you know, all those things. So if you really want to get married, you say you love, you know, and if you love the way it is in the First Corinthians, that means you're married, because people go into expecting something, like transactional relationship. That's what we have right now. People go in and I'm expecting something, and when the person is not getting that thing, somebody's gonna feel defeated. But just like people have to come out. Right now in US, I've seen people like in a few moments, they are living comfort, they are living happy. A lot of them, they have interviewed, they're happy, the way it works for them. But some people who are in a monogamous relationship, it's not working out for them.
Yeah.
So it has to do, if something that works for you, it works for you. That's the way I see it. And the other guy that was saying something about statistics, I don't, he just looked at the numbers, but he didn't
it's not his fault. It's not his fault. Yeah,
Messi. He didn't look deep into it. For
Mm.
instance, let's say Kanu. If you have about 4 million guys and 5 million women, in average, about that 4 million guys will take 3 wives. Who are they gonna get the rest?
And still, there are more women than men. There are more men than
where are they
women,
gonna get the rest?
and every one of them marry multiple wives.
I don't
understand where that's coming from.
Yeah, the guys need 12 million women.
I think what he's missing is that he didn't look deeper into the data, because the data is saying, okay, yeah, we are equal, but if you look at the spread of men, maybe the younger ones tend to be more alive, but the older they get to marriage age, they tend to die more, and because of that, they don't compete, and many of them are not married.
Yeah, it's not even be more. Look, because if you say there are more when they were younger and getting older during marriageable age, they are kind of like, how did they die? Where did they disappear to?
Boko Haram, name it, all the vices that they keep, all these problems, young men get
But it's
involved
not the
in
men that are dying when it comes to Boko Haram.
Exactly.
So what are you talking about?
You say, is it not men or women?
It's the men that are dying when it comes
That's
to
what I mean. That the men are dying,
because
and that's why
the women stay at home. The men are the one going outside. The accidents we have on the road highway, the men inside the boat, inside the transport.
Means there are more women than men. If it is the man that is dying,
I think they don't figure out, some of these women, like, they marry them when they are young, and they have sex with them, and they develop some issues, some issues. And so,
I think what that is telling you is that because women live longer, what that is telling you that men are, you may have more men when you are younger. When you are younger, more men may be present, but they tend to die off earlier. That's what it's telling you.
Even if, but regardless,
because the data, I'm going by the data that they put, of Nigerian demographics.
The death rate is old age. We're talking about marriage age. The death rate is old age, but marriage age is young age. Remember, our topic is polygamy and monogamy.
Let me even say something.
You can also say even birth rate. Yeah, when you say like, hey, person, husband and wife marry, you're just born girls. Yeah, we know there's some marriage that give birth to men all throughout, right?
Yes.
But comparing the statistics of marriages that give birth to female all true, and marriages that give birth to men all true, you see that is the one that give birth to women all true. There's even far more.
It's very interesting, isn't it? But yet the statistic is saying that we have just slightly 2 million more men.
So game plan. That statistics that you are talking in the north, in the core north, you don't count people's wife. You don't.
Exactly so.
You don't count people's wife in the core north.
It's game plan.
No, I think they count them, but they make arrangement and they
deal with reality.
Have a female come and they count.
It's not visible.
Yeah, no, sometimes they don't bring them out. I heard, they don't bring them out. They will tell you again.
I did enjoy the young man's this thing, because at least the young man is challenging, thoughts. I like when people challenge stuff. It forced me to think about other areas too that I wouldn't have necessarily thought about. Tiger, he's been very patient, and we have to be patient with him. He has been super patient. Please, what do you think about everything? I'm sure you wanted to respond to what I said earlier on too, so you take your time.
Yeah, so why people, because the argument doesn't support your views, you say the data the guy produces is wrong. You can't say that. So because you have no other alternative data other than what he produced. So we should take that data until we find alternative data that disapprove that data. You understand what I mean? So you can't say that. So The reason most girls survive, I'll tell you why women survive more than men. It's not only because of war. Even in the Western war, it's been proven that statistics prove
But
that.
remember, when we talk polygamy now, we're not talking it in the context of only Nigeria.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
talking
yeah,
it
yeah,
in
yeah.
places that they do it.
Why
So
women
when you look
survive?
at the data, go look. I just checked South Africa, Cameroon, Ghana.
Ah,
Look all the African countries, the same statistics that you're talking.
Okay, but the same thing happened in
Population.
China. In China, there are more men than women. In China, there are more men than women.
So they don't do polygamy there.
No, 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 no. They don't do polygamy, but they have huge population. They have a billion plus population, so they have problem there.
Like that, to
China,
be fair, in China they actually select for men. That they check
China, they
the
select.
sex
That's why
and
they have the
they
highest
select for
abortion
men.
rate in the world today.
Yeah.
China.
yeah, but what I'm trying to say, with the huge population, they have problem because that's why they advise them to go to the Philippines and get women, go outside the country to get more women. So uh, women tend to live longer, even survive more than men because, for example, emotionally, let's talk about emotions. Men tend to keep their emotion. We kiss someone easily. Women tend to discuss it and they get it out. That's one of the reasons. Number two reason why women or girls tend to survive more than men, they tend to go to hospital. If they are feeling headache, they are going to hospital. Men don't go. Even in UK here, most men don't go to hospital. By the time they go to GP, to their GP or hospital, find that it's already too late. They already had a serious ailment that maybe it could kill them with if they hadn't come. But women tend to go to hospital. The most people that go to GP practices and also hospital are women. It doesn't mean that they are more sicker, only that they pay attention to their body more than men. So it could be one of those reasons why you tend to have more women than men. And also war as well. There's also pressure on men. Men tend to work very hard, try to make it for the family, and also all kinds of disease being to come, high blood pressure, and all kind of that vice. But forefathers, I just want to challenge you because you talk about China. China did not develop because of the huge population they have. You understand what I'm saying? China developed because of the economic powerhouse, right? What China did, modern China you see today is being developed by China diaspora who used to live in the West and they live there for some time. They go back and develop their economy. It's not because of rich population. The same thing with India. Is the diaspora in India that are developing India today as we see today, not people who used to live there originally. It's people who went outside and came back after a while. In India, you have more poverty people than in Nigeria because they have huge population. So population doesn't equate to development. Indonesia used to have huge population before until they start getting their women educated. They are having less children, whereby they used to have like 6, 7. Now they're having like maybe 2 point or 1 point something. The women are more educated, more productive. So in our society where we tend to pay less attention to girls' education, girl child education, we tend to pay more attention to male education. So in our society, you could see the variables there. So huge population does not equate. I've said here before, every generation write their own history. I cannot use my dad's population, maybe how many years ago, or my great grandfather and population and their matrimonial setup to compare now. The world has changed. We are more developed. We are more educated. We have more information than they do. You
Okay.
understand what I mean?
Yeah, I get your point. Let me just ask a question or clarify. When you say population doesn't lead to development, I never said tied population to development. I tied population to power.
It doesn't need
And
power. Neither does it need power.
hold on,
It's not power.
let me just clarify now. Both China, Singapore, Taiwan, maybe Japan are all developed, but one is more powerful than the other for a specific reason. Because one is greater, it has enough the manpower to pack a bigger punch, and for me, for technology plays a role, but number also has an effect, and technology tends to have diminishing effect as numbers start to match up. So to say number doesn't matter, then maybe you should try fighting with 5 people. Then you see how that comes out.
Okay, let me continue what I was saying. If I know you are comparing China and Japan. The reason why Japan is not a superpower because of the Second World War, because the Allies they draw agreement with Japan that you're not going to have nuclear power. That's it, except for to use for industrialization, maybe lights, etc., etc. But in terms of nuclear power,
Hiroshima attack was part of it too.
yeah, I said that's the reason why Japan is not allowed to have nuclear weapon.
No. I mean the bomb that US dropped in Japan. That Hiroshima bomb that dropped in Japan was I think probably the major reason why they have still not fully recovered now. Anyway,
No, Japan have in terms Japan have recovered. Their industrialization. I think I've never seen a country that got more developed like Japan. Even though we are talking about China.
Japan is the most
To be
advanced
fair, Japan is quite advanced. Yeah.
No, I think what Japan
Okay.
is doing anyway.
Can we just try and keep the discussion within the parameter we have set?
To bring the poor and the rich together.
He started it. The Tiger started it. He come here and start talking about Pan-Africanism and all the rest.
Yeah, polygamy. So let's face polygamy now. In my continuation. You cannot use what happened 100 years ago. The whole family system was set up. It can't happen again. Like I said, a huge percentage of our population, which are the young population, they don't want to do polygamy. That's it. They don't want polygamy. There are some people who want polygamy, right? You people are talking about in the north. Tell me, in the north, they have huge population. Tell me what's happening, because we are talking about polygamy. They have more children. If you have, let's assume as a man, you have 2-3 children, yeah, and you are adequate enough financially, you can give your children the financial support, the education, the moral support. But if the support is divided among, you have 10 children, 8 children, some will be left out. And that's how created a scenario in the north where we have so much Nigerians in the north. We're not saying people should not give birth. We're not saying people should not give birth. But what we're saying is that a family, like someone said here, a family set the standard for society. We know that's what modern society was set from the family, from the husband and wife and the children. So if you want to take us back to polygamy, we don't need polygamy at this moment, because actually we are in modern world. We don't need that. If someone say talking about what happened in the West, they don't want to have children. Maybe there's LGBT there. That's what they want. They don't want children. You understand? Some LGBT are also having children from sperm assimilation or whatever it's called. So they're having children as well.
Do you support that? Like
No.
all LGBTQ marriages, having children and all those things. I'm not against this. I'm just asking whether you support it.
Well, on my personal opinion, I don't. But if the law permits it, then the law has permitted it. What can I do? That's it. That's my own opinion. Even though on my religious belief, it goes against it, but I cannot. If the law permits it, then they have right to do it. So I don't see any reason why some Christians will go and go to where LGBT people are and put banner there and be attacking them verbally. No, if the law has permitted, the law has permitted it. So what can you do? So yeah, so our society, we are a modern society. We are not 300 years ago. You understand? It's not about the culture. After all, in Europe here, they used to practice polygamy. People don't understand. They used to practice polygamy here in UK here, but they stop it. You understand me? They stop it. Even though they used to do cannibalization of people, they used to use human sacrifice. The Romans that came to England, Britannia, they talk about how they were seeing human sacrifices here. So the society changed. You understand what I mean? The society got improved. So we cannot go backward. We should move forward. We are more advanced. We have more information. We are more educated than our ancestors.
Tiger, sorry, please. Can I ask one question?
Go ahead.
Does education mean that you can have polygamy? What is wrong with, what is education teaching us bad about polygamy?
No. So what we are saying that with polygamy, it has its own challenges, and it doesn't suit modern society. That's what we are saying.
Tell me how it doesn't suit.
Oh, hold on. The people, hold on. The people you talk about people practicing polygamy in the Bible, right? Do the Jewish people practice polygamy anymore?
I don't know if you are Igbo. Let's talk about Igbo.
I am.
Okay, so tell me, how it is affecting our Igbo culture, our well-being in Igbo land.
Okay, it's disorienting family.
Their own experience.
Yes, of course. I come from a polygamy family. Hold on. I come from a polygamy family.
Experience might be different.
No. It's not about this one experience. It's all over the place. Only that in our society we don't like we come up here and share opinions and
Are you saying that all polygamous?
Let me ask you a question, Tiger, please.
I'm not saying all polygamy or polygamous marriages are bad, but I'm saying the percentage of it. Higher percentage of it.
He get to the highest level any man can ever wish for. Tinubu is a polygamy. He get to the level any man can ever wish for. Ibori is a polygamy. He get to the level of any man can ever wish for. I can make mention of name. This has nothing to do. They train their kids well. They do everything. There are so many monogamy that you can think of. And I can tell you equally again, there are so many monogamy who are what we call serial cheater because they
please,
don't
Paul, if you want to give me good example, why are you talking about men who are corrupt, who have access to money easily? Give me good example of men. Don't tell this politician who are corrupt because they have access to money, they stole it. Yeah.
Take them to that level. We take Obasanjo to the general in the army.
Ojukwu's father was a polygamist.
Exactly.
Yeah, was Ojukwu himself a polygamist?
Yeah, I don't know if he married. If he married,
father was one of the richest.
No, hold on. Many women. My question to you is that is Ojukwu's father a polygamist? I mean, Ojukwu father, you say is a polygamist, right?
Yes.
Was Ojukwu a polygamist?
But he was a serial, marriage.
Oh, see, we are talking about polygamy. We are not talking.
What's the difference?
Okay, can I ask any of you here? Right? Does any one of you come from polygamy family?
Yes.
Please raise your hand.
Yeah.
So are you a polygamist now?
No, exactly. See.
Exactly. So are you not a polygamist? That's what we are saying. It doesn't suit you. It doesn't suit you.
But it might suit somebody else.
I'm not doubting that.
I think you are reducing it to a very small marginal list that's not going to help us. You are narrowing it down too narrow. Listen, we are discussing a whole society. It's not just few individuals. Okay, and if you bring it down to this point, we'll probably not be able to achieve our aim. All right. The secularism, sometimes we forget that secularism means without God. That's the right word of it. And everything that is being projected to us right now as people, especially as people from Africa, is what we do not approve in our communities. So what does that mean? That simply means that if you raise a child in a home that is outside of those confinement of a family, it's not going to have that individual not going to have the same mentality as you would have had. Okay?
I agree with you.
Polygamous is good. Monogamous is good. It depends on who is practicing it. And I'm speaking as a Christian here. I'm saying that if you married or you marry, you find that your one wife is not good enough for you, and you want 2, 3, 4, good. God did not say because of that you're going to go to hell. He's simply saying that when you decide to do that, you have taken 100% to deal with the affairs of men.
Let me ask you a question.
Now, what he owes you now, I'm coming, sir. So now you can only thank God and pray and live a life, live the church, live service of God, serve your wife and your children. Then he said, those of us who have chosen to marry one wife, if we want to now take affairs in the affairs of God, we should come forward because we will have enough time and be able to do the things that we ought to do. It's as simple as that.
I don't know where you got. Hold on. If you are going religious line, are you a Christian? If I may ask you.
He just said yes. He is.
It's a question. I just need to get feedback because that's how you engage conversation.
My brother. I follow Christ.
Yeah, I'm not saying if you don't follow. Listen,
I am tongue speaking, Bible carrying, Bible teaching Christian.
Yes.
For
Yeah,
over
it doesn't
20 years.
matter. There are some Christians who believe in
It matters.
polygamy. There are
It
some
matters.
Christians,
No.
modern Christians believe in polygamy. So what we are saying is,
Listen.
tell me, since our ancestors, tell me what they did with their polygamy. What did they achieve for them? You tell me.
Let me say this.
They are not supposed to achieve anything with it. It is
Exactly.
I just gave you an analogy. And I gave you an analogy.
Can I just add something,
Listen.
KJ? It might be the reason why we are still here. Because if we didn't have that, our population would be a lot less. And you have to admit, generally, societies that practice polygamy tend to have higher population. Please, KJ, you can go ahead.
Yes, so I wanted to just ask, you said, what have we achieved? In the olden days, I told you, my uncle, one of them, married 2 wives. And I counted in my community there about 4 people that married 2 wives. Okay? And they all have large families. And when there is time for farming season, their farms are usually larger than every other person. And in fact, my late uncle used to be called Okobu in Igbola, means a very great farmer, because his barn is higher and better and larger than every other person's farm. He was, in fact, the first person who taught in University of Nigeria and Nsukka from my community came from this family. Okay, so they were both successful in education and otherwise. So it wasn't that because he had a large family like that they didn't become successful. But what we are saying is that if you decide to live a more inclusive life, okay, see, let's put aside the issue of say whether the Bible, if you want us to talk about it in the Bible term, I can deal with that. But what we are saying is that if you and I decide to become monogamy, it's because we have chosen to live a more exclusive life where we can be able to nurture our children and bring them up the way we want them to think and believe. Okay, which is the foundation of what God wants us to do. Hand over the baton to somebody who can represent you appropriately. Okay,
more of just buying into more of the Western way, period.
Yes. Instead of see, most of what they are projecting for us is not correct. Okay, but we are in their land, so we just have to keep quiet and be looking at them, not because we want to follow it.
But so that means that monogamy has good advantage.
I have a question for you, Tiger. I have a question for you.
Right? Okay.
If you say it's only monogamy that have good advantage, how do Ojukwu father become one of the richest man in West Africa? Own chains of business that Ojukwu that never become polygamy couldn't.
Okay, then I did ask this question. Did Ojukwu himself
pray that Ojukwu should achieve more than him? But Ojukwu father achieved more than Ojukwu.
Hold on.
Can I quickly say something?
Wow, that is interesting.
You were
okay,
let
the local say something, then you can go.
It's a law or whatever. Because if it's a law, we should take it. So I want to say, even if it's their law, it doesn't mean because it's a law on their side that majority accepts the law. You understand? In majority, it's just few individuals that's accepting the law and they try to enforce it to other persons. I would have said, okay, like in the case of Russia and what's it called Ukraine, Russia and Ukraine, right? They are fighting war. Who is wrong? But both of them, their law support what they are doing. So because their law support what they are doing, that means nobody is wrong in that war. But in the war, somebody must be wrong and somebody must be right. So it's not about maybe because the law says that and that means it is right. And I'll tell you this, it might be some, because in parliament, when they are making laws, we have lobbyists that lobby people with whatever influence they want to lobby them with and make sure that the minority have their say. You understand? By the time they lobby and do that stuff, the minority have their say and the majority is against it. But because it's under the so-called law, they will think it's majority have the say, the eyes have it, and it goes through, it flies.
Mr. Loco, they did hold on. So forefather, please, can I ask him a question?
I think Eddie needs to go because
just one thing here. Yeah, because they did say they carried a survey here about LGBT. I've said I don't support it on religious ground. That's the reason why I don't support it. But they did a survey here about 69% of UK people support it. So that's majority. I mean,
Who
you can.
who did it? Wait. Who did it? Who is the body that carried that survey?
Okay, you know how they it was an independent body that carried out. You know how they do survey here? Hold on. You know how they do survey here?
Okay.
Just like they do in the election, right? They go to a city, they put 20, 10, maybe 5,000 people. They go here, they put 5,000 people. They go here, they, depending on this size of that area, location, right? They put people like that, and they put people like that, and that will give you majority.
My brother, that is a wrong narrative that is being sold. I'll tell you this, right? You know the amount of foreigners that are in the UK, right? Compared, and I know most foreigners in the UK are against it. If not 100%, let's say 90% of foreigners.
How many foreigners you think are in UK?
Max, a lot.
How many?
Okay, now I'll tell you this, right? Say, I know in the UK, you see most white people here, you think they are foreigners. Give them their own cocoon. You hear them start speaking their foreign, their local language.
No. You are talking of when Central Europe, when
no, hold on now. Hold on. You asked me a question, right?
Yeah.
I said if you check, you see how many foreigners are here, right? The foreigners that you think are not here are the foreigners that don't look like them here. There are also foreigners that look like them that are foreigners. But you think they are British, they speak very good English, but leave them in their own quiet space. You see them interacting with themselves with their own parako language. So I'll tell you this too, and this majority of the pure breed English people, let me say majority. Some of the pure British people are against it. One, then foreigners who look like them are against it. Then foreigners who do not look like them are against it.
I don't agree with you because
at the long run,
in the EU, hold on, in the EU, LGBT was first of all legalized before UK legalized it.
The foreign born in the UK makes up 16 point something percent of the population.
Exactly, 16 point something.
So, local, don't you think that most people generally support LGBT rights in the West?
No,
from my observation, I think they do.
Physically, it may not be correct, but because it's a law, you think it's majority.
Foreign born. What about second generation and all those things? Who still believe with their parents
in the old way of doing things?
Yeah.
You get my point? In the old way of doing things. So this
foreign born. Hold on. It's like Nigerian second born generation here.
I'm sorry. Let's go to Eddie. Okay. Then Ovie can talk. Then Ed, thank you for coming in. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much for fathers. I'm not on the issue of polygamy. I really want to know why. Okay. Let me. I want to speak about the rationale that you are giving for wanting us to go back to it. First, as people have said on the panel, I mean, everybody
at
the end
phrase, not to go back to it, but not condemning it.
Yes, and it shouldn't be illegal. Yeah, it should be allowed.
God bless you. It's not saying go back, but don't condemn it.
Don't condemn it. Okay. Well, I think my opposition to the idea of polygamy is actually my opposition to the points you guys have made to support it. Namely, that having more population, which is definitely like just an outgrowth of polygamy, means more power. First, I've heard some examples that have been given, and one of the simple tenets of research is that correlation does not infer causation. So people have said things like, Ojuku's father was polygamous and he was very rich. Polygamy is not a causative element in his wealth, right? It's just correlated. It just happens to be rich and then polygamous. So it's not like, because you can't draw a direct connection between his polygamy and his wealth. So having said that, let's look at the advantages that accrue from the population, which is a direct outgrowth of polygamy. We think about, I think it was KJ that made, Mr. KJ, with all due respect, that made a sort of connection between his uncle having more land and being able to like cultivate more land because he had more children. Am I right, sir? Was that the point you made? It is true. But one thing we have to observe is that when we look at it from a national perspective, or we look at productivity from a national from a national perspective, the way productivity is being measured, we talk about things like total factor productivity. Most of the nations that are prosperous today, most of their total factor productivity does not come from the two elements, which is land and labor, which Africa and most developing countries have in abundance. Most of their total factor productivity comes from capital and entrepreneurship. By capital, we mean things like technology. So even though Africa still has like 60% of the world's arable land, we are not as productive as those countries that don't have enough land and as much labor as as we have, because those people have been able to achieve higher levels of productivity using technology. So we can't use um, productivity or being able to like cultivate more land as the basis to promote polygamy. Now you can have other rationales that you want to use, but I'm just trying to tell you that that cannot be a basis based on the research, based on what we have before our very eyes. Okay, we use China and India as poster children of what huge population can do, right? But you have to also understand that the reason why, for example, if you look at China, I think they climaxed at a point in their population and decided to introduce the one child policy. To Mr. Tiger's point, because of that, parents were able to devolve more of their resources to their individual children. So I have a lot of graduate students that were my friends while I was studying, Chinese students. And these guys had a lot of resources. You see the cars that these guys used, unlike us, because they were only children. They were the only children of their parents. So, in terms of the amount of education that the parents were able to afford for them, the amount of resources that that the parents were able to give to them, it was way more than us, we Africans that came to study.
So for your mind now, the cars
No,
now, the
local,
Ferraris
please,
are the
local,
problem.
please, please.
Ah,
So the
Ovie is
Ferrari
still
now, the
waiting.
cars
Ovie
are
is
the
still waiting. Let
problem.
him finish now.
no, I just
Don't
used that one. I
worry.
just used that one
We are
as an
going. We are going
example.
to have
I just
questions for him
I just
later.
use that one as an example, my brother. It's not like I'm trying to use car as a measure of wealth. I'm just using that as an example because most of them, they God, there was a particular case study we did when I was studying, and they were trying to talk about how um people market to the children directly in China as opposed to the parents, right? Because the children they use a very I want to use I think the word was trying to call as in they were trying to call these Chinese children pampered children. There's a Chinese words they use. So marketers market directly to the children and not the parents. You know, parents are supposed to be making household decisions, but it's the children because
I
if
think
the
it's
child
something Kings or something, isn't it?
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Because if the child cries for something, the parents will give it
Little
to
emperors or something. I don't know
little
what they call it.
emperors. You're very right. You're very right. That was the word.
Mm.
So I'm just trying. I make all these points because the fact we look at China's growth today, it's not necessarily because of their population. Their population, I can give credit to their population in the sense that it also afforded them that ability to have cheap labor, which the West, in taking advantage of, was able to push a lot of their own resources and investments towards China. And China, in their own wisdom, was able to use that back into their economy. So, yes, our population can be an advantage, but if we just continually go on this tangent of wanting to like explode our population, it might not work. We already have like the fastest growing population in the world. Like I mean, the African region, Niger Republic has the world's fastest growing
What if I
population.
told you that the population of India is the same as the population of the entire Africa, while
Yeah, yeah.
India land hold on, while
Mhm.
India land mass is 12 times smaller?
That's you're making my point. Actually, I'm telling you that they've grown to a place, and most of them, China and India, they've kind of plateaued, whereas we are still growing massively, and
But
they
but I've just told you that the land mass that India occupies,
Mhm.
compared to what we have used, they've used it 12 times more. So
Yeah, yeah.
why why do you have a problem with us even growing our population to twice the number or 3 times the number when they've done it 12 times over?
But you have to really understand that there are some advantages that India has had that we've not had. For example, look at there's something that happened in India in the agricultural space, because that's where I'm trained in. In the agricultural space in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, there was a green revolution that improved their productivity agriculturally. We lost out of that, and we're also facing a uphill task because now we are being forced to cultivate within the context of this climate change and all these many discussions that they're having. So people are even telling us not to cultivate our land so much, right? So that we don't release more carbon into the atmosphere. But
and you are believing it?
No, but I'm telling you that that's the restrictions we have now. So it's not going to be as easy for us as it was for
why are we listening to anybody?
Well, because you borrow from them. So
that's why we want to stop it now. You have to start. See, you have to start taking responsibility with it. Just because you are listening to them now, listening to them is going to be our end.
I'm not saying that we should listen to them. I'm saying that as long as you are still beholden to them, you have to listen to them. So the best way for us to be sufficient is to be able to take care of what we have first, and not say want to increase what we have, because increasing what we have without taking care of them, it's the truth.
No problem. We are going to go back to that argument. You can go to another if you have another point to make.
No, that's the only point that I came for.
Okay, let's Mazi come in. Mazi is seated in his throne. And
that is the son of 49 children. He's the number 49. And his father got married to 8 wives.
Under the mountain.
So tell us the experience.
Abi, coach us. Ovio, coach us.
We do that. They talk about.
The benefit.
Okay. Leave this. Off your data.
Okay, just talk about your papa and he has so many wives, and you be the last child of number 49.
Oh man! So the marriage, Abi.
Yes, it's regarding polygamous, monogamous, and what it means for our society.
Let me take it from a different angle. I think marriage is as old as even the modern civilization, I mean human civilization, they will say. But if you want to go back maybe like 100 years back, you will see that the main primary reason why people actually get married then is is to have more in-laws, to expand your labor force, to have your alliance growing. I think that was the main purpose. Then again, if you want to go by today's world, society by society, I think reality shaped today's marriage. If you want to use the American as an example, as I said, that's how they started. When they begin conquer the agricultural revolution, they begin find means to enter the industrial revolution. You don't really need manpower anymore, so there's no point. You want to extend your family in that regard. Instead, you want to live the heavenly life here before you even die. Right? Now that where the reality don't set in again, there's a need for us to advance to the next modern life. Again, that's the idea of bringing that family together, which is to actually raise kids anyway, because when you go from that expanded labor force, the focus on that narrow down to it is the best form of, I think it's the most proven institution to in a way to raise kids in a better environment. You have to have like two, family, man and woman together and all that. But again, as the reality begins setting, they begin to see what's the point. Right? I can decide to have a kid without actually getting married and all that. And I think that goes back to where would they come from too. Yes, as Paul would say, tell the story of my father. But you try, but you are wrong. My father, I think if I want to go to my father's story, I would say, in terms of marriage, I'm a failure. Why do I say that? I think at my age, my father don't get like maybe three wives, because I have brothers who are in their 80s, even going to late 80s. So the man don't start very, very early. And he has, at the course of it, he has like 5 wives. I only met 2. I met my mom and the other one and all that. And again, I think that's go back to where they always make case for the idea of women say, oh, women are being maltreated there, women don't get power there, they don't get anything there. In my own family back then, women if you come off our house, go have a full-blown relationship, have kids, and still come back to the house and you accept it. I get the stepbrothers like that. Right. So it different. But then you go say because the man a farmer an staunch farmer, right? There's a need for him to have will be 10 guys. 10 guys and 4 women. But I'm just the distance between me and my brothers is like 40, 50 years. So me no even go the farm like that because the man don't old. The idea of family don't go out of most of my brothers don't leave the village, go cities and all that. But again, among our children, among all the man children, I think one of us get like I don't know, I have like 3 brothers who marry who have 2 wives. They have 11 kids. But again, this they are in their 80s. So they married 40, 50 years ago. So a long time ago. But these days now, everybody get me if I try my fuck up. And that's why I thought I'm afraid of when it comes to marriage. So and now reality, right? My father was able to handle 5 wives successfully, boundaries and all that. My brothers were able to handle like 2 wives, right? me no be handle one.
They run where they run now. You run for them. Where they run.
So you see that now reality. Now they hit us, we have to adjust. So if we say we have to adjust, what are we adjusting to? What is the reality of our today in Nigeria? If we say we could marry more wife or we could marry at all, what is the reality? What are we aiming at? Where are we going? You know, these are the questions other civilized society they ask themselves before they take any measure. Like the Chinese, right? When they say one child policy, the reality face they have to have themselves question: what's the way forward? So if we want to determine how we should marry, what to marry in Nigeria, on what basis? Why? What are we containing? Are we saying we should stop expanding our population? I mean, there should be a reason, right? Before you tell anybody in today's world, you have before you can get the whole society, the whole Nigeria to key into what you want, because religion and tradition will come to play. That's another thing that we don't talk about, right? Religions and tradition have to come to play. So now maybe religion and tradition might take a second seat if the reality is real and you are able to actually convince the larger population to come. We have to go this way. We have to marry my wife. We have to, turn our children down and all that. But if you cannot articulate why you want to do it, everybody will say, I mean, I don't think I'm not good luck in convincing our Muslim brothers if they don't marry for a wife. You have to record that. Even in the Christendom, right? Even where would they form a Christian order, whatever. You can tell me not to marry more than one wife. I marry one, but I figure like 15 babes out there. My father does have concubines, even with the 5 wives, he get concubines. So unless the reality actually hits home, guy, forget that thing.
Yeah, let me share some screen so people see some of the problems of this. And I think sometimes we miss that it's not just only about population, because if you are not having enough people to replace the ones that are dying, what happens is that you have an old population now that the young population have to cater for. And if the young population is not sizable enough, you could have serious problem in society. And that's what
is bringing all the jackpot to go do in the West. That is what the West is bringing.
So look at Japan now. This was the Japanese. I don't know who this Japanese person is. I think it's the Japanese PM that was saying this. He's talking about the dire consequences of population and this thing not growing. And let's see what he says here. He says Japan is on the verge of whether we can continue to function as a society. He said, adding that to the address, addressing the stubbornly low birth rate cannot wait and cannot be postponed. And if you look at this, they are lamenting the issues that are arising in their societies because of this. And if you go to China, the same thing. Look at what they wrote there about it. China's population shrinking. It faces a perilous future. These are problems. And in terms of, if you read some of what this, I'll probably share the link so you can check it out. But what it will show is that it's a big problem.
That's why I say you have to factor in their own reality. China population is shrinking. What segment of population is shrinking? It's just that they are getting old.
right? And
And
one
they are
they
not
block for
having
the
more
past 20
children. They're not
years.
having children to replace them. That's the problem.
Exactly. So you have to their own circumstances different from ours, right? Just like some people will say they no see food chop, why some people overfeed it, they kill them. So
this also goes to one argument, the
different.
argument I made with that young man earlier on today about how women tend to not choose a lot of poorer men. Look at this stuff is happening in China. I said, they said the sound of children has faded, and for years, Ding struggled to find a wife. Few young women still live in the village. Fewer still would marry a welder, unable to buy a house or pay a bride price. Now, this is what men go through in society. It's not only just, even if it's 50-50 in the population, there is pressure on the men to meet certain standards before they can even start a family. And hence, some go not having children at all. And when you see that 50-50 number, it's not true, because they are dying earlier. They are not. Some of them are not getting into marriages. It means that the women are pressured to go for fewer men.
And to buttress on your case, it is clear. So when people ask this question about polygamy, the so-called West that practice the monogamy, now age is catching up with them. They are losing their population. It's making them panic. It's like bringing the jackpot when they ask, say, oh, bring your kids here and everything. Because they understand that we that is coming, we never reason like them, but our kids will reason like them. You understand? And they are scared of us. But if they catch us early, our kids will reason like them.
Isn't that why Bill Gates is coming in and trying to tell us to stop, send your children to school, send the girls to school so they don't have children?
The children are the target. Children are the target.
Look at American problem. Yes. Look at America on. Right? America don't do like 320, 310, 330 million for, I don't know, maybe like 20 years, right?
Forever, yeah.
But their birth rate they reduce, so you can't wonder how they do them, right? As their birth rate they increase, prison they full, but guess what? The borders are open.
Yeah,
the borders are. Look the borders again. Look the strategy.
So they know how to do their thing.
Whites still maintain majority population. How did they do it? Now they class Arab as white.
White. Even some Hispanics are classed as white now.
They class them.
Let me quickly explain something. And most time, once you talk of immigration, we always focus on black people, Africans, as immigrants they call America. No, the white folks where they come from Europe.
They're there. Eastern European.
Forefathers, what do you think the average age of Nigeria is now?
This should be about 20
something. No. Our average age is about 18 or less. You can Google it.
Let me confirm.
What contest? Average age on what?
No, the average age, if they take everybody age for the whole of Nigeria. No. You should check the population.
Yes,
because this is World Bank. Check World Bank data.
World Bank? What data did they use? What analysis?
You guys now.
It's 17 years actually. What is saying here? Which is good. Which is supposed to? It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. We need more of it.
What is the statistics? What is the metrics?
They use the National Population Commission.
Have you not been subject to a census before?
The last time we did census was 2006.
But the does census.
People still register. Right now, if you're coming to America, okay, Nigeria, you have to go to National Population Commission and get a declaration of age.
Exactly. Right,
and also remember the life expectancy of Nigeria. Ed, also remember the life expectancy of Nigeria is 53, not 80 something as in the West.
I think what you should be worried about or what you should be grateful for is when Nigeria don't reach where we say overpopulation of the elite, overproduction of the elite.
No, it's not possible anywhere. Obviously, it's not possible.
No, it's possible. When you produce, hold on now, when you produce more educated people and there's nothing for them to do, that is a populated elite. That's what it means.
That is the biggest problem going on in China now. All the educated people are not having jobs. China is
you have to butt in. Now this is
so to my point, because I feel like we're in a good place, but we have not even learned to manage this our population where we are extremely young, 15. That's among the youngest in the world. Compare that to Japan. Japan should be either 60 or like maybe 50s and above.
About 60 something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we have a very young population. Are we saying, and we've not been able to manage this population where the average person in Nigeria is 15 years old? How are we going to be able to manage more? Like it's
now,
just
Eddie. Let me ask you this question,
you're
Eddie.
not...
Eddie, hold on. Let me ask Eddie. Eddie, we say an average of 15 years, right? So in the next 10 years, how many of them? What is the percentage of the people among those young people that will be able to educate?
Come on,
now
life,
what?
man.
Now do what?
We will be able to educate as a
Show,
country.
show.
How many?
Yes,
What is the
Come on,
percentage?
life, man.
Not much. Not much. We have
Not
we
up to
have
50%. Good.
Maybe not even. Maybe definitely not up to 30% because we have the most out of school children in the world. So
now,
we've not been able. When the Bible, oh sorry, let me not even quote the Bible. It says that because you people can think it as a religious issue.
Man.
But,
Come on,
but let me just quote the Bible because this is also general wisdom. That if you're faithful in little, you'll be faithful in more. Right now, we have an average age of Nigeria of 15. So that means a lot of Nigerians are teenagers, and most of them are out of school. Do you know the implication of that, even from a criminal perspective?
And I want to disagree with you when you said that, saying most of them. Where we have vast percentage of our population is in the cities. People go to school more in the cities than in the rural area.
Show me the data.
So you don't have the data.
No,
your data now is you are quoting
Fathers
Bible.
just confirmed my data.
No,
what did I confirm?
No, that 15 years the average age of Nigerians. And
you said
it's 17 to 18, 17.2 years.
Okay, so percentage of our populations live in the city than in the rural area.
No. Let me tell you something. Most of these population figures come from the World Bank, and there's a survey that the World Bank conducts every 3 years in Nigeria called the Living Standards Measures and Measurement Survey, LSMS. Google it. Right? They do that every three years, and they randomly.
You are using Western survey to survey
Nigerians
Nigeria.
that
Where you
conduct
will
the
pick 10
survey
people
funded
to factor 5,000 people.
It is Nigerians that conduct this survey. They are just sponsored by the World Bank.
How did they do this?
We can't be this paranoid now. Data is data. Like I'm presenting you data.
Paul, go to your village.
Oh my God.
How many
so since we said we have the
stop pressing your phone, stop pressing your phone. Say something about polygamy.
You said
don't be doing like I started to go up romance.
Say that please. Say that again, Obi.
I said you agree that we are probably going to be able to educate very few of that population that you are concerned about. So that means Nigeria will deal like this for a very long time. Because when I was talking about overproduction of the elites, because what it means that the position that we have currently, right? We are still complaining it's not enough, right? We are never going to exceed it. When we exceed that, when the people that we educated are more than the position that is available, that is where we are going to have a problem. That is where revolution will set in. That's how revolution come in. Not necessarily when we have a lot of people not educated.
China right now.
Not going to really change.
You know, will change. So that's why they talk say, may we feel manage what we have now. And again, let's also think about the fact when people are not very well engaged, like a lot of our people are not just out of school, they are out of job. What do you think they turn to? Crime. And how is that going to help us?
Okay, can I add something? I think the way you are looking at this is somewhat wrong. If you look at the Chinese population, let me just pull it up so that everybody can see. The Chinese population in 1965 was well more than ours. It was somewhere around 700 something million, and they were growing, and that was the time they first developed their nuclear technology. In 1965, they tested it. And look at what happened. They kept growing their population till today, where they are over 1-something billion. So to say that is the reason why you cannot maintain. And they were an agrarian society. At that time, China basically has zero economy. They were just an agricultural society.
What is their economy? It's over 100 billion at that time.
This was the
economy is still over $100 billion.
This was the period where China
actually
experienced the green revolution. This was the same period where they experienced the Green Revolution that improves their agricultural productivity.
Hold on. Do you know what I mean by 1965? They were advanced enough to build a nuclear weapon by that time.
Okay.
That's what they did. So it doesn't mean just because you are an agrarian society, doesn't mean you cannot develop. Just like Nigeria is. As a matter of fact, Nigeria is probably more advanced than they were at that time. So to say that just because we have a population right now that is not, do you know that they were at that time they were even living on rations at a point.
But too much. What's your argument first?
My argument is that my argument is that. Okay, can you let me answer the argument then?
Click more. 57 more. Click it, please.
No, what's your argument against Nigerian population? That's
7 more.
I'm arguing for it to grow. I'm arguing for it to grow.
Now.
Grow how? How can you grow when you cannot feed?
I'm coming.
You can only grow when you can feed well.
Hold on. You say more?
No.
At this point, gentlemen, I think we are leaving the point with
the economy.
I don't understand to Nigeria argument.
As you can see, it keeps glowing. Let me give
as of that date, Nigeria was like greener pastures to
than
India
China
and
even.
Yeah. Both of them together, Nigeria was a greener pasture. So that's why I say click more. So that let's see the difference.
You see now, it kept growing. It didn't stop them from growing. They just kept growing and growing and growing.
Can I say something? If you're even going to go by this,
I don't understand.
This what's his name? Pokoli just said that. Is it
Pokoli?
Sorry, Loco P.
I don't see people they call you Pokoli. You don't listen.
So tonight, Jamo will grow our population on what? Based on what? Why should we grow our population? I don't understand.
We said that Nigeria was.
Hold on, I will answer.
We said Nigeria was like a haven sometime in the 1960s and 70s. What was Nigeria's population then? You know, Nigeria's population was about 70 million in that same period. So it means that when we had a smaller population, we were doing better.
No, not really. You see,
no, I mean, it is now.
No. Yeah. As a matter of fact, we're doing better.
Nigeria, we never did well.
The population is not the reason why we're doing better.
A better economy.
Why should we grow our population?
Okay, see, the reason why you grow your population is to be able to, when you need them, to be able to harness them, because it's power. Population is power. The idea is that if you want to do something, you know what? When they say that better to need it and have it than to need it and not have it, when you need to grow rapidly, you'll be able to grow rapidly. Like the Chinese now, they are space program.
Just hold on. Before you further, let me put your other question to you now. Let's say, as I did now, I don't have a job, right? I can barely feed myself. I can't go marry. By your theory, I can't go marry born one. How many you encourage me to born more? How many?
I'll encourage to at least have a replacement and an extra one.
This guy will question.
So even as I don't feed myself.
See,
hold on. You have people to defend you. That's where
exactly. See, you have to understand is that what you have to understand is that whether you have population or you don't have population, you are going to have suffering. And the question now is,
but the suffering is what we are talking about tonight. What is the percentage of the suffering in Nigeria? Now almost 80% they suffer because the milk will had more.
My point is that, like I said, the Chinese at that time they were living on rations.
Forget about the Chinese. You keep talking about Chinese. Let's face Nigeria.
But I'm giving you the reason so that I don't want to just speak from as if I'm some kind of prophet. I want to give you what the real data is on the ground suggesting.
Why don't you talk the history? We keep talking the history of Nigeria incomplete. In the 1600, what is the life on average Chinese?
Forefather, you were saying
what civilization is even before you even know.
Forefather,
one at a time, please. If you want me to answer you, I will answer you.
Okay, forefather, you said Nigeria. You compare Nigeria 1960 something to China. Yes, it's not true. Yeah. I will tell you. I did send you something. At this stage, before that, China has made paper printing machine. Gunpowder came from China. Yeah. Decimal mathematics, umbrellas, wheelbarrows, multi-stage rockets, brandy and whiskey, and game of chess and much more.
What is about
China? The point is, at this stage, right, China has already developed.
No, actually.
True. Only that they already developed. Only that they didn't have democracy. That's all. They didn't have democracy.
Oh my God! You see how they are. You see how they are talking and stroking each other.
So,
So that they are
gentlemen,
correct. Can
gentlemen,
I?
at this
You
point,
don't let me
I'm
talk.
forced to
You're
ask.
not letting
I'm
somebody
forced to
answer
ask
you.
this question.
What about
What are
Indonesia?
we discussing? What are we discussing? Is it
They're not
China
letting me
that
The
is
answer the
laughing
conversation
on
is
question.
Nigeria
evolving.
They're
for
just talking over
polygamy?
each
Let's
other
go
and not
back.
letting
Let's
me
It's
keep.
answer.
Let's
evolving.
keep
The
our focus.
conversation
Let's
would
keep our
evolve now.
focus.
We can't
It's
just stay
very
on
important.
polygamy.
Hold on. Let me
We can't
answer
just stay on
because
polygamy. The
I think
conversation would evolve naturally.
it will evolve. Let me just answer the specific question that Ovie asked. What was it? What was the purpose of having a population? What I was saying was that if you need them so that you can use them, population is power actually, and
We
if
need
you
you know what I disagree? The one we have now, we
Mhm.
need them. We can't even use them. We need the one we have now. How far have we utilized the population we
Okay,
have now?
see, but what just because you are not utilizing the one you have now, the issues that are leading to that is not going to be solved by just stopping having children. So
But
you
by
have
adding
to
won't
keep
fix it
going.
as well.
So, but my point is that if you are going for more power, you don't say, "Oh, let
Power,
me give the potential for more power. Let me
power.
reduce it." You don't reduce
Hi.
it. You
You
increase
know,
the
saying that
potential.
AI the power
So,
today. Do you know what AI is? That is power, not human being.
see,
AI is power. What are
calm
you
down,
talking about?
calm down now. During the 1960s, nuclear weapons was power, but yet they still did what they did, and look at where China is today. The point
So
is that
because
when
if population is power, why America are not worrying about their population? America is only like maybe like 2 billion by now. If that is going back
actually,
to
they are not growing because in the 60s, I told you there was a debate. They were
hold
worried that the
on.
population of the world they cannot be able to sustain it. So
No,
most nations during that period decided to start curtailing their population growth, and that
Orphanage.
trend, once you start cutting the population growth, it's hard to get it to grow again. That's the problem.
no,
Orphanage.
because you say population is power.
Apart
I
from
wonder why
China,
America remain where they are for like 50
okay,
years.
wait.
It's not really
Apart
changed.
from
If their
China and
population
Russia,
is
apart from China and Russia, tell me two other nations all through the course of human civilization that were like the world powers and at the same time very populated.
Almost every single one of them.
no.
Give me names. Give me names.
UK, France. France
The
was
UK
once.
was populated.
Yes, they
No.
had a lot of.
Controlling.
See. Let me finish my point. Jesus Christ!
I never see
If
this
you ask me
agricultural
a question,
agreement
if I'm
before.
going to be allowed to answer, UK population during the time they conquered the world, it was basically based on technological advantage. So population difference didn't make a big. It wasn't the biggest impact, but population made a difference between the powers themselves in Europe. It made a difference between the powers themselves in Europe. So if you look at in Europe today, the most powerful countries tend to be the most populated ones. The
So
same thing.
give me the most powerful nations apart from Russia.
Germany.
Germany. What's the population of
Yes.
Germany today?
It's definitely higher than all the other nations, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll check. Don't worry.
What is the population of Netherlands when they take over the world?
Okay, wait. Hello, everybody, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I want to say something.
Say it again. Netherlands did not rule the world.
Yeah, I didn't know when Netherlands ruled the world. I didn't know that too.
Gentlemen.
I didn't know. I don't know that. I think the German population is 83 million. So you can compare it to other nations. You see.
Gentlemen, see,
I think Italy is quite high.
Sure.
Father, why are you skipping my own question? I said Indonesia.
Why? I want you to speak something about this polygamy and monogamy, whatever. Sure.
What is Indonesia? What happened with Indonesia?
How many wives in Nigeria?
Yeah, exactly.
Let me check Indonesia.
That's number 4.
That's number 4. I hope your wife is not there.
Okay.
How many wives you get? How many children you don't get? Because if by now you never get
Indonesia
like
is a very important country now.
Indonesia, if by now you never get like 8 children,
no problem.
you're not supposed to be having this
I want you to say
conversation.
something about this polygamy and monogamy issue, please.
Let them finish this World War power.
World War 5. Yeah, World War 5.
Defense.
Let me give you the last details that I saw about Indonesia. I just put Indonesia submarine. It says France naval group hunts Indonesian and Philippine submarine deals. So you see what is happening with those people. Do you see them coming to Nigeria? No, they are not going to come to Nigeria.
Who wrote that to Nigeria?
This is Boko Haram. I don't know.
I want to.
What do you want me? Who do you want me to say wrote that? I don't.
Who wrote this now?
Media. So he said, Jakarta. He said Jakarta aims to spend big on French submarines. This was May of this year, 9th of May. Okay, let me share it so that it doesn't look like
Indonesia is the fourth largest economy, so they still don't have it up to this time. Why they have those populations?
Yeah, but why are we not saying that now? Eh?
No,
Is
I'm
it that it
saying,
does
I'm
not
asking
start?
You are not making a good
That
argument.
is Indonesia there that you asked me about. They are not kidding around. They are trying to found their own this thing. And
but
to
they
be
have the
fair,
population already.
that's exactly my point. From my point of view, they don't even need it. Because I believe that once your region is covered by a nuclear power, you are not that much under threat of a nuclear blackmail in that region. Like, you can't expect China now to blackmail Germany with nuclear strikes, and you don't expect the European countries to respond, because they know if a nuclear weapon falls in their territory, it's going to be a problem for all of them. The same thing in Asia. Strategically, they shouldn't be worried. Any other nation shouldn't be worried about nuclear blackmail because there's China and there's India there. But in Africa, there's none. Anybody can throw anything in Nigeria. Nobody has any reply to anybody that does that. Hence, why I make that argument in terms of this insecurity. But in terms of population, we all know population. If you think population doesn't matter, go out on the street and fight 5 people. And if you come back saying it doesn't matter at all, I will believe you then. You know, it's just that simple.
Tunaja, one, you are not a military guy, not a paramilitary guy. So
see,
how do
you know what? Let me help you, okay? Fight hungry, go and fight hungry 5 people.
No, listen to me now. I'm just why do you expect
anybody
you're
worried about whether they have food or not?
But to Nigeria, wars are not fought
you are making argument.
They are not fought like not the Iraqi game for World War.
Just lie, man.
But you know that it's not. I know. I'm not saying that this in population makes all the difference. But when population is there, it starts canceling out technological advantage, especially when your own technology is growing too. Because remember, your technology is not zero.
If to say to Nigeria, they make argument for us to start building
in a war
AI,
because of the
I will
technological
understand. You are talking about nuclear design.
No, let me make my point. Because the technological gap is so big, chances are that the UK is going to win. But if yes,
UK win what?
All of them, because if you put it on conventional warfare, they will win because the gap is too big.
So with Nigeria's current trajectory, the way we run our lives as a people, as a country, if we double our population today and we fight Germany, 83 million, who wins?
83 million.
Germany is 83 million. If we double our population, Nigeria is 400 million today, who wins?
I think we just might start pushing them.
My brother,
you may not. No. Hold on. Let me make my point. Hold on.
This is 2023. You know what I'm talking about?
See, let me say what I want to say. See, the point. You all assuming that technology is omnipotent. Technology is not omnipotent.
Okay, I give up.
Use US and Vietnam War to judge that.
It took America more than 10 years to find one Al-Qaeda.
This is 2023, not 1993.
Jesus Christ! You see, human beings are diabolical. If you think technology is going to hunt a human being down, you think it's that easy. It's not going to be that easy. I tell you this: if Nigeria, let's say Germany can defeat Nigeria today, easily. Even if we double our population, they can still defeat us easily. Yeah. But if we now increase, let's say Tucanos, we have, let's say 200, 500 Tucanos, we have AK-47s, and we have bunkers. Suddenly, the ratio, the dynamics of the war just totally changes. What I mean by that is that it doesn't take a lot to close the gap. If you have numbers, it doesn't take a lot. But if you say you want to remain small, the same population with them, then you have to have the same technology as they do. Because if one of their soldiers can kill 4 of your men, or 5 of your men, or 10 of your men, and your men are about 10 times their population, the number of their soldiers, you are probably, that war is a stalemate now. They can't defeat you. And you still have a reserve of people that can procreate and have more children than they do. So war is not very straightforward in terms of the way you look at it. And sometimes your enemy will not want to attack you, knowing fully well that you're going to damage them too much for their own enemy to come and do them damage. You don't want to go and fight an enemy that weakens you to the point whereby one of your biggest rivals that is sitting next to you comes and does you damage. So the protection that you get from upgrading your security and your strength is not necessarily commensurate with the enemy you intend to fight. because that enemy has to be careful. They don't want to come after you, because after they come after you, they still have to deal with another enemy that they've got. This is why America doesn't go after North Korea, because they know if they go after North Korea, the way North Korea is looking at them, they want to make sure America doesn't remain a superpower by the time that war ends. Because North Korea will go after them with everything they've got. To North Korea, it's not a big deal. They've already seen their country destroyed completely. There are some towns America went there and flattened everything, 100% of the structure. I was shocked to read that a whole town, all the structures flattened in North Korea. So those people, the way they look at America right now is that we don't have anything to lose. What are you going to do to us anymore? Come, let's tangle. So, but America will never go there, knowing fully well that if they fight that country, they are going to lose a lot of power, and then you just encourage China, encourage Russia, and all the rest of it.
So are we saying polygamy is one of the routes to increase our population?
Yes, and especially given that the monogamy just has the same negatives and all the rest of it, and we have all kinds of fancy new marriage that is being proposed: gay marriage, same-sex marriage, trans marriage. All of them are coming on stream. So how is it that the most ancient form of a family unit is actually being discouraged? Almost all civilizations that we see today came through polygamy. Every single one of them, without one, you can't skip one of them. It tells you that it's an essential part of human evolution. And this thing that we do, sometimes we just say, oh, because we are modern, we should change. History has stopped. It hasn't stopped, though. This is a blip. You'll be surprised. Things can change very quickly overnight. So I don't know who wants to add to that.
I think what you're doing is reinforcement bias. When you are faced with an opposing view, you think that by going to the extreme of your view is the best way to be able to deal with that opposing view.
But does that extreme cancel out your opinion? If it does, it means your opinion is lacking, don't you think?
No, because I think what you're doing is looking at the all alternative marriage styles that are propping up. You feel like the best way is to go back to polygamy.
No, I'm saying you should not discourage it, because I also told you the bigger picture that the African population itself hasn't risen to the level it needs to rise to. Maybe that's why you are seeing it. But see what is happening in Africa right now is a natural thing. We didn't even plan it. So our own environment is telling us that we need to grow in population. But if you go and listen to other people telling you that stop, don't do it, that is not good, because you are now comparing yourself to them.
Let me say something.
We've seen polygamous marriage whereby maybe the first wife did not have any children, not even one, right? But the second wife gave birth to some children. Maybe the third wife gave birth to some children still, or whatever. So polygamy and population. No, I don't think polygamy has anything to do with population, right? Because we've also seen, if I should say something now, maybe somebody will attack me because they'll say tribal bigotry, like trying to be like maybe Igbophobic or whatever. And when I was growing up, I used to know, or I saw, let me not say believe, because if I say believe now, they might come for me. But I saw a situation whereby in my state, some Igbos that left that they live with me in that, like,
sorry, let me do some paperwork. Kulata, thank you for the $2 American dollars, not Canadian.
That's a bad thing. People have done Kulata, so call everybody name. If you want to call Kulata, call everybody's name.
Has everybody done money?
Yes, they have. They are lots of people.
How did I miss them now? Oh, I didn't see any donation. I'm checking now, but I've not seen. Kulata, thank you for the $2. See, when people want to criticize somebody, they say save you for ignorance, but you're not saying what what the ignorance is.
That's why
you're
lacking. Thank you.
You don't mind it. This is the way they go now. I like when people criticize me and actually tell me what right.
I know some Igbo families, right? I'm not saying all Igbos though, so that they will not come and call for me. But like, I know few Igbos, like, or a particular Igbo that I know of, he was staying in one room and he got married to one wife and they've got 12 children. You understand?
How many?
12. Yes, 12. Yes. They were
Wow.
living in one room.
But nobody can attack their family now.
No, you can't. Like it. See, sure. The thing is about attacking. Is like this idea of cancellation in America today. Like, can somebody started it, and more people bought the narrative, and it became something. But in that time, we really seeing it as, hey, why are you doing this? Why should you do this? It was like it's his choice.
You know what?
He
Let
decided
me
to.
let you go and eat. When you finish, you come back on.
Abi,
Sorry,
no
KJ,
wahala.
you go.
Understand?
KJ, you
But
go after Lokopi. No vex.
yeah, in my time, that's like it was as we saw them, we're like, oh, this man, they live in one room. But we're really condemning them. But most of us who are not, whose siblings or children, so most family whose children are not even up to that guy, we saw ourselves playing with their own children, not criticizing them that, oh, you have more children, you are sleeping in one room and one wife, and you have like 12 children, whatever. No, nobody is even criticizing them. It happens, and we embraced it. But you see, this narrative that we are pushing right now, somebody started it. Like the Igbos, when they say Igbos are very expensive in getting married, see, it's not Igbo culture. One person started it, and others bought into the narrative, and they blew it out of proportion. I mean, it became something. You understand? It was God did not write this thing that is a law. Nobody does it. But some group of maybe criminal or selfish people took advantage of what they saw and blew it out of proportion, and we all went with narrative, and we're trying to justify it. Meanwhile, it's not supposed to be like that. So we should cut ourselves the slack of, oh, what if, what, do some studies, do some research, and see that no, it wasn't like this ab initio. Somebody, somewhere, at some time, blew it out of proportion, and we meant it. We were born in that era, and we grew with it. But if you think of it critically, it was wrong. You understand? So we should not say because polygamy or whatever is wrong. No. That is wrong, because the people in the Bible that we worship today, the Solomon, the greatest wisdom, whatever of our time, David, the most favorite God.
But these guys you're talking about were loaded now. They are rich guys. I won't condemn Abiola for being a polygamist, but I was worried that my dad's driver was a polygamist. I was worried.
Yeah, and to you,
was a polygamist.
Exactly, but and to you,
cool. It's fashionable.
You say
driver was a polygamist, and he was always asking for more. That's the problem I have with us as a country increasing in size.
Sure. It's asking for more.
It's partly due to poverty.
Sure,
it's asking that number.
Sure, it's asking for more may not be because he wants to provide. It's asking for more may just be greed. You never can tell.
No. It was poor compared to my dad
was
his employer.
To you,
can we contribute?
Right?
If
might be greed.
Now, here's what I'm thinking, and since I moved out of Nigeria, I realized a lot of things. Back home, our masquerade dance, our masquerades, we are told that they are evil, and I get to the church here, and they are doing Halloween and putting skeletons and building coffins and putting in places. And I said to myself, this is even a higher point of witchcraft than the one I see in my place. Now, so you see certain things that are not right to you, to us coming from that side, which is being practiced here as a right life. So if we take into cognizance what they were being told, I'm telling you, all of us will go astray. And I'm saying this as a Christian. I've not seen anywhere it's written in the Bible that you cannot be a polygamist. But what I've seen is that it says to you, if you chose to have two wives, you cannot be an elder. In other words, you cannot be a bishop. In other words, you cannot be a pastor. In other words, you cannot have any function
in
the church.
KJ, I'll beg to disagree.
Brother, hold on. I will say I'll take you through this thing. No, I know they fear that one. Why I've even reduced it, because this is not the church forum.
I probably would have just pulled out a lot of long notes. So now, but what he says is that it is good. That's why he's good. For it is, from the beginning, it was meant for one man and his wife. But because of the hardness, because of the way people's mind were at that time, these were permitted. There's a permissive will of God. It doesn't mean that's what God wants you to do. If God tells me to give show sitting here $100,000 and I refuse, he's not going to kill
Don't
me.
refuse in Jesus' name.
Yes, he's not going to kill me. Do you understand what I'm saying? He will only raise forefather to do it. Okay? When Christ was born in Jerusalem and there was a Herod, the angel said to Mary and Joseph, take Jesus to Egypt until Herod lives out his time. God had the life of Herod in his hand. He didn't kill him the night Jesus was born. Hey, let's get some things here. He could have chosen to say, okay, Herod, you want to disturb my plans? Oh yeah, it's time for you to come. He allowed Herod to live out his time. And when it was time, he told Joseph, it is now time to go back to Israel. Let's get these things in perspective. Now, our culture is totally different from the places where the Bible were written and compiled. And they are also written with a cultural background. That's why if you come and tell us that it is wrong for a man to wear any woman who wears trousers will go to hell, it is totally heresy. That means that all the people in Scotland will go to hell who are wearing skirts. Does it make any sense? No. So it is culturally implied in such a case. Why am I going that route? There is a good in polygamy. I will not practice it. For those who practice it, is their business. But we should also be careful for what the West is interpreting for us. We should be very careful because we are now living in an era where good has become bad and bad has become good. And so, if we look at that with what we're arguing today or what we're discussing, you will know that if any man decides to say, I can handle, just like you have said now, if somebody who has money, who has millions of naira and can keep 5 families, so be it. The place where we have quarrel now is if he shows up tomorrow and say he wants to be the bishop of my church. I will say, no, sir. That's not what he says. You have chosen to be a professor in the affairs of men. Go do that job. Leave those people who have one wife, who can manage their wife, and then manage the church of God to do the work. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. You see, there are certain things in the Bible that sometimes we take it away and give it a lot more meaning than what it should be. For instance, if I decide not to pay my tithe, I'm not committing any crime. It's not a sin that will take me to hell. I'm doing myself. It doesn't have any sin, any consequence of going to hell. It does not. Some of these things, we make a doctrine out of it, and they're not supposed to be doctrines. So in the context of what we are discussing, okay, population is important. Just like I agree with Fofa, it's so important, but it has to be a population that is meaningfully directed to a point where we can all have production. It cannot be a population just like that. We forget that Israel was a desert and they populated the place, and now part of Israel has become so greener than some part of our own forest, rainforest. So what stops this one where I'm going to? What stops us now, since we have a large population in the north, to say, you know what? Let's claim back our land that now under desert. Let's claim back that land. Since we have a large population, let's create towns in the desert and claim back those land. Let's redefine our own border with Niger by the number of forests we can create. These things are possible. It just needs human thinking and put it into. So we can't have a population. You guys are all just crowd. We all have 10, 20 children in one small hut, and every day we are fighting over some few greens. Well, we can actually create those things ourselves. We can create it. That's what I'm saying. Let's be a population that has a direction. We are being driven to one direction, not just we wake up, like Shortly after the war, I went to Liberia to do a story. And what happens is that every morning you just come to the street and everybody's sitting in the street. Young men, young women, doing nothing, just nothing, which is what, is becoming like now in Nigeria. You wake up and you don't have any money to go anywhere. So you just sit and put your hand on your head. I mean, looking. Our population has to have, target. We have to have a direction. The government has to have focus on which is taking the people. And so we can have large population and reclaim our land and make it, usable again.
So
Thank you.
I think we're beginning to meet halfway. So I'm not sure if Ed would agree with me. I think if I say this, I'll be speaking for Ed's point of view and what a few people in the comment section agree with. We have no issue with population. What we're saying is where Nigeria is today, we don't think that population increase should be our agenda. It should not be a national, focus. There shouldn't be a decree like when they did in China to say you can only have one child. Imagine in Nigeria now say, oh, let's just go and procreate. So what we're saying is, as a country, you have to know where you are and choose your priorities carefully. I mean, we're talking about a country where they are donating $10 to the poorest of the poor over the next 6 months. $10 a month. And they think it's enough to help them. Now, out of these people that we're talking about, they are saying that 83% of them have no bank accounts. Out of these 12 million families, they are saying that 75% have no means of identification. That's the country we're dealing with. I have no problem with population growth. Let's say, for instance, hypothetically, in the days when Gowon said, we have so much money, we don't know what to do with it. If that was the Nigeria of today, and someone is saying, let's increase our numbers, it will be good because we have money, we can do this, we can do that, then I can say, okay, let's have a conversation. But I'm saying Nigeria of today is the least of our problems. The population we have today, see, when you talk to people, and I don't want to start mentioning political parties, I don't want to make it political, but people over the last few years, you talk to them about anything going wrong in Nigeria, and they tell you, oh, you can't compare Nigeria to Rwanda. We are 200 million people. That's why we can't achieve it. You tell them a country in Africa is doing good. Oh, they're only 7 million. So they've made this 200 million population a reason or an excuse why we're failing. And we want to add to it. Yeah. I disagree completely. And as for polygamy, I have no problem with it. I don't think it should be criminalized, and I don't think anybody's talking about criminalizing it. It's free will. For those who want it, my advice is make sure you can afford it. If you cannot afford it, it is disgusting. It is it's not attractive.
Then why don't you also advise the monogamous one to make sure they can afford it too? Because the thing is, some people get married, they can't even afford marriage.
Do you mean the monogamous in Nigeria?
Yeah.
It's the same advice I give people.
Even the monogamous one, some of all those children you see on the street selling pure water is not necessarily because they are from polygamous homes. They are from monogamous homes.
How many Nigerian families have one child? Let's be fair. How many?
No, not one child, but we're talking about polygamy. You see, what is happening in Nigeria is that I think the issue is that they are not discouraging they are not saying you should not that it's illegal to be polygamous, but they discourage it. They are not saying you should not. They are not saying we should reduce our population, but they are discouraging population increase. Yeah, because they talk about all the policies to reduce population growth. You see,
do you think some people somewhere are afraid of us because we'll be 400 million people?
Oh yes, make no mistake.
In this poverty,
forefather.
Yes, make no mistake. Make no mistake about that.
So they make some argument. If they make argument like this, and they look cute, because they laugh. It's not something.
Uzokalo, don't start with me today. Uzokalo, don't start. Okay.
You make argument on reality. What is on ground right now? He said, sure, talk about Gowon. When Gowon was ruling, all right, nobody, like in my village, nobody was interested to ask government to do stuff for them. My great grandfather married 4 wives, all right. Nobody will tell you, I want government to give me a dime. They are all feeding well, all right. You know what he does? He beat house, beat her half and land. In the morning, every family go and production, they bring it together. They eat, all right. For that, nobody fighting, nobody's quarreling, all right. But right now, you can't even feed one child, all right. The thing taking shape on your own self. Nobody will tell you not to go and multiply. If you want to do what the Bible said, go to the word and multiply. My brother, you can't go to the word and multiply. Marry 7 wives is for yourself, all right. Nobody's saying stop you not to do that. But with the condition you have, if in the United States, as rich as they are, it's somebody that have 5 kids. Is that though?
They only have it. Some of people that have it here, they have it to collect some of all this government grant from the government people every year. They use it for fighters. Every day they use to collect food stamp. They want to, using the key to bring money into their home, not improve the economy at all. Because before I say that, I have 5 kids, my guy. If you only have even 2, I have 2 here. You see what it costs you to take care of 2. Then you say you want to have 5, 10. Talk about somebody, the poverty in Nigeria. You want to have 5, 10. Even my brother, I tell my brothers, hey, 2 you have. The money, put the money together and put them through to the school. Don't get to start having more. Because the more you have, the more the pressure is on me here, the more the pressure on everybody. The more they can't even have a good education. So the population you're talking about, it is taking its own natural way of dying, not people doing it. All right. Because if I'm a family man, I know I make 100,000 every
You
year.
are doing it. You just did it just now. You say you're not doing it. We send signals out there that no, not a good idea to have children because you have to worry about how you're going to raise them and in all the rest. As if not having children is removing the sufferhead. The sufferhead is still there anyway. It might even ensure
But that's one less child. That's one less child.
Listen, let me tell you. Let me tell you.
One more vulnerability that you're creating.
Forefather. In a family of 5, all right. In the morning, they have. Like I said, when I try the morning, each kid have to go to school to one or 2 bubble and 2 biscuits. All right, okay. In the morning, at least 2 capriso, 1 bubble, 1 biscuit. All right, and you buy a pack, you have 5. That pack of you have 5 children. You only go for them for like 3 days. It's gone. The father will go buy it out. But if you have 2 kids, all right, you can go for a week. All right. Or you can still have service on you, all right? So when you see a daily debit, when a kid go, no matter how poor they are in Lagos, they're going to school in the morning, their backpack. Check their backpack. You will see that bubble. It's a regular thing. Capriso, biscuit, everything. So if the more kids you have, the more money you spend, and the income is not coming. So when I give years back, when it's back or 1 year back, nobody cares if you are going to school with a backpack or no backpack. In the morning, there's food for you to eat. You come back from school, you can help your father to farm to get them food for the next day. Everybody live good living like happiness. There's a farmland, there's a hut. But when the things start increasing, people start changing their mindset of marrying 3 wives, 4 wives, 5 wives, 6 wives, 7 wives. Now you want to go and people start sending their child to school. Yes, but nobody change their child to school. A gay child doesn't go to school because they have no place years back. But right now they have a place. You can't leave your child in their house without sending to school. No matter how poor you are, they must go to school. All right. So when they go to school like that, there's an open. Nobody's going to do the farmland. Nobody's going to do all that. I use my side as an example. Nobody's going to do those things. So the land, nobody's going to farm anymore. Things they start demanding for the government, and what the government give is not enough to take care of the family. So on my own submission is this: let's not go through this because it's deep than what we can imagine. But
forefathers
provide.
In Nigerian culture, they say use your tongue to count the number of teeth in your mouth.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't. What we are saying is individual. This inconvenience, but what you don't see is that just by doing that, it's not going to change your circumstances. You are more likely to change your circumstances if you have a higher population that can actually go on.
Let me tell you. Have you lived? Listen, I don't think you have lived somebody like Amukoko before. Oshodi, you have not lived Abule before. All right. If you have not lived for this place, all right, you can't be saying since you are saying from where you live for via all those places. When you come to this place and talking about, you know what it means.
It's inconsequential. How it's inconsequential about individual suffering.
Yeah,
my point is that
man.
It's not, because if you base your opinion on just the individual suffering you are facing, you are going to miss the bigger picture. Because other nations have gone through hell.
If you live from all these places, that you come a compound, you have about 1,000 people living in this compound with 3 toilets. All right, then you can put your judgment down. What's going on?
Do you know where China was? Do you know where other countries were years before now?
One room.
Yes, because it's a good example. Because if I just start trading words with him, he's going to give me an example. I have to give him an example of where that stuff has actually happened before.
Two questions. First, can you prove definitely that China's population boom was due to polygamy? That's one. I want to see literature or data on that, right?
No,
Then
it
secondly,
doesn't have to be tied to polygamy. It
no,
doesn't have to
no,
be.
yeah, because the point you're making, your justification of polygamy is that that's the route or the route to population
No, it's not. It's
increase.
not the only route. I
So,
never said that it was the only route.
no, but that's the whole idea of
I
this
said he also
conversation.
aids population growth. No, it's not the basis of the basis of the conversation is that the Nigerian population needs to grow. Any instrument that helps it, we should allow it to happen. What is happening now is that our technology is beginning to catch up with our population growth.
No,
Because
no, 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 not at all. Nigeria's technology is not even like. Have you
hold
checked
on
Nigeria's?
now.
No, no,
See,
no. Let me
you
just quickly land.
you
Let me
can't
quickly
just say
land.
not at
Please,
all.
please, please, please.
Okay,
Let
go
me
ahead.
land. Have you tried to assess Nigeria's total factor productivity, which is the index for measuring the contribution to productivity of your different factors of production? And have you seen
Okay.
how technology ranks relative to labor productivity? Like capital
See,
productivity related to labor productivity. Have you tried to do that before?
See, what I'm trying to let you understand is that the African population has been depressed for a long time because of the level of suffering that has been going on the continent. And
Not
now,
at all.
let me finish my point now. What is happening is that the survival rates, the mortality, infant mortality rate has gone down, and now the survival rate is climbing. Is climbing, and what you are seeing is a natural growth that is meant to happen. Even when I give you the numbers that this land that we are occupying is 12 times less populated than that of India, and you still argue that let's keep our population down.
But do you know what India
I
is?
can't help you.
Wait. Do you know what India is doing? Do you know what India is doing?
5 Put one in Nigeria.
Wait. Uzo, wait. Do you know how much? Wait. Uzo, wait. Do you know how much you can get from? Wait. Do you know how much you can get from an acre of land, of agricultural land in India, compared to an acre of that same land in Africa? Have you tried to do the comparison?
What is the point of that? That is not the point.
Because that's to tell you that there is more that India can get from their small lands than we can.
So, Eddie, are you saying that our land is not fertile? Is that what you're saying?
It's not about fertility. No. Please let me land. It's not about fertility.
Okay, let's hear his last point, because he seems to be arguing that Indian land somehow is better.
No, it's not about fertility. It's about what they can get due to the application of technology.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm
hold on. But they did all these things well before the technology got to this point. As a matter of fact, Nigeria has the same technology as they do right now.
No.
In the 60s, when India population was already chasing well more than Nigeria's population.
Have you read about the Indian Green Revolution?
No, I don't have to read about everything to know a simple fact that hold on, let me finish my point now. You made your point already about they are able to utilize their own land more than we can because of their own technology. I'm saying that in the 70s, 80s, when India had a large population, even more than that of Africa now, as we stand today, have more technology than they did then. So how can you say we cannot utilize our land as much as they did at that time? So I don't know. Are you saying that we don't have as much technology as India had in 1980?
I'm not even talking about homegrown Indian technology, because the Green Revolution was not an Indian invention. The West coming to India.
It's good for the viewers to know what Green Revolution is, because I don't know what it is.
Green Revolution is that time where most of the developing countries, the less developed countries like in Latin America and most parts of Asia, they started adopting more improved technologies, and so they were able to increase the factor productivity of their land. With a small land, they could, because of use of improved varieties, they can actually have more production, and that's why India's agricultural exports.
When did this revolution occur?
The 1960s to 1970s, right?
Exactly my point.
No, it was not the population that caused it. That's not correlation. Is not causation.
The point is that we have that technology now. Why are you saying we should shut our population down?
Okay. Let me explain
Green
something.
Revolution was also introduced.
That's my point.
If you allow us to come in, it's not a two-way thing now. It's a discussion, right, gentlemen?
Let's let KJ.
We're not watching. It's not a TV show now.
Thank you, KJ. Go ahead.
It's a discussion. So let us also come in. Green Revolution was introduced in Nigeria, but it failed, just like every other program was, that have come. And I stand to be corrected. Whatever
Where did that happen in Nigeria? Where did the Green Revolution happen in Nigeria? Tell us, please.
It was introduced by Olusegun Obasanjo. He didn't really.
No, that is Operation Feeding Nation. It's not Green Revolution.
No, sorry, by Shagari.
That's not Green Revolution. Never came to Africa.
I check now. Check. Was there no
Oh my God.
food for all by the year? What?
Oh my
It,
God.
yeah. After Operation
Yeah.
Finish, there's
No,
a period.
Okay, let me.
I think KJ, I think what you're trying to say is all this program like Shopee, Ensure, all kind of agricultural
That's
programs
what
that
I'm
you're
saying. It
talking
was
about.
introduced by one of the government, MPN government.
It was
It never
Shagari.
worked.
Shehu Shagari,
Yes, yes.
1980.
I read it. I cannot forget it. I read it. It was then. It was one of the major things they were parading about. How they were going to make sure that
It
there
was
was food in the table for
program,
everybody.
agricultural program. Yeah.
Now, but what I'm saying is this: if whatever India was able to achieve in their small land, Nigeria have the ability to achieve also, and even much more. And somebody is asking a question in the comment section and saying, we cannot claim back our desert because the Atlantic is very far away from those desert states. But we pump oil from Port Harcourt to Kaduna State. We can equally pump water from Port Harcourt to Sokoto and create it.
Exactly. We have
Uh,
River Niger.
yeah, that's what I'm. No, let's not even talk about the Niger because they may say there's not enough water. Gaddafi created artificial, river in Libya, which is still there. Okay, so you see, it takes somebody who is mad enough to take these ideas and run with it and make it possible. It never gets done until somebody starts. It's always going. Like they say, it's always impossible until somebody does it.
Possible. Yeah.
You can't get the result until you move out. You know, so we can't keep every year. People are shifting down to the south because of the desert, and we allow the desert to claim our state, our country, because nobody wants to do it. Okay, and
Yeah.
then somebody is just asking the question, say, if God is if what God in the Bible created was perfect, where did the devil get the devil
Oh,
spirit
that's
from?
early. That was
What
early.
does Isaiah 45 7 say? You see, some of these things
That
sometimes you
question
see.
is like 5 hours ago.
Yes, people didn't get to understand the sovereignty of God. God is sovereign, and so because of that, he can do and undo. He said, "I can kill and I can make alive." It depends on what way he wants to act, and we do not have that authority to determine, but we can ask the way we want to go. So, anyway, I'm just trying to say, my brother, okay, Ed is gone. That what forefather is saying is doable. Whatever India was able to achieve, we can even do much. We have the technology, we have the people who can create it, even if we don't have it. We have people on ground who can create it. Nobody comes to say, Nigeria, you well done for being able to tackle that Ebola to a standstill in West Africa. Nobody comes to celebrate Nigeria and say, oh boy, how do you people do it? But we did it.
Mm.
We did it.
Yeah.
So we have people who can, if allowed, if given a space, can operate, both in Nigeria and internationally and be able to achieve. That's what we're just trying to say here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's
Igbo
Uzo
basics.
just interject for a bit. Don't make me add Carlo. Please, Uzo. What do you have to say? I'm sure you've got something to say before we get to we get to him.
I always
Not good there,
forefather,
not good
forefather,
there, not
Oh
good there,
my
not good
forefather.
there,
You
days.
not
see
good
me,
there.
I don't go to
Mm.
Wikipedia, I go to anywhere to get my own answer. I always what I see, what I feel, how I feel people, what I feel, how people live. All right, I use it to put my own judgment. I don't like I told you. If you go to all those places that I'm going to show all these fans, you will see a mindset will change about population increase. All right, is it that there's not? It's not the more you increase. The more you increase, the more poverty the whole place you work at will be. I don't think you imagine you have 1,000 people living in one compound, all right, and that one compound people have only 3 toilets, all right. Imagine the situation in that place, and people are still giving birth on top of that 1,000 people again, all right. If you find yourself or you want to do somebody, see, I can't say, man, you'll be so angry that you'll be like, come on, I'll give all of you take control to stop doing that. All right. If you find yourself, okay, you just go to visit somebody, find that kind of situation. All right. Like if they are counting sensors, I was in Lagos 3 days, one compound for 3 days. They start counting one compound for 3 days. All right. People start trooping. They say, where are these people coming out from? You surprised. So I really build my judgment of what I see, not what I hear or everything. It's just like in the United States, we are. No family, no white man family will give more than 3 children. They are rich. They have everything. They have every damn money, insurance, everything. But they still keep their 2, 3 children. Some will give one. Some will say they don't even want. They'll go and get a dog or cat to say this is my kid. So we even can get pigeon. I say that's my baby. That's my baby. Put insurance on top of the pigeon. Put everything. Put wheel on top of pigeon. A pigeon, they put a wheel on top of
Because
parrot.
they don't have, they are not us. That's why I say you should use your tongue to count the number of
That's what
teeth
I
in the
mean, all right.
mouth.
So the situation you find on ground determine the kind of thing you're going to be. Years back, I was telling people, if during the time of my grandfather, my mother them, that we are 100 and 510 million, whereby a family will like have more than one more than 6, 7, 8 children died. Now that is hard for you to see a family right now in Nigeria that will give you that would have 5 children. It's very hard. If you see a family like that will give you 5 children, it's very hard.
Not in the north. In the north, it's not a problem. It's in the south that it's becoming a problem.
And that's why the poverty is more in the north. Have you seen where people receive this 8
but it's always been higher in the north.
Have
I'm
you
not
seen
sure
the
it's tied
breakdown
to
of this
it.
8,000 naira they're going to collect?
Things are
Kano
getting
is the
shaped
highest
back.
recipient.
If you want to
It's
jump, if you want
linked
to
to
if you
poverty.
things are getting if
I'm not saying that it's not linked, but it's not reducing the population is not going to be the solution. Because the problem is coming from somewhere else.
If things are lying, go and make a bookie doing the gate man that travel every side to go and pregnant his wife. And see, why don't you travel this time around? Years back, every Saturday, all of them leave their work, go and pregnant and come back. How many is going anymore? How many is going? They remain in Lagos, remain wherever they are. Remain waiting. No, if they want to travel or I go pregnant and come back. Right now, nobody is ready to go to the north, pregnant and come back and say it's more chaos. Every year they go and pregnant and come back. That's what they do is pregnant and come back. Right now, okay, I know. He didn't go to Sokoto. He tells Bakudi. He says Bakudi. All right. So the economy, everything is turning on everybody. People are using their tongue to count their teeth. All right. People are using their tongue to count their teeth. So
but yeah, the population is still growing.
It's
Maybe
not
even
growing. We are
faster
deceiving
now.
ourselves. These numbers. The place is not growing. If it's growing, go to your village and see people in your village compared to 10 years ago.
I'm using the data that is available that the population is growing.
Let me tell you, I said this thing. If they do census today, original, how it is, all right, man, you surprise the number. Nigeria going to get it hot because the number we are not to that number. That's why this election open up so many things we don't even know. Even the last census, so they say Kano is 12 million. Lagos, I was like, even in Lagos, one compound in Lagos is over 2 million, 200,000. Okay. So why would Kano be more than Lagos in terms of number? He didn't put, for me, all those things, really like,
Uzo and politics. They did that for.
I think human beings.
That number you're talking about, Nigeria is not up to 200 million. I tell you, Nigeria is not up to 200 million. Nigeria,
because if you want to know, look at the number of people that voted in the last election and who have voted in this election. The technology that they used for this election was able to reduce the number of people that voted in this election. Let's tell you before they be inflating.
Yeah, let's allow AY to add to this. I think AY came before. Did Igbo Busy come in first or AY?
I think Igbo Busy.
Okay, Igbo Busy came in first. Okay.
Yeah, but please, can I quickly land the points, please? When I talk about the success of the Green Revolution in Asia and most of Latin America, it's easy for us to say, oh, they started a program called Green Revolution in Africa, but it was not successful. I just put a link there.
Yeah, so it happened in Shagari did it from what I
but it was not successful at all.
And it tells you that something else is the issue in Nigeria.
It was corruption. It was corruption.
No, you can blame corruption. I'll say we don't have security. That's our problem.
No, I just
we don't have security. We are easy to manipulate and overthrow our government.
In the 1970s, like Mr.
No, if Shagari remained in office, maybe he would have succeeded. You know that.
But go through the article I posted here. So
Ed, if you are doing a master's or a doctorate degree program and you posted what you posted out there from Wikipedia, your teacher will not take it kindly. Wikipedia is not a source that we cite in academic cycles. Let me put it that way. But I'm not going there. I'm just sharing with you what I experienced.
Sir, I'm not even doing a master's or a PhD.
I just
So
put
is
it
there a
there.
case you are doing
If
it?
you want me to put journal articles there, I could do that. But that Wikipedia just condenses a lot of things. If you want references, it's there. I know it's not citable because I mean I'm an academic, right?
Okay,
I'm not even a
there you
student.
go. But
Yeah, so
I
yeah,
just wanted
I
to
know
point it out.
I know that. I know that. I just
All
wanted to
right.
condense things.
If you look at this,
That's Abdul Salam.
Abu Salam.
Abu Salam. The
Abiola,
great
Abacha.
criminal. The
Our
great
only
criminal.
Hausa head of state.
Abdul
saw
Salam,
Great
Abiola,
criminal.
Abacha, and one person.
okay, and that's there's something else to say there. Marriage in Igbo tradition.
Babagida.
Yeah,
Igbo basic.
this volume 2, number 5, July 1998.
Yes, July
1998. Okay.
1998. So the people who wrote the Bible, I wasn't here when they wrote the Bible, but they spoke truth to the power to some degree. There are so many aspects of it that you can disagree with. When I look back today, first of all, KJ, my brother, kudos for all the presentations. It shows that you're a seasoned journalist. You make your, I mean, to congratulate you all for well-seasoned, educative, professional presentations that have been going on here today. And those are the things that children of the future will look back. Today we have electronics, which is what is presenting here. By the time we are doing this, we are publishing monthly, we are publishing quarterly on Igbo Basics from 1995 through 2007, when we realized that everything has gone electronics. We went online. Because we are discussing the subject of marriage, more polygamy, that's what we're talking about today. So I came back, picked up this, looked at it, and then, by the way, did you know that Abiola was the Are Anakakamfo of Yoruba land at that time? All right. So we are at a stage politically where certain things have happened called elections. And then we are talking about census. Remember that we are about to do a census, and people protested for you to come and do another Abrekataba census, a politically charged census, which is what they normally do, always telling you that the North is larger in population than the South. And a lot of us have counted University of Nama as where they get all those numbers. So that's why after we just saw this Abrekataba election that took place, people say, no, please postpone this thing called population census, which they were about to conduct. If you permit me, I'm just going to go straight to page 6 of this Igbo Basics Quarterly, and I'm just going to take the very first portion of it. By the way, the people who are presented in this particular tradition, Professor Barton Naji was the MC on the event on which he based some of this article on. In other words, whatever we have put down, because sometimes when I look back, I said, did we write that? Yes, we did. And they were well researched, people we have spoken to, people who have experiences, they were talking from their practical experience. And those are the things that you can't really debate or dismiss. You've talked about people having large family. Loco talked about one man and a woman had 12 children. I can tell you I'm a living witness. My own wife, a Catholic family from Louisiana, one man, one woman, 12 children, 6 boys or 6 men, 6 women. So that was happening. You could even still find such a thing happening remotely today. So they are reality. But I'm going to go straight to the issue of polygamy. And as it was presented here, I will say that marriage in Igbo land is an alliance between 2 families, as opposed to a contract between 2 individuals. And I will go on to say that the Igbo traditional marriage favors polygamy. That's what we said here, and we stand by it. There is no civil ordinance law against anyone who takes more than one wife as long as the person can maintain them. The marriage is patrimonial. One has to take a wife outside his kingship community. In Igbo marriage, more emphasis is placed on arrangement than love in the marriage. There is more screening for hereditary illness. For sanity, rules and sanctions are placed on incest crimes. A person who also will not marry within the segment of his or her mother's patrilineal lineage. Then we go on to say that until it was legally abolished in 1956, child marriage was the most common way of acquiring rights in women. In the traditional society, the prospective husband sent gifts to the girls and her mother, and sometimes helped to the prospective in-laws in farm work. The bride wealth payment is usually deferred until the girl becomes of age. That was then. Just a couple of more lines. We're now going to say that generally, marriage is regarded as a family and clan affair. When a boy betroths a girl, the matter does not end there. The families of the contracting parties will embark on a series of investigations about the character, home training, the lineage, health, clan relationships. When all the requirements are satisfactory to both sides, approval is readily given for continuation of betrothal intercourse. Otherwise, any further relationship between the two youngsters will be discouraged. Just one more moment, and then presently, when this approval is given, the boy and girl go for blood test. That's presently. They go for blood test to find out their genotype in order to avoid getting children with sickle cell anemia. I'll stop there before I discuss eventually the bride price. Why I read this is that is what we wrote. And I find out that in the volumes of work we did over the years, even in academic cycles, people refer to some of the things that we had written because of the way these articles were researched. If you look on this thing, I'm sure you see Chino after there. The subject we are dealing there with, female circumcision, much ado about something else. We're still talking in the same line of marriage, polygamy, and stuff like that. Whether you like it or not, polygamy will always be there. It's been there before we were born. It will continue to be there long after we are gone. It favors some people, it doesn't favor others. The basis on which polygamy was being practiced in those days has long changed because you now have mechanized agriculture. I said earlier on that my uncle, one of the most successful in my town, married 3 wives and he had 24 children. But he made sure that all of them went to school. They are now lawyers, everything else. It was a result of Obadiah Imo Iboko that insisted that I must go to school, that I ended up going to school, being the first in my own family that went that far. So with all that said, we can beat ourselves all we want. But what you all have presented here is very sound, not just academic exercise. KJ has made some presentations that go on, if Napito be go say, go and verify. These things are verifiable. But you find out when Uzo was talking about the population issue, go to your village now and find out how many people that are still there. Everybody has left for the town, for the township. That's the reality of what's happening, and it's very painful. Everybody, just like KJ was saying, you went to a place where people come out, they sit down with their hands on their head in a day doing nothing. The villages are deserted. Are you still finding the Pan tappers? I'm talking about from the perspective of southeastern Nigeria. For you to find a Pan tapper now, it's a novelty. So let us try. I'm not going to start copying when they say when in Rome, do as the Romans do. We represent a particular set of people. We fought a war. Over 3 million people were slaughtered during that war. And after it, we've come back, bounced back, and we continued, but things changed. What is it that changed? Obrozina High Sea. Fast way to wealth. Everybody wants to be. There's nothing wrong in being wealthy. And by so doing, the little things that we cherished. I'm almost sure that some of us, if not all of us who are on the set here, grew up with certain characteristics. I can almost vouch for KJ. And those characteristics are what is not going to make you be pants on the ground because you came from a solid family. Those are the things that, look at your own haircut. You didn't come here. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with the ja. In those days, in East, after the war, if they see you with the kind of hairdo that they're having now, they go gather you for line, say you dey Chris. You're going to say, I know Chris. So it was happening. And the churches were taking advantage. People who are hoodlums were taking advantage of people, forcing you now to be defined as a madman when you are not mad. But what happened today is now in vogue. It's in vogue. People make their hair like that. But for some of you, because of the character of how you were bred, I'm almost sure that you are not going to go out tomorrow and make that kind of a to satisfy who, to impress who. You're not going to do it because it's embedded in your character. So with all that is happening now, my friends, the topic we picked on today, because when I was listening earlier, we were talking about flowers, they're talking about love, they're talking about all the rest of it, and I said all these things boil down to emotion. If you take away the emotion, you begin to see clearer in anything that you're doing, politically and otherwise. You call a spade a spade. We are in the Western world. I'm glad that KJ made mention when he came over here. Some of us, when we came to this place in the 70s, we were told, if you see on your logo, don't go near. In other words, it was sunk into our head. Leave the women alone. No wahala. Another thing that was drummed in our head was, he who goes a borrowing goes a sorrowing. Those are some of the basic things that we are taught, and it remained with us. We only found out that it was a good thing to take credit here, to take credit to go and invest, not to take credit to go and consume. You take credit to buy a car so that you can be able to go to work, so that you can be able to produce. But I see that Nigeria has gone and taken credit in order to go and share. Isn't that madness? Is that not madness? I got to hear them that are leaders. We should be calling them out. We should be calling them out to stop this garbage. The last man who was leaving, he borrowed. And then all of them in the National Assembly, they said, okay, yes. And the man who just entered, he's telling us he's borrowing. Come on now. Whatever happened to he who goes a borrowing, goes a sorrowing. Stop putting Nigeria down. Can we, for once, appreciate what we have? Look at the talents we have out here. When I listen to Favaras speak, it's like he's laying it out academically. My own children, when they were very little, one told me, thinking about, what if you go and just irrigate the Sahara Desert? That's when the child was very little saying that. But after nobody encouraged that kind of thinking, that's out of the way. He's going to be a lawyer and stuff like that. So Nigeria should stop deceiving itself. When Nigeria stop deceiving itself, you will find out that people like Radio Mbise, Damian Anyanwu, who went into the bush and put together herbs. When I pull out volumes and volumes of Igbo basics that we are publishing, some people have been in this place where I am, and then we talk to them, and they tell us their plight. I'm not saying they share with us newspaper clippings, what made them leave Nigeria, and things of that nature. When we line all these things out, because nobody knows tomorrow. If I go tomorrow, at least I did my part. In the sense that there are things that somebody can reference long after I'm gone. We are just passing through little by little. So when we come here and have this conversation, yesterday night, we were on set. Forefathers at some point have to take a 5. And then we stayed on and stayed on. And I brought in a subject. I said, how many of us have seen Anene being the quarter of a penny? Then I asked a question, how many of us have seen half a penny? Then I asked a question, how many of us have seen Toro 3 pence? I was asking these questions to say these are some of the things that we who are still living for now went through, witnessed it, we saw it. And as practitioners in whatever field we are, nothing past practical experience. If you witness it, if you saw it yourself, somebody can write all they want to write. You felt it, you saw it. And for now, there's so many aspects of these things that I'm just glad that I'm able to pull all this and say, at this time, I'm not going to task my brain. I can refer you. You know, later by the grace of God, everything that we have already put in digital forms will be out there for whatever it may be worth for whoever wants to, but they are authorities. Senator Robert Torricelli, he took Igbo Basics Quarterly to Trenton to go and make a presentation. So with all that,
thank you. And
with all that, I'm not trying to lecture you. You caught my my summarizing point there. What I was trying to land at, Mr. Forefathers, is the fact that the work we have done, and I was trying to round it up with the story of the 1 shilling akara. Akara 1 shilling. The akara 1 shilling is a small portion of what is coming up in Zebudiah's book. He even forgot to mention that, but I saw it in an old video clip that he spoke to us some time ago. I said, oh my God, he forgot the story. What happened was that because of the way they were brought up, they used to be given pocket money, small money. And with that money, they didn't know what to do with their money. One day, him and his junior brother, they went and bought akara for 1 shilling. Imagine the akara 1 shilling. And the akara, Mama Akara asked them, where are you going to put it? Guess what they did? They poured out their book bag and loaded the book bag with akara. It used to be a small box. They loaded it with akara. Went to school. When it was time for them to bring out their homework, they opened the thing and oozed akara all over the classroom. And the teacher was so mad, and you can imagine what the consequence would be. That was the story of the akara 1 shilling. So some of the things that people have gone through, we don't wish for the younger ones who are coming up to go through it. It's been a pleasure always trying to participate with you, the young folks, whom I would even dare describe as Speedy Gonzalez, because at this stage, your mind is sharp and moving at a rate that you can compete with anybody in the world. All we ask is whenever you see the older generation, draw them nearer. Ask them some very serious, honest questions. And if they are honest to themselves, they're not going to carry water from out talk to you. They will tell you the way it is because they know that once they're gone, they're gone. For now, I rest my case.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, let me just add something. I think when they are cutting these videos, they should have a section where they cut that of Igbo basic, because some of the things he's saying, they are historical records. Actually, some of the things he's describing, I think it's important that they cut it, and every single time he says something, because you don't know how many. I don't tend to see our elders talking about stuff online that much about experiences, mentioning Kobo. I don't know the last time I heard about Kobo in Nigeria and stuff like that. So I think it's quite important. That's why I thought let me just let him go on, and in the end, if they are cutting it, I will I'll suggest it that they should be cutting what he's saying and putting it out there, so that weekly, if somebody wants to go back and say, let me just picture how things were once before. They will go back and reference Igbo basics and see some of all the things he has said. Because if you put them together, it will give a picture of what was happening in Nigeria for the last how many years. So I think it's a valuable thing. Thank you. Let me allow AY. Thank you for your patience. An elder is talking. Sometimes, you just have to make way.
Yeah. Thank you. Of course, Igbo Basic, he has a lot to offer. Yesterday, we left here so late. Like, he's just giving a lot of beautiful stories. Thank you, Igbo Basic. So the topic of today is polygamy, right? I can see Forefather KJ are very happy about this topic.
Oh, God. No, we're not. No, we're not. I didn't say the topic, it's not me.
Now garage, they go sleep tonight. No worry, now garage.
Yes,
Ewa, you go bring flower for the girl. You go carry am go for bush.
Not at all. Not at all.
So it's really important we listen to older men sometimes. They are. We need to take advantage of what they are saying, of some of the things they're telling us. What me I will say about polygamy, right? First of all, from my religious view, I don't see anything wrong with polygamy. Even traditionally, I don't see anything wrong with polygamy. But here is the caveat. I actually strongly have the belief that if you don't have plan, you cannot take care of some certain number of children, you should not. You have to have a plan, whatever you want to do. I feel some people can have 50 children that will take care of them. It's just a plan. The one other misconception, like what Uzo said, right? He was saying some part of Lagos, go and see the homeless people. Those homeless people, who said to you they are children of polygamy? Polygamous home. That's not correct.
I didn't say homeless, so I didn't say homeless, I beg. I didn't say homeless.
What did you say?
I said you find a compound of more than 1,000 people living in one compound, 10 people in one room, all right, owned by father and mother having 2 children. That was what I said. I didn't say homeless, I beg.
So okay, sorry. So the thing is, the other misconception, for example, what Show also says something that, like in the north.
At that time, Papa Sunday get 12 children. Papa Sunday, now get group pass everybody. You will see they get 2 children or 3 children. Papa Sunday, that time he get group there.
Show also says something like in the north, that's why the poverty there is very high. I actually disagree with you. The poverty in the north is caused by the elite. They try to keep the poor to worship, to serve them. This is what is happening in the north. They decided not to encourage them to go to school. They decided to keep them poor. This is actually what is happening. If you watch the Yoruba, for example, the South where they have high rate of polygamy now, most of the homes. So Awolowo was there to push education, which helped them a great deal. So in summary, I think planning is very important. I heard KJ say something like, oh, we can have like expansion in terms of going to our big land. Yeah, we can build more settlement it's just like here, right? In America, in Canada, what you see is they building a new city or a new town. They make sure they put everything there: hospital, Walmart, all the basic things everybody needs. They are gonna be there. In that way, some people can always move to this area. But the problem we have as people, we don't have planning. I'm here in developed country. People will plan for the next 10 years. They are building roads. They are calculating how many cars are going to be passing there in 20 years' time. This is how they work. But we don't do this kind of stuff. So that's why you see our system is overloaded.
AJ, we were doing that. We were doing traffic census enumeration during our time.
Okay, good. Now the number is so high to the extent that government can't keep up. We don't know how. We need to have a pattern how the population is growing so that we can plan. We can plan and be doing stuff. But we are not doing that. Then on the other issue is, you see, one thing I tell people, right? I have met a lot of Nigeria all over the world. If anybody is telling you Nigeria don't have capacity to compete in the world today, the person is joking. Nigeria have the capacity to compete at any level. What do we not have? We have educated people. We have people with experience. It's just the way the country is. That's why you see people stay away. People don't want to get involved in some things. People don't want to invest. We have a lot of people that can do all this stuff. Is it IT? Is it medicine? Is it engineering? Is it which area you will go, you will not see Nigeria that are capable to come and work for Nigeria. If we really have a country that is working, that people really care, we really want to feast a nation, we can do it all. We can do it all. This is the truth. Nigeria have a lot of smart people. I personally believe if there is any black nation that would have been competing in the world today, it's Nigeria. But we are sleeping. Look at our military. In the 90s, our military, we were growing very good. By today, you expect Nigeria to be a member of NATO. If we have strong military, we were still building our military, the world would have respected us more. You know, Igbo basic usually say a lot of stuff, like, for example, like after the Biafra war, how people were creating guns, doing some stuff in the East. What happened to all these people? They did transfer that knowledge, most of them, but they are gone. So Nigeria, we have people that can actually get it done. I just feel the way the system is. People, how do you want to convince somebody from America that is living his life very good? Oh, come to Nigeria, come and take up this position, come and help us to build. The person is scared. You know, will you give him the space to work? They need the independence. They need the security. So we really have people that can do whatever we want, but I think they need that avenue. The avenue needs to be there for them to come and operate. Otherwise, that's why we see like they just using us to do treat us anyhow, man. But if with that, Nigeria everywhere, we can do a lot. Thank you.
See, yesterday we were asking each other, right? What do we think we can do as a solution for Nigeria? Physically, not by mouth. Like, what do you think?
Physically, they scare people. They are thinking you are telling them to go and fight. You know, when we say physical in Nigeria, it means go and fight somebody.
Yeah,
like
no.
actions.
If they don't understand English, not my fault. So
you know, we don't colonize that word physically.
Exactly. So
physically,
I mean, like, as in you being present,
Action, yeah.
you know, to like, what do you think you can do as in like contribution personally?
Local P, please, before we leave this topic, let me just quickly make.
We're still on the topic. We're not leaving it.
No. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the point I wanted to make, with respect, what AY said, you made a lot of sense. But so my fear is really like, are we making our arguments based on what is, or what should be, or what could have been? Because a lot of things you said are things that, oh, Nigeria can do things, and we know we have that capacity. But then most of our arguments that we're making is based on what we are seeing on ground, right? So when we argue that, I mean, I'm not against polygamy. I think I'm not against polygamy I'm not for criminalization of polygamy or like
The
demeaning
concept
polygamy.
doesn't bother you. It's just that it has to be managed.
Exactly. You know, because one thing we have to understand when we come to a forum like this is that we have to understand the audience that we're dealing with. We're dealing with a very diverse audience. I cannot come here and start imposing my religious views. I'm a Christian. I do have religious views, and if someone probably like last week was it Scribe that spoke about Christianity, and I had to come and actually present a Christian view on the issues that he was like misconstruing. So of course, I'm also here. I don't have to like maybe blow my credentials. So like, and I say this with all due respect to our father here, Igbo Basics, who could easily be my grandfather, right? You know, on the issue of me posting a wiki. Wait now. Wait, I mean, I respect. Wait now. I respect him a lot. I always like his use of anecdotes. So like me posting a Wikipedia article. I mean, you don't expect me to come and post PDF articles like in a forum like this because not everybody's academic. I mean, I am academic. I'm no longer a student. I don't. I mean, I've attained the highest level of education. So and I say that with all level of modesty.
you want to
So
Are you a professor?
I am. If that's what
I thought you want to ask a question.
I am. No.
Professor
I'm
you go see the lecture as you be so.
No,
it's a
not
matter of practice. Don't read the lecture.
No. But
I don't know
I'm not gonna like. I'm not gonna make this about me. But my expertise is in agricultural economics. So a lot of the things I said about green revolution.
Dr. M.L. Okpara, if you say agricultural economics.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
know. I think
if you're a
I've
professor, we should be able to call you a professor now. See,
no, please don't.
Professor Ed, you can't take it back now.
No. I actually say that because when we come on a forum like this, it's not a place to like throw out our credentials. So when I put like a Wikipedia link here, it's just to have like a condensed
what people like us will understand.
what everybody can understand, as opposed to like putting.
It's true. Leave me like us. Leave me like us understand. You know.
Let me highlight the information you sent about from Wikipedia. One of the stuff I found on your Wikipedia link, it did say that corruption and insecurity are one of the areas that made the Green Revolution in Africa fail. And that insecurity is always been there plaguing us on and on. We left it unsorted.
I know you highlight the insecurity.
Yeah, exactly. I will pick up on it now. Corruption is everywhere. That insecurity aspect is what we never did fix. That's the problem.
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, I say all of that to say that again. My point is that I'm not gonna hassle anybody about whether you want to be a polygamist. The reason why I even joined this conversation was based on forefathers' points that we can increase our population if we promote polygamy. So my point was, what are we going to really gain from that increased population when we have not been able to manage what we have currently?
That is a very low. I never said any such thing that we can increase our population based on polygamy. I'm arguing for increase. We should not stop the population increase.
You argued. Wait. You argued that. No. Let me explain how you argued that. You argued that population can be a basis for power. And
yes,
that was a direct
I'm going to stand on that one.
Exactly. That was a direct evidence. Exactly, and the whole argument started from polygamy and the potential of polygamy to increase population, which can be a basis for power. And that's why I came here to say, what is the economic incentive for increasing our population? That's how I joined these arguments. So I just wanted to put that. I'm not.
It's very simple. It's the economic incentive.
I don't think you should have a people should involve in population increase. Population increase can give us a better economy, but I don't think to give us like so much power. I heard forefather say something about Germany. If we have population, we can fight Germany or all that. No, I disagree, man.
Okay,
I
that's the
disagree.
argument.
You had me wrong.
Now that's my point. That's what we have been arguing. Now welcome to our side.
There are no sides here. There are no sides.
So the thing is, even if we are 50 million, we have a country that is solid, that is working. We have good military. We can defend ourselves. The way we are now, we are 200 million. If you throw a bomb in Nigeria, what will happen? Oh, you think Nigeria military can wave a flag when the missile is thrown?
You understand that you can fight, but you may not be able to win, but you may not lose.
But
it's also that.
Forefather and AY, I think I want to come in there. You see, when we talk about Nigeria, we know that Igbos have a proverb because leg has broken the lion, so goat can now come and tell him to all. You understand? Because the lion is wounded, does it mean that the goat can equally come and tell him he see you and do like this for it? No. You are talking about Nigerian military. When I was in the secondary school, I went to a military school, secondary school. Our commandant then, his name was Lieutenant Colonel Sudo. He was telling us the story when they first attacked Nigeria Cameroon attacked Nigeria through the Bakassi Peninsula. Shagari then was the head of state. They were going to take over. They were some kilometers away from Yaoundé. Okay, Nigerian military, just one battalion led by this Yehema I just left yesterday, Buhari. He was then a colonel. Okay, he led that attack, and they had to beg him. They had to beg them to come back and not take over Yaoundé. This same military, this Nigerian military, they went to Liberia, okay, and brought the country back to civilization. This is the only military in the world that has been able to intervene in the country and brought stability. Is there another one?
My uncle Amadi Ikweche commanded the ECOMOG troops to Liberia.
So KJ,
hold on. What I'm saying, necessary is this: it is some people's interest to decimate the Nigerian military, make it the way it is. It's having their purpose. It's having their purpose, not because they don't know what the Nigerian military is made of. It's not the same police people who have in Nigeria that go to UN and come back with honors. I don't know the same police. Every time Nigerian police force go to the UN to go and help, they come back with honors. But it's serving some people's interest. Like I said here, sometimes when we talk, because we are talking and we're giving our region as the example, people don't want to hear. When they send them to the east, they give them target of how much to come back with.
Please, don't do that. Let's not do that, please.
Let's
do the barrier on the east.
We are not going to fall for it. Is gotten from the checkpoints in the east every month. It's on record. I didn't publish it. Nigerian newspaper published it. I can give you the link. So what I'm trying to advise, so I don't divert, is that what they have done to the Nigerian military suits the interest of the political class. Simple. Not because they don't have the ability to do
let me come in. So what KJ said is very true. You know KJ now, intelligent, but when it comes to Biafra, don't talk. Just keep quiet.
Wow. But you see, you're trying to give me a bad name now because I don't think
I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing you. KJ have a lot of information. What he said, that was exactly what I said when I said in the 90s. The way, if you go and study the trend of Nigerian military, this is not where we are supposed to be. That's the fact. I mean, in Africa, they still scared. They are scared of Nigerian military, of course. Look at when in Gambia, Yaya Jammeh, when he wanted to turn a dictator, Gambia. He didn't want to leave power after the election. They deploy like 1,000 military to Gambia. It disappeared. Nigerian military, they still have that, but to be honest with you, we're supposed to do way better. Like the way Nigerian military were coming, Nigerian military would have been a force in the world, I'm telling you. Even in the land battle, they were really tough. Now, corruption, of course, they are stealing our oil too. So now they don't even care. They want to have fun. They want to buy big cars. They want to. So it's military. It's a lot of sacrifice to the country. So I completely agree with what KJ is saying. He's saying the right thing.
But AY, here's my point. Now we're talking about population. If you were to plot a graph of our population and our military strength, will you have a negative or a positive coefficient? Because when KJ is referring to is sometime in the 1990s, it's negative, right? So what is it exactly? So it means that our strength militarily was even higher when we didn't have this much population. So what is forefathers saying about it?
Listen to what actually inaccurate. Actually, it's actually inaccurate.
It is.
It's actually inaccurate. Murtala Mohammed eviscerated the military after the civil war. The military was significantly higher than what it was in terms of the population.
Yes, he
but
reduced to
when
250,000.
Murtala came, he took out 100,000 of them.
Yeah,
and
it became 250,000.
Exactly. So, and we almost kept it the same. We never really moved it since then till now.
So no, we're looking at our population as a nation.
That means it's negative now. What are you saying? You say it's wrong. You say it's wrong. That means
no, but it makes no. But even at that time, it was still very bad. When we are talking about the ratios here, if you are looking at like America, soldier to population,
I think you've missed the point. Sorry to cut you short. So what Ed and Lokopi are saying is the strength and the ranking of our military in the 90s was way higher when Nigeria's population was way lower. So they're saying that being 500 million does not equal to strong military. That's what they're trying to say.
No. Look at this show. Look, this where you.
Not me. It's Ed and Lokopio. So
let me say something.
No. I'm just.
They weaponize corruption in the military. And that time you're still discussing military. Don't go away from the agriculture, because I could say to the prof whom we have here, the specialist in agriculture, I could say to you, you would know something about the Cook College of Agriculture. Cook College of Agriculture. Cook College of Agriculture in New Jersey.
I'm sorry, I don't know about it.
Okay. The Cook College of Agriculture, 1 second, is one of the best in America. Google it. And I'm trying to put something across to you, sorry to go away from there, that when we are being honest, coming from this angle, our politicians, when you think you are trying to, we once tried to have a sister state relationship with the Cook College of Agriculture and College of Agriculture Mudike, the Okpara's establishment. One politician came here, instead of taking advantage of the groundwork that we've laid, what did he do? Came for his own purpose. So I'm not going to leave it there. All I'm saying is that we have information to share.
This is our argument, right? So when yes, with in the 90s we have lesser population, better military. That is our argument. The argument is you build military. How do you build military? You increase the size, you increase the equipment, the capacity. You increase it in all ways, right? It's just like not only in the military. My anger with Nigeria is this: things are not improving. Like our federal universities, for example, most of them were built in the 80s. Then after them, what happened? Go to our Nigerian universities, you meet giant buildings. Are you not telling me since 40 years ago there is no improvement? What changed? Nothing is changing, nothing is improving. Most of our roads today are federal roads. We are built long ago. Where is the improvement? We don't have improvement.
Yeah, you're making my points.
Go to Murtala Mohammed Airport.
Okay.
So
but
do we need more people to improve those things?
Like in the University of Benin, right? In the University of Benin, right? I don't know if any other state.
Don't just call it University of Benin. It's Great University of Benin.
No, wait.
Correct guy. But in terms of structure, I know they said UI, I think was I don't say show good at na UI Gosha. But I know UI
Well,
was
talk, man,
having
because I did watch you talk. Waiting to UI.
but I know UI was crowned of like the best structures or whatever. Then having the most structures there. But at least of late, I think University of Benin they tried. They did 50% of what they had before. They did
They tried in
50%.
what?
No, like
Please,
in terms of
I'm a
structures, right?
graduate of University of Benin. Tell me the new
Oh,
structure
wait.
in University of Benin. I'm a graduate of University of Benin.
What faculty do you study in?
Which year first?
No,
me.
tell me
No,
the
wait
new.
first. Which year first?
Wait, let me explain to you. Let me explain to you.
Okay.
In University of Benin, the new structure you have there, and now what's it called? I think now he built the new library. Wait, let me finish.
I don't know how to do anything.
Okay, maybe wait. We had a new library, right? In social sciences, they were improvements. They had new structure. In law, well, let me finish now. You will tell me. I know University of Benin. I know what I'm talking about.
Thank you.
In science and engineering, there is no new structure for years.
I ask you some question. Under which VC? I left very old. I left old. I left way back, but I'm in touch with what's happening there. Even
which
today.
year? Which year did you finish?
No, I just became. I just graduated yesterday. But during the time of hold on now. During the time of Sister Grace, I know Auntie Grace. I know Auntie Grace. Because they come here, but even as a big Gorish, the last one that left, the Professor Orumese from engineering. No, before Orumese was Professor Oshodi. Oshodi was the one that brought the revolution of structures in University of Benin, right? All the money that they used to share, you understand? Because Oshodi was the first Benin indigene that governed the school, BC. So all the money that they used to share in the other room, Oshodi was the first professor to no, let's create employment. So he used those money and build more structures. That's why I said the University of Benin now can be said as competing with
now.
Sorry?
Except now.
That was not the point you're trying to make.
That I said Oshodi. I said that was during Professor Oshodi. After Oshodi, Orumese for engineering. That I'm an engineering student, but Oshodi for mechanical engineering, they try. He failed. It's a failed one.
No,
Then the one of now is Salas, is a female, the second female VC, Professor Salami. You know, so but I don't. But what I'm trying to say is that of now, I can say vividly that University of Benin can contest with UI. As of now,
congratulations, welcome.
But UI has been the of them all. Half of them.
Is it on Curtis level? On Curtis level?
No, you're not gonna stand.
No,
Uzo. Now, governments they failed. In those days, UI and Uniben, then Unilag. When it comes to African universities, before you count 10, you see those two universities for them.
In fact, UI lecturers and professors are rated in the world like the way they are rated.
Do you understand? Now,
just now, we believe the same people you deal with on a regular basis.
Where education don't turn to primary six, you understand? Then, before you count African universities or what, you would see like UI, Unilag, and Uniben. They must stay there. You not get magic, not there. You understand? So, but it just pay me say this time. Okay, like see the other girl where get 5.0 for whatever. Till tomorrow, till just now, we're supposed to be still be celebrating that girl till today. But guess what? Make Bibi Niger happen tomorrow to next tomorrow. You shall say the winner will celebrate the person pass that girl will make 5.0 for GPA. You understand? That is just a nation that we find ourselves to be.
So local P. Your point is that you're trying to say that there is more pressure on our systems. Are you saying that there's more pressure on our systems, including our educational infrastructure, that we used to do better when we're
okay, when you say pressure, where is the pressure coming from?
I mean, there's more student enrollment today because of the
okay, now get me right? See,
no, I want to know your point. I'm asking a question. I'm not.
Okay, hold on now. Okay, that's what I'm saying. That education has no limits. Bring 1 billion people come, education will swallow everybody. because you say knowledge is you can't nobody has monopoly of knowledge.
No, you don't get
No,
that,
no.
right?
ED is saying a different thing.
What I'm trying to say, like, okay, like the three of us here went.
That's why I asked where's the pressure coming from?
Yeah, no, that's what I want to make my point is that there's more, like, when I got into Uniben, I think Uniben enrolled about 40,000 students that year. It was actually one of their highest enrollments ever. You know, a classroom that was meant, maybe was built for like maybe, let's say 50 students. You now have like 150 students sitting in that class.
ED, let me just add a point. Yeah. ED, I don't even, local, I don't want to tackle you. You see, when I was in year one, we used to attend lectures in 500 LT.
Yes,
500
I went there as well.
LT was designed for only 500 students.
For 500 students, yes.
So, more than 2,000 students. They don't even have places to sit. If you come to 500 LT, 7:30,
hold on. Now, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, AY. That 2,000 students that were there, did it affect your degree? Did it affect you coming out with flying colors?
It affects your learning outcome, of course. Now.
Wait first now. Hold on. ED, hold on now. ED, AY, let me tell you. So, because of that 2,000 that were there, so if you were 500, you would have made first class, or you have been professor by now. Is that what you're telling me?
See. We getting something wrong. Yeah.
Let me quickly say this. AY, let me quickly say this. If those 500 students, now there was also what is it? 218 LT. That was like a lab in science. Exactly. So let's say that 218 LT was like a lab that was supposed to get 218 students, right? And there are 218 pipettes and whatever instruments, test tubes. Now you are having maybe 500 students to use those pipettes. How will they learn science?
Now let me tell you something, right? See, hold on. In university system, right? They say JAM is 200 cutoff, right? But not all departments or all faculties in most certain universities take that 200 in their faculties. You understand? They all have their own cutoff mark. You understand? So they set a cutoff mark, and if you can beat that cutoff mark, like maybe like medicine, for instance, they say medicine is 250, 230 or whatever, while the JAM cutoff mark is 200. So they know that definitely people will beat that 200. So, but to reduce the number of candidates that they can attend or they can lecture for academic purpose, they will set their own benchmark high and make it like 230 or 240. So if you want to choose that course, if you decide to go for, if you can beat that, then you can as well enter the class. But if you can't, sorry, no verse, you go find where your level there.
Let me be honest. I've also been in the academic students of Uniben, both as a lecturer and as a student. So I know that there is a lot of, as in the population is more than the school can take.
No, hold on. See, hold on. Remember one thing, right? These schools are set up to also raise revenue for the government. No, hold on, but because they know that they have a certain capacity, the government is also on their asses to make sure that the revenue is also met. So sometimes what they do in terms of capacity, they would like, okay, for revenue sake, let's increase, you understand, the number of students so that we can get that revenue, you understand. But if the government is doing their own job and by giving funds to the academic, maybe then those institutions will say, okay, let's stick to the number of capacity that we can stipulated for.
You see what I'm getting to? It's still this argument of population that you need to have a manageable population, right? So this whole idea of you get population and it's just going to be all rosy.
I think okay, let me add something to correct something. Hold on, let me correct something he said earlier.
Even the private university, and you think they can even do lower. What is the outcome? Still nothing. For private university that you think they can even stick to their...
But the population is not a university thing, it's a national thing. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Sorry? The population?
The population is not a...
We need more universities.
Yeah, it's population.
Yeah, but we need more universities, fine. Because that's what I said, education... That's why I say. That's why I
Can
say
I can I
education.
can I add something,
Education
Loco?
will swallow
Let
you,
our
no
host
matter how
speak.
big you
Loco,
think you are.
Loco,
Education will
let me
swallow
add
you.
something now.
You made your point, as
The
father
this
would
thing.
say. Let me make my point.
Exactly, it's turn by turn. You know, this is a queue.
Nigeria
Eh?
Limited.
This thing, you made a point about the graph going negative. It's not necessarily true. As a matter of fact, at some period in time, it actually went the other way around. It got worse. There are times when it got to one
It's
to
not
one,
negative, but it's
and
worse.
yeah, it got worse than what it is now.
Okay,
So
worse than negative.
there are years like in 1980, 95, 2000, it was worse than it is now. The ratio
What was
between the
worse?
citizens and the
He's
people.
gone back to military in terms of military and
The
population. That's what he's
population
saying
and
now.
the listen.
What father,
Can
don't
I
go?
can
He's
stop
been
now,
on
Loco?
Sato
Come
for the
on, man.
last
I'm
3
trying.
minutes.
I have to
He's
get it
been
right
on
because
Google.
I'm checking it now. It's very, very important. Loco is being a bit of a funny character right now. You know, if people are watching this, some people actually want to be educated on something very critical.
Can I ask you
So
a
don't
question?
take it for a joke, please.
Please. A clarification. What variables do you think we are looking at? We are looking at the relationship between our military reputation, let me put it that way, and our population. I hope
What do you
I
mean
hope you understand.
reputation? Reputation and population.
Like KJ was saying that our military should be very respected, right? So I'm trying to say, if you plot that respect we have and the growth of our population, is it increasing or declining? Is it
Oh no, that one is obvious now. To be fair, I've never considered our military strong. I think people are just it's between it's among weak nations. You remember the nations that Nigeria went and showed its military strength. They are within nations that are also weak. I can give you the numbers here. North African countries, 5 of them have about 2.2 million this in sized military, while the entire West Africa has 370 something. So you can see the people that we went and competed against are just,
So you
floor
think maybe
members. We are not in the
the
world
results does
meter
not show
at
the
all.
true strength.
No, it really doesn't. And if you live, it's like living in a bubble. When the world is totally on a different scale and we are just operating on a different scale, and we go and knock on somebody in the same scale as us, I would think that we are the strongest. No, we are not.
Let me ask you a question. Okay. Wait, I need to ask Father a question. Do you know what happened to American military in Vietnam?
Investment.
In
Vietnam.
Oh yeah. We know
you
what
know what
happened.
happened?
Yeah.
So are you going to say American military were not strong or what?
Oh yeah, they were very, very strong and they accomplished what they needed to accomplish. If you think that was a total loss, then you don't know what the way Americans operate. They go there to suppress people to maintain their power, and they succeeded. They stopped the spread of the Soviets. This thing. See, you have to understand, the Soviets were expanding all over the world. They were competing with the capitalist system to the point whereby America had to raise its tax rate to almost 90%. Can you imagine America raising the tax rate to almost 90%? Because that's what they were competing against. They had to fight this war. They are trying to stem it. They were trying to stem the power of the Soviet Union, not necessarily trying to rule them. That's not the purpose. And to them, they feel they succeeded and they left. The same thing they did with Iraq. You think they intended to just colonize Iraq? No, that's not what they intended to do. They went there for a specific strategic reason. And it's not always what you see on the billboard that is their purpose.
So somebody Sam says, is this Satnam? He's asking a very good question here. Loco, please help us answer this question.
These people are just wicked now.
This is
how can you ask such a wicked question?
No, do you know what
it's a very good question.
No, do you know what he did? He did teamship, like we saw at Chatham House. He delegated the question to Loco.
Loco is the one defending our universities. I want him to help us answer the question.
That what? Read it loud. Let me see. No, read it for me. Let me see. Read it for me. Let me see.
But where did he put Loco here, though? I don't know
exactly.
where.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. For the question he asked, right? Let me tell you. The truth is this, right? He said, "How much do Nigeria's units spend on research?" It's not Nigeria uni. Nigeria uni does not spend money on research. It's governments, right, that really give. I think was it not what's it called? This guy and Paul was talking about how much that he said Harvard is giving the institution for research and other stuff, but in the Nigerian context, because our institution is set to also as a means of raising revenue for the government, both federal universities and state universities, is bound for the government, whether federal or state, to also give funds to support research. You understand? Because like you see, these federal universities are research centers for development, for like just like you have teaching hospitals. You understand? Like University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, University of Benin Teaching Hospital. Those they're supposed to be supported with federal government funds for research. You understand?
So,
So, but
so,
his question is saying how much is the government? Sorry, is the universities giving the unis? But is the government for the revenue that we've given to the government is bound for the government to bring those revenues back as support for universities to do research. For example, ASU has been fighting for years, asking the federal government to bring out funds for lecturers to even go foreign to do researches, for our labs to be functioning
so
like
you
in
you
high
know
capacity.
you know the genesis
Can
of
I
this
speak?
argument. Now you're coming to our point,
You
right?
shall speak. Don't
The
worry.
argument was nothing is improving in Nigeria. So what we refer to university is the responsibility of the government. We also complain of the roads, we complain of hospital, we complain of everything. So that was the genesis of the argument. So it's the responsibility of the government to have, like you said, our federal university, they are not generating any revenue for the government. You need to
No,
know
they
that.
are. They are.
They
are.
We have a professor here.
Who do you think pay them salary? Who do the federal universities? Who pay them salary?
Hold on. What the university are generating, Nigeria are actually subsidizing our federal university. They are not getting any money from them.
See, if you say, hold
this
on,
is the fact.
Whether some subsidy or not, hold on. Like your fuel, they're subsidizing.
Mm-hmm.
Are you not paying for the fuel? You are paying for the fuel still. So you are also giving the government revenue by paying for that fuel that you're using.
So you think the amount you are paying federal university is enough to take care of Nigeria federal university?
No, hold on. See, look.
How much is federal tuition before now?
Hold on now. Do you know how many students in that university? Their fees, whatever they are paying, you understand, it serves as IGRO for the federal government. If it's enough to run the country, or if it's enough to fund the university, that is left between the university and the federal government. But like I'm telling you, the federal government universities, what they are paying university is part of revenue raised for the federal government.
Okay, I get your argument.
If it's enough
but it's
or
not enough.
All right, gentlemen.
You are not in the capacity to say that because you don't know.
No,
let's hear from Augustine. Because the only reason why Augustine joined is because
please, and Augustine, you know you are free to interject.
Sorry,
these people, they are.
This tells you that there are a lot of people watching. The minute you go to their area, they just jump out.
They just jump in.
They're discussing university, academia, Professor Augustine just appear. If you mention Simon Ekpa 3 times, you will say
It was when we started talking about the teacher to student ratio.
I'm right. Everybody has what triggers them, and they're like, I have to go and say my mind. No.
I've said it. The standard of the average human being in Nigeria, the standard they have is so poor. I'll tell you the truth. Yes, in the negative point of view. I'm not talking about the leaders now. I'm even talking about the citizens. We are as good as Nigeria is as good as a citizen. 2 days ago, in fact, yesterday, when you were talking and APC supporters were coming to talk, I just said Nigeria deserves anything they have. Anything Nigeria has now, it deserves it. So the point I'm trying to make is that first, I have 3 things to talk about. 1, the teacher to student ratio is very poor. I have been in a class I taught in I handled in Anambra State University. And they teach 400 people for one class. I believe that it is my duty as a teacher to transmit knowledge to these people. I even go to the level where I call their names. Nkechi, tell me what I have said. Or maybe I try to make them participate, but trust me, it's difficult. If you go home, you are so tired and hungry. in such a way that it's so bad. Okay, translate it to what I do now. I teach just 24 students in my class now. In the US, I teach 24 students.
But that's what I'm saying.
I know all their names. If you don't come to class, I'll tell you. And that's why they prefer me, because if you talk, I'll tell you that I didn't see your assignment today. Please try to bring it to me tomorrow. And I follow them one by one. Anybody who does not understand, you meet me in my office, we talk about it. People have some, in this part of the world, you have some psychological, emotional things.
Sorry.
So
Does
that
any,
was my
can
argument.
any of them fail?
Pardon?
Do you have failure? Any student that failed? Any student
Yes,
that
one
failed?
person failed in my class here.
For 24?
Yes.
Loco, you can't
fail.
do this
Now,
comparison.
the point is this.
I think you want to say all of them pass.
No, all of them no pass. But at least I know say I put the effort and the person say no, leave me, I won't fail. Now ain't confused. But the point is this: in Nigeria, look, let me tell you. I was, my students will always say that, Augustine, you get time, because out of the 400 scripts, I dey read them to hell to make sure say anything where you get for real, you get them. Not be some teachers. I know teachers, I know professors in Nigeria who don't read their exam scripts. They just apportion marks based on how beautiful your name is. So if your name is Oko here, you go score 0. Why in your paper you were supposed to score A? So that is the problem.
For real.
Now, like me, when I was teaching there, I take the time to read to make sure that what you get. Because I remember in one of the courses in the university, the person apportioned marks based on names. And I scored C. And when I remember that thing, I felt so bad that I said I will never repeat it to my own students. That is one part. Now let's go with the part of research. Let me tell you the truth.
0.
Let me tell you the truth. They give. Let's start this way. The government does not give money for research enough to the school. But the truth is that when they want to give the money for research, it is based on favoritism. I have seen people who have gotten the PTDF grant. They use it to buy SUV.
Cars,
That's what
I
they
am
do.
telling you.
Yeah.
They use it to buy SUV. And you know the funny thing? Look, I'm almost going towards the end of my PhD. I have won grants. I have gotten grants when my name they say now you win them. But you know that I give detailed account of any money I spend. I give detailed account. From year to year, I had the I spent this amount of dollars. Everything is okay. If you check now, this is not my usual house. I am somewhere for a grant. And I'm giving detail of how much I'm spending the money. But how do Nigerians do it? As I said, I'm not saying because I heard that. I don't ever say anything that I heard that. I'm saying what I know I've seen. Professors use grant to buy SUV and nobody asks about it.
Wow.
So while we are slapping the government, for not doing well, we will also beat the professors for not doing well. And the point is that our recruitment process is a sham in Nigeria.
Forefather,
I will tell you the
see
truth.
the corruption now.
I will tell you the truth.
No, I understand. There's a lot of corruption in the system.
Let me give you one example. I challenge you, go to all the universities. All the junior lecturers are children of the professors. Did they transmit knowledge for Gene? No. I will tell you, I was in the lab doing my research today. When a lecturer in Nigeria called me on how to design an experiment, when he called me, I just started laughing. Because the person who called me, I know them, I know how they behave. And if when it comes to appointing professors, he's not supposed to be appointed. I know. But I started laughing. I will tell you that, is this your University of Benin you are talking? There is one girl who was a valedictorian in Kemi. Her name is Kemi. She told me she was among those who were pictured by the US Embassy to come to the US during my set. Because the US had to go. You remember what the US go to Nigeria, pick their first class students. You can imagine that more than
Which kind of information be this? Forefathers go down vex.
No, let's tell ourselves the truth.
Augustine is making a lot of sense.
Let me tell you the truth. Like in my set, there were 1,000 first class students.
Wow.
Out of the 1,000 first class students, just 20 were selected. You can imagine when they pick your best, they select the best out of the best. This Kemi, I spoke with Kemi. How far? He said he made first class. From which school? University of Benin. She told me that she gave the speech. And after giving the speech on that day, the Minister of Education said that all those who got first class will be appointed as teachers in the school. Do you know that when the minister left, 4 days later, she went to the department and the HOD was bold to tell her that the day the minister came down from that podium, that was when that sentence ended.
Wow.
Augustus, please, I need to come in. Hold on.
Yeah, if you want to ask me a question, you can go.
Let me say
I will
something.
tell you my
Let me
own.
say something.
Yeah, go on.
When Loco was talking now, I didn't want to really go into some details. In University of Benin, Department of Physics, if you go to the Department of Physics, we used to have a professor, Professor Ifedili, that one died. We have another mathematical professor. You know what he was doing?
Tell me.
When he was now the HOD, at a point was the Dean of Science, Physical Science. He will retain the best. If you have a first class in physics, he will tell you want to lecture, automatic employment. He will make sure he pursue it. When Oshodi came in, you know what he did in University of Benin? University of Benin is known to retain their best. He started retaining Benin students with two people that listen. Lecturing is not a field where
that is the problem. You
love
have
lecturing
who don't have passion for the job, and you are bringing them to do the work.
And doctors, you have to love it.
No, but
you have to know what you're doing. That was what happened. I'm telling you.
Hold on. Sometimes, I know a guy in my set, right? He made first class in civil engineering, right? He never wanted to lecture, but they forced him. They sweet talked him to lecture. He did that 1 year, and 18 months. He left and he went for Chevron. Why all of us that did not make first class, we were going for oil and gas. The lecturer was trying to convince him to stay because he made first class to become a lecturer. And they convinced him.
One thing I want to tell is this. Look, one thing I want to tell is this. The truth is that not all first class students should stay in the academia.
Thank you.
As I said, it is born out of passion. Look,
exactly.
If you could have if you make me the president of, if you say you make me the president of Nigeria, the truth is that I will try as much as possible to bring low-level jobs in such a way that you can earn a basic amount of money that can pay for your house rent.
Better money, yeah.
Now, if you finish your BSc, you should get a basic job to do. If you finish BSc and get a basic job, you still open your eye clear, say you won't come masters or PhD. Then there should be very few, and the government should fund the research heavily at the masters and PhD. In such a way that in a university department, you should have 10 people, 15 people. If it gets worse, 20 people. But my friend was telling me now from the University of Nigeria and Suka, for me, I go call him Department of Biochemistry. Say they do almost 150 for master's class. What you can do?
Yeah, it's unemployment. It's unemployment
because of lack of employment. Then let's say they waste time for house. Okay, maybe we go get on that degree. Maybe we go get advantage.
To take edge your colleague over employment.
You know the funny thing? The funny thing is that these people who come for masters and PhD, they are not in the mood to learn. And I will tell you, they couldn't have come if they had a basic job.
So while we are talking about masters and PhD, I just wanted to share something that may be affecting it that we may not be paying attention to. You see, this is WTO website, and that is the TRIPS protocol that they normally use to control intellectual property rights, which means whatever you invent and all the other, your ability to use it as a nation, these are the people that can control it. They will tell you that whether you are infringing on some other person's intellectual property right or not. And chances are that, guess what? If they say that you're infringing on an intellectual property right, does Nigeria have the clout to go and fight them? No chance. And this could lead to the decay in our...
Is it in your country or internationally?
It's international. It's worldwide. This is what they use to control this thing.
Okay. So hold on. So for those guys in Nigeria, right, that have never traveled before and they were able to do like maybe electric cars or whatever, So they have no right to own it because Elon Musk has done it before or whatever. Is that what you say?
I think the taxes they tend to use is that they try to buy it off. They will buy it cheap through the either the university or Ministry of Science and Technology. And if it turns out that it's a really innovative technology that they really need and they don't want to pay for it, then they could go to trips and say you are violating their intellectual property rights. And
So
then you have to go and fight them.
even if I've never traveled out of Nigeria and I was able to out of
No,
studies,
it doesn't matter. They will just say you copy them. And
No, but I think there has to be some level of similarity. There has to be some level of similarity.
that's the point. Now.
It
Who
doesn't
is
mean
gonna
that
who is gonna
yeah.
the point is that who is gonna judge? That's the problem.
No, hold on. See, hold on. Look,
No. But for
look,
them
look.
to be able to
It's
adjust
physics.
it or
It's
even
physics. It's education. There's not you threw the word out there. You threw the knowledge out there, right? So anybody can grab that knowledge and make do of whatever they want to make do with it because you did not create. If you are talking about electric cars, Elon Musk did not create physics. Did not create anything electrical.
See, the reason
So
why
he
I say this is
copied
because
from somebody.
let me explain so that you can have a background of where this stuff has affected Africans before. You know, when the COVID-19, when
As what he
COVID-19,
said here, I had the verse.
yeah, you know when COVID-19 happened, when African leaders wanted to start making their own vaccine, this was a big problem. This was the issue. This you see is just a little writing on the page, but it was a problem. They were telling them you need to waive these things so that we can be able, because it's not that we can't build the equipment. If you build it, they will say you are violating their technology. So
Then how come
you can use it.
I didn't go to your country now? Do I know you before?
They don't care. Oh.
The truth is that knowledge, we have basic knowledge in physics, biology, chemistry, and the rest.
Exactly.
If you add something extra to that basic knowledge, like for example, you they connect 1 to 2 to give you result. Somebody connects 1 to 3 and it gives you result. It becomes your patent.
Exactly, it's
own it.
different. It's not
Now,
the same.
Yes.
You're
as I said, you are very right that there is politics in all these things on who to give patent.
Exactly.
It's very true. But the point is that if Africa wanted to produce its vaccine, but some
Local
of
just
these
discovered another chain in our hands.
some of these things,
I just know because
Just discovered another chain that we have to break out of again.
Now game plan, like I said, somebody invested in Benin during the pandemic or whatever. Ventilator was so expensive to import for every hospital in Nigeria. Somebody out of his own volition during the pandemic, he invested in Benin. They were able to manufacture their own ventilator that is rechargeable. You understand? And mobile. You can use electric, you can use solar and whatever to charge it. Different people can share it. Why the one that was there before that was invented is only one person to one ventilator. You understand? So maybe because of that, probably maybe for what you just said, like these trips, bastard rubbish trips they are talking about, maybe that was why they did not mass produce. Yeah, it's rubbish. Maybe that was why they did not.
Can I make a contribution? Can I?
Look, what you said is
Can
for
I make a?
transparency.
Can I make a contribution?
Shit,
Can I make a contribution? I came in. I came in when they mentioned, the following standard of education in Nigeria. In those days, for you to be a professor, that's what they call peer review. You don't just be a professor. Even to defend your PhD thesis, sometimes they invite because every university must have a visiting lecturer from abroad. Every university. Nsukka may have maybe University of Princeton University in New Jersey, Badon may have a University of London, Benin may have a Queen's University in Australia, all these things. So for you to be a professor in every field, that's what they call blinded. I think what they call double blinded or something. You bring your CV, everything. The academic department of the university we forward it to maybe a professor, your people with your field in Norway. It could be, you may not know. They go through it. Then they now sort of make their comment before they circle it. And then they said your publication, how many have you got? In what journal? It's not that. In Nigeria, when the Nigerian system started failing wars, they will start a journal internally in Nigeria, a group of this thing. By the time they keep publishing articles there, when they become a professor, then the thing goes away. But this time they will ask you, the one you publish, at least in East African journal, in which people in Kenya, Tanzania, or South African journal, or in South Asian, like Indians, Japanese must have read it, or United States. So if you can't get all these, there's no way you're going to be a professor. They can't confirm it. This is when the standard was high. But Nigeria, because of their politics, everything penetrated. So that is how it started falling to the extent that whenever they get it, they leave university. But before then, you can hear that. That's why in some cases in those days, if you graduate from Nigerian university, you are going for postgraduate degree abroad. The moment you mention the university you went to, somebody will tell you, okay, we know of this professor. We know when he became a professor, or this. They will mention a name. But these days, you might get to Nigerian university, 30 professors. You can't mention their name in international circle. Somebody will remember. They will tell you that they don't, even in their field. Like if you go there, you won't see. So exactly. So you will see the academic standard is falling. That is the thing that affected Nigerian politics of ethnicity, tribalism, and religion. It penetrated the academic system, and then that is how it ended. It's just there's nothing like peer review anymore, because the highest accolade you will get is what your colleagues give you, not what the government give you. If you get an honor from the government, anything is political. But if your colleagues, imagine being an accountant, professor of accounting, and your colleagues decide to honor you, it means that yes, they recognize. But in Nigeria, it's no longer like that. Everything is based on politics, and the standard has just fallen low. People without even what is it called? You might even see people with a very poor grade. They will tell you they are lecturers. Can you get a publication? If you see the standard of paper they publish, people will tell you no. Because when you send it to your colleagues all over the world to read, some will just mark it zero. Say, look, you are copying somebody else. Or maybe what you are doing is not originality. There's no originality to it. Or you can't even defend the procedure you used to arrive at the conclusion you are giving, because they will ask you, if this is the procedure, this is outdated. If this is the procedure, it's not likely to do this, because whatever you do can be reproduced. If somebody cannot reproduce it, they won't take it from you. They say, no, you copied. So that's that. Then in manufacturing vaccine, there's a formula to do manufacturing vaccine. When you want to manufacture a vaccine against tuberculosis, you get the bacteria that causes it, denature it, make it inactive, and then use it as a raw material. So the formula is there. All you need to do to patent it is that if maybe the one they are in cell is colorless, you might color your own. The moment you put it a color, maybe it's a bluish in color, that becomes your patent. Anything you can do to alter it a little, or you put it in a different packaging, and or you say there's a way you give it maybe one type of compound name. This is, you can end your own with X, or you can start naming it from right to left, maybe reverse it. So you must bring something in to distinguish it from the one done by another person. Failing to do that, they say you are not being original, and they might not sort of patent it against you. So a lot has happened in Nigerian universities. It's really, the standard it's no longer what it used to be at all. It's no longer. In those days, somebody can finish from a Nigerian professor can go abroad, lecture in Harvard, come back, make a lot of money. They respect you because what you are saying, you're up to date. But these days, it's no longer there. Some people that are professors are not supposed to be professors. You'll be surprised when they tell you that somebody is a professor. Then you know what to wonder. You Google the person's name. Let's see the publication the person has gotten or presented. Nothing. Or maybe one, or maybe one or two or three, and you start to wonder, how can this person be a professor? And you tell
I
the
know
person,
many. I know many.
who says?
I know many that doesn't even have one. I know many that doesn't even have one.
So you see,
So you
so
can't do
so
practical one
so
professor. Be a professor.
Yeah,
Start having a paper,
I
please.
don't know.
so how
You
can
know,
such a person teach?
you know,
Can I give an example? Can I give an example of a case where an African country went to trip protocol? It was very interesting to see because I've never really seen this before. It was between South Africa and United States and some other Western nations. It was regarding HIV. You know, in the 90s, South Africans were a little bit skeptical about HIV, and they wanted to control the drugs in terms of the drug that they used to do this. So let me just read it. It says the background.
Can you project it?
Let me see if I can project it now. Yeah, I have to try to. Let me just collect the information and separate it out. I will just copy it. I'm copying it from this thing. Let me just put it on. Sorry, it's taking a bit of a time. Yeah. Oh God, it may not
Yeah,
display very well.
they talk. Professor is far. If you listen to someone like Wiki,
okay,
if
let me
you
do
know
that
him, if
now.
they told you he was a lawyer, would you believe?
Exactly. You
Wiki is a lawyer. Sorry. If
It's
Wiki
like a
wasn't
primary
opportunity to
school where
be in politics, he's just like an Aguero.
Exactly.
But he's a lawyer.
So I don't know what I can. Let me see. I think I can increase the size of this font.
Magnify. Let's say, please magnify.
Yeah, let me do that bigger. 18.
Oh, okay. Not bad.
He copied
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I copied it in. So it says, it says background. The case was initiated by the United States along with various pharmaceutical companies against South Africa in 1989. It concerned the South Africa's law and regulation related to intellectual property protection for pharmaceutical products, particularly those at combating AIDS. So he says that the main issue in this case was the compatibility of South Africa's laws with the obligation under the TRIPS agreement. South Africa had implemented measures to address public health concerns, such as allowing the parallel importation of patented pharmaceutical and compulsory licensing for essential medicines. So you see what we're talking about. You want to use an alternative, they come and fight it. And in the end, I think South Africa wised up, knowing that they're not going to be able to fight it. They reached a settlement, and under the agreement, I think it says under the agreement, South Africa committed to ensuring adequate protection of intellectual property rights while also promoting access to affordable medicine, particularly for the treatment of HIV. The agreement sought to strike a balance between patent protection and public health needs. So you see what basically happened there is that the protection remained. They couldn't protect their own. If they wanted to treat their citizens with cheaper medicine, they will not be able to do it because that medicine that is being protected now is the best one, and they can't
You
import it from
see,
somewhere else.
brothers, you see these white bastard people, right? Because they are cunning in their nature, right? I think maybe they deceive us to sign whatever agreement we want to sign to allow them their own stuff to always sell in Africa. You understand? And wherever we want to do our own, this trip nonsense that they do will never allow us to flourish in our own local whatever. So I think it's because we've already signed this treaty with them. So like we are being trapped. We can't do anything.
We don't have the
let,
muscle to
let me
fight
give
them.
you one
That's the
case
problem.
study here.
Look, the
During
problem
during
is
during the,
not
during
with them.
COVID,
The
during
problem
COVID,
is
there is this professor.
I'm coming. When you go cap in hand to ask for aid, when you go cap in hand to think that they are coming to free you, okay, they're coming to help you fight corruption. They're coming to help you repair your economy. They're coming to help you build your industries. Why
That's
wouldn't
why
they also
they give you the agreement to sign.
You can still you can still. This is what happened in Zambia during
It
the
will never
COVID
change.
something.
He
No,
who
I'm coming.
the
During
capacity
this, what happened? This what happened in Zambia. The vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine they want to use in Zambia because they are distributing a thing for here. The Zambian Minister for Health said the Zambian is assembled their immunologists and microbiologists. He said they will have the final say. Forget about where the thing is coming from. Said if they certify it good to be used in their population, they will use it. But until they certify it, they won't use it. So why can't other countries do like that? You see, there are extent you can blame, or maybe you can blame the Western world for your problem. Use your intel, use your this thing, because when Zambia said that, it didn't go down well with, I think it was United States. Yeah, I'm
I
coming.
was
It didn't
listen.
go down well with.
I was in Abuja when the COVID-19 state started, and majority of those people who are in the pharmaceutical industry came out and said, "Look, this is just a little bit different from malaria, and we can deal with this." it is our own government. I'm telling you this now. It's our own government that shut those guys down. Those guys
Thank
who
you
have
very
Hey,
much.
the
that is it.
see,
So
Thank you.
because we are not patriotic, but Zambia
no,
use their people. Say, look,
no. So
whatever
what
the
I'm
final
saying,
say will come from our scientists. They are
they're
saying
not
put the
doing
immunologist.
maybe,
He said whatever they
maybe
say, if they say no, no. So why can't Nigeria do so?
you're not understanding
No,
what
hold
I'm
on
saying.
now.
What I'm saying
Maybe they
that
are dancing to
it's a
the trip
that's why I'm
agreement.
answering local. It's a combination of our own people handing our own destiny to them. It's not them who are doing this thing. Are they the
Is
people?
it?
Look, let me show you what. Let me tell you what happened. When you see
True,
some contracts being
true,
signed with
true.
Nigeria and China, what happened is that they take one of our ministers to Orient. They wind him up and give him
Bribe
some
and bribe
small
and
girls
bribe and bribe and.
with wanted something. By the time they finish with them, they just sign and come back and begin to talk rubbish. It has happened over and over and over and over and over.
Very true.
Okay? And it's
Look,
still going to happen. It has not changed. This is that this
let
is
me just let me tell you one thing. Look, let me tell you. As I'm talking to you now, about 2 months ago, there is a new innovation in cancer that will be released any moment from now. Do you know who is it? It's somebody from the east of Nigeria who recently
Hey,
was doing postdoc in a university. This one just happened some weeks ago. Do you know what the US government did? They have decided that they will help him to start up a company. So tell me, if this person now grows in pharmaceutical and brings out this new innovation in cancer, everybody is sick of cancer in the US, everybody, even in Africa. Then tell me, if they bring it to the forefront now, or maybe, for example, give him money beyond his standard to make sure that everything goes well, are you going to tell me that you will decide to bring the cure home? No,
no.
it's
no, he's
not
gonna
true.
stay in the US.
Austin, you are
He's
going
going to
fast.
say he's taking
Where are they going
intellectual
to,
property of the US.
where are they going to sell it? Where are they going
Yeah.
to sell the company? Is it going to be in the east? No, it's going
No,
to be
it
here.
will be in the US
Yeah.
He's gonna
because
be in the
Who
US.
are
generally,
the people who are going
okay,
to work in it? Who are the people who work there?
take the
Who
second
distribute
case.
it? Who market it all around
See,
the world?
You
You
see,
can see
you
all
see,
the business that already been taken away.
it's like because of Nigerian corruption, the corruption has even undermined our right, our sovereignty. Even
Yes.
what when we have opportunity to dictate what we want. You see, I was surprised that of Zambia.
I'll tell
The
you the
health
truth.
mi-
Okay,
the
look,
the health
see,
minister said whatever our scientists say stays. If they say go on, we go. And they tested every because they can manufacture anything and ship to you people and you feel. He said they tested it and make sure that do the batch because it comes in batches. The batch they feel that this one can do the job and they tried it. Otherwise, they won't use it. So that is patriotism.
see,
Even if
look,
intellectual property right is against you, before you use it, why can't Nigeria assemble our scientists, immunologists, biochem, everything? Tell them this is what we want. It takes from the president say this is what we want. The future of the life of Nigerians depend on the
See,
decision you
but
make. You leave it
the
to them
problem
like
is
this.
that if you
let me
go and
tell you.
copy, they will fight you. I think the shortcut is
Mm,
you buy up a
mm.
company that has intellectual property right there and bring it to Nigeria.
No,
Otherwise, they will
no, no,
fight you
not
for it.
no, 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 no. You don't copy
Forefather,
it. I mean,
we
you
don't need to
evaluate it. That's what
copy
I'm saying.
anything.
You evaluate it. If you
Look,
evaluate it, because if you
Uh,
evaluate it, you feel it's not up to the standard. You tell them that I won't use your own. Not that you are not copying their own.
okay.
So yes, that's what I'm saying. You
can I
evaluate
tell you
it
something?
because of the
Can I
health
tell you
of your
something?
people.
If you're a science
Look,
student,
Please
right?
let Augustine. Augustine is being nice. Let him have his say.
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I was opportune. I was, as I always say, I was born in Cameroon. I have studied. I've seen things
Ah, you're a
around.
Cameroonian.
I was
Hey,
born there. I'm a Nigerian.
okay.
I'm
We
a
need to see
Nigerian.
that passport.
My father and my mother are Nigerian.
Imagine if he wants to
But
run for office now.
no,
for
that
for
one I no
president.
tell. I will
They
keep
go
on
treat
Wahala
saying
they
it.
start
will
to
treat you like
I
Atiku.
am. I will
exactly.
keep on saying it.
We are going to
I
go and
am
look for
a.
that village in Cameroon.
See,
Eh?
I'm a
We have to
I'm a
verify.
full-fledged Nigerian because my father
Mm,
and my mother are Nigerians, but they
mm,
just went for greener pastures. I was born in Cameroon. Now, why am I saying this?
okay.
I see the animals in Cameroon: snakes, monkeys, ants, and the rest. I came to Nigeria and I also look at the ecosystem. Now I am also here in the US. I look at the plants and everything. It's only in Nigeria that I see plants and animals of different species that I have never seen before. What I'm trying to say is that from all these countries I've been, even the ones I just visited and came back, Nigeria has a diverse ecosystem, which if you look into nature, you can see the cure for many diseases. I will tell you the truth. Nigeria is so blessed in such a way that if you look inside the plants and the animals into the nature, you will see cure to different diseases. But see what's my problem? 60% of those in the academia are not supposed to be there.
To
If they
be
had a better
there.
job, they are
Good.
supposed to have taken another job.
75%. 75 to me.
Others will start. Now, I'll tell you the truth. I am a computational chemist now. I study biological system with computers.
They're asking you, do the snake in Cameroon swallow money?
See, okay, no, that one not the swallow money.
Now, what you just said just now? Hold on. You just said computational chemist or something, biochemist. Is that what you are? So hold on there, because there's something I saw recently that said that they can use AI now to manufacture all kinds of deadly chemicals within 5 minutes.
So Austin has Nigeria reopened the chemical department of UNN.
UNN.
And this goes to all
chemical
of
engineering.
Yes.
Chemical engineering. Chemical engineering. Because that's where they manufacture the Obunigwe. No, it hasn't. It hasn't. No, it hasn't. It hasn't.
Nigeria. Okay, so Nigeria is holding itself down until they wake up.
Why I said this thing is because I saw one of my friends who started doing molecular modeling. You know how to use small molecules as drugs. That was in 2013.
Yeah.
So he used to do it. He used to teach himself. So when I started doing it, I started liking it. So when I started liking it, I started my master's in 2017. I discovered one thing. I did it at UNN. You will be very good in what you do. Most of our professors are, if it's in the Roman Catholic Church, we say Vatican I priest. They know the Greek change. Now, when I started doing some of these things, do you know that there are some kind of things you want to do, and the professor will slap you that why should you do this kind of thing that I don't know? But on the opposite, when I came to this part of the world, I started doing some very tough things. Instead, my professor would tell me, my mentor would tell me that keep on doing it. By the time you have learned in such a way that you even know better than me, that is when I knew that you are ready to graduate. So they encourage you to do it. But I will tell you, in Nigeria, there is a paper you want to publish, the man will give you slap. The professor will give you slap to tell you that why will you know this kind of thing?
Austin, you too go far.
I have a question.
I'm not trying to bring my university down, shall we? At least engineering that I know. Okay, let me call the department. Okay, engineering, come and beat me, maths. I mean, maths, come and beat me. Mechanical, they will tell you, see, you can't get first class. See, don't be class, don't worry. No matter the book you don't get first class.
They want to limit your ambition now. Don't start.
Look, so that are you one of those? Are you one of those? They used to tell that A1 belongs to Alpha belongs to God.
You
Alpha belongs to God. So forget A1. Just be looking for any other thing.
I have a question for Augustine. Augustine, are you applying AI in your studies in the way you are studying right now?
Not yet.
Yes.
No,
for me,
it depends. It depends if it's into IT.
No, not
computational.
What?
It's computational, so it's already into IT.
So
yeah, computational.
Let him answer.
So what I do is that
somebody off your TV is echoing.
Okay. The point is that for me, I study. I study mutations in cancer. That's what I study, and I use computers to do that, to see how those mutations you have. In fact, I'm related to cancer studies, so I look at how those mutations in cancer change the behavior of genes. That is what I look at. I don't manufacture drugs, but I can predict how the cells will behave when they are cancerous. So the point is that if I get a very good explanation for that, somebody somewhere will now say, okay, since you have known how the cells will behave, this is the kind of drugs that will be good for it.
Yeah.
And that is why I like the United States, because Everybody does his research and add to the pool of knowledge. There is this COVID vaccine we are talking about. One of my professors said he was the person who was able to get the molecular target that vaccine is targeting. So it therefore means that experiment he did in 1995 was what helped in that COVID-19 this thing. So, but the only thing is that in Nigeria, that is why I'll tell you the truth. If I told you that masters and PhD, the government should fund it very well, because you should not do research with your money. If you do that,
It's
you
true.
falsify results. You should not try it.
Yeah,
If I do research
exactly.
with my money, you
Exactly.
cannot accept that result. Because if na my money, I no go wan buy chemical. Because I go just tell you, say,
It's
okay,
true,
I go
man.
inside, come and say, this is the result. No, you should not use your money, meaning your work not just to do the experiment. Why somebody is providing the
Exactly.
money, anything you want, they'll give it to you. But on the opposite, in Nigeria, you do research with your money, which is very unethical. And now, you get something good. If you get something good, and you now decide that, okay, let us move it to the next level. I'm sorry to tell that it will still be your colleagues who will say a lie.
You
You no go
can't.
work.
You
Fun and
you
I'm
life.
see,
still curious about.
Augustine.
I'm still curious.
The
Let me
chances of
just
you
add this
getting
last question. Let me ask this last question. I'm not going to ask him again. I'm still curious because you said something about that your job, your research is to monitor the changes that are happening due to cancer cells to the genes
in genes.
in the genes because of the
Yeah.
cancer cells.
Yeah,
So
guys.
is it monitoring the cancerous cells genes, or what is happening with the host this in genes, or is it just
No,
the
I'm
cancerous cell genes?
just the molecular level, just the genes themselves, how they will unwrap, all these things they will say in biology, transcription, and all those things.
Mutates, they
Okay.
transport, they
Yes.
mutate, they
So in other
transport.
words, if you know how the genes are changing, you can be able to target them. Is that it?
Yeah, like
Yes,
it's like
but
you're
you know
studying
how
it,
they are.
Nucleic
and
acid. That is nucleic acid biochemistry. Nucleic acid
that's
mainly.
So
you're projecting, because what you are doing is projection. So you do project like by study, like in this cell, this is how this whatever is
See,
reproductive,
see.
mutate, transport, or wherever. So by the time you say something like that, another maybe biochemist or physician will not come like, oh, okay, if it goes like this, I think this is so. Everybody work hand in hand. You
Close the
understand?
door.
See, even in physics, right, or chemistry,
Are you the only one
the
there?
Graham Douglas,
Get close and
the
leave.
Newton
Close and
law of
stop
whatever,
moving.
whatever, the Thomson's, whatever, Thomas Edison. See, they are not. They were copying other people, right? They better their what they were taught or what they found. They took it to another level, and their name remained there. So if you take Thomas Edison's theory and you're able to prove it or break it down further beyond where it was, your name will still surpass their own and remain. You understand? So, but I think in Nigeria's case or in the Western world case, probably be maybe confra or whatever, they decided to put their name and make sure nobody breaks their theory or whatever. It's not supposed to be like somebody cannot come with this trip like you just because that this trip here they make with the first man like somebody cannot come with this trip and like, oh, you put trip there, so if you do something that is supposed to be better than my own, I will say no, you're copying me. I mean, come on, you copied somebody, right?
No. I don't think that is copying. The basic knowledge of science. There is a basic knowledge of science.
No. The
Every
trip,
other thing is built on that.
And I know intellectual property right. I know what Look is saying. Intellectual property right. You see, there's a basic. Let me say vaccine. I said before. There's a basic formula for manufacturing vaccine. If you want to
exactly.
manufacture vaccine against let's say malaria, you go to the what is it called? How do okay? Let me just say tuberculosis. You get to the disease, get the let me say from the lab the way I know it. Let's say get the serum, deactivate it. It becomes a powerless. Then you use it as a raw material, so that when you now use it to because a formula to do it. Now somebody must have done his own and bring it give it one name with the way it acts, maybe the dosage, the gram. Maybe you take the instead of 2 milligram injection, you might say it's once a week, and you take it at this age. You vary your own. If you vary your own, it's still the same thing because the same tuberculosis won't change. It's the same tuberculosis, whether in Nigeria or in the United States. So you vary your own. When you vary your own in accordance with the formula you use to do it, that becomes you register it your own based on that. And also the pharmaceutical company with their own paracetamol manufactured by what is it called? Emzo. Emeka and the Ozo, the Nnewi woman that manufactured the Enzo paracetamol, they give it their own. The paracetamol manufactured by here is in Ota, they give it their own. Paracetamol manufactured by maybe Peace, what is it called? Maybe Glasgow, they have their own name.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not sure paracetamol is still covered under intellectual property
No,
rights.
Hey, no, I'm giving an
But
example. Hey,
if it is
I'm
cutting
giving.
edge, you're going to
What
have a
TM is
problem.
trying to say is like
Hey,
every
I'm giving an
I want us
example.
to correct
with
here,
the
please.
Okay.
basics.
Listen, every drug
Yeah,
has its
is it?
active ingredient. Every drug has
Yes,
its active ingredient. Now that
yeah,
paracetamol, that whitish thing is just a
yeah,
carrier. Inside
yeah,
that
yes,
paracetamol, there is a particular chemical
yeah,
which is the active
yes,
ingredient. Now listen,
I know.
if somebody got that active ingredient, somebody has it as a property, intellectual
Yeah,
property.
yeah,
Now, anybody who goes and manufacture Augustine's paracetamol, but with the same active ingredient, you must pay your
yeah.
royalty.
No
Now,
problem.
if
I
let's say,
know.
for example, that paracetamol, the active ingredient has maybe
Yes,
a ring, a benzene ring.
yes,
I remove
yes.
one of the hydrogen and put, let's say,
Put
chlorine, and it works
it-
better.
you
Then it
you have
becomes my property.
altered it.
It is
That's
now
what
my
I'm saying.
property.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You alter it a
So
little and then put your. That's what I'm saying. Because
anybody who uses that
that
my
active
own will now
that
pay me royalty.
that active property has an analog which you can sort of put it in a different way, in a different shape. Do that is your own. If you alter it in a way that it has not been done before, you claim it because that is your own formula now. That's the way you do it. So
It,
Like, una when
that
they discuss,
it
una when
depends
they
what was
discuss.
patented. It depends what was patented. If say the actual idea of the drug itself and the way the drug was overwhelmingly protected, they can come and dispute it. And also there is also the aspect that it doesn't even matter whether it is right or not. Their ability to contest with you is where the problem is. They have
No,
endless resources. You don't.
I beg
That's
una
the
when they
problem.
discuss
where,
all this.
where
Hold
politics
on,
will come in
folks.
there. See, where politics will come into the whole matter is when they know that this thing can work and it will spoil their market. They
yeah.
will come in. Now, see where the problem is. See where we make the mistake. See where we make the mistake. We as a country like Nigeria, we no get the pedigree scientifically to claim that yes, this is how it is. But see, if they know that your thing can work, that person who got that thing will be dragged over to their own country. And it will not
Exactly.
work.
That's what I. That's
Exactly. That's one of the easiest ways
If
to deal
we
with
get
it.
the pedigree that yes, this thing can work. Like let me tell you, if they know it can work, see where they come from. Is it safe? Will there be side effects? But if you do the
yeah. That's
research, if you do the research
yes,
and say that we have checked the side effect, it has 1, 2,
yes.
3. This is how we can
Okay,
ameliorate it. And you give
Augustine, you see.
scientific proof.
Okay,
Scientific
Augustine, you see,
proof.
I'm not a scientist. I'm not a scientist. Whenever anybody talks in their field, I listen, and I appreciate whatever they're telling me. But I gather whenever I sit, if I have an opportunity to sit with you, you may be blabbering whatever you're saying. Somehow I would come up with a way of noting that thing down. You're talking about
Yes.
sciences. This is Philip Emeagwali. For those who are
Okay,
not,
Emma. Okay, Emma Gwali.
when I said Philip Emeagwali,
Emma Gwali is a mathematician. He's a
this
mathematician.
man,
He's a
when I
physicist.
sat down with this
Okay,
man,
physics.
he told me when his father used to make him do 100 mathematical problems every day. Every day. Look at what the result became. In oil
Yes.
industry, in everything else, he's a world-renowned scientist in his own field. And then you were talking about, look at this, some books are published, and many of it are nowhere to be found. This book is called Biafran Scientific Innovations and Nigeria's Post-Civil War Military Dictatorship by
Okay, yeah,
Professor
Orabu.
Ruben Obudimpa. Okay?
Okay, Obudimpa. Okay.
Inside this book, when you see the crude, name it, grass cutters or leg cutters, the kind of things that are inside this book, are things that Nigeria is holding itself down. Nigeria should not be importing ammunition from anywhere, is the point I'm trying to make. And I'm using this forum to say once again that our so-called leaders, we humbly appeal to them. If the kitchen is too hot, get out of the kitchen.
Let them get.
Let the youth take
Forefathers,
it to
I
wherever
know
level they
you come
can.
from my head.
You cannot sit down
Pardon?
in that kitchen forever.
Igbo basic.
What
Yes,
I want
What's
to
the name
say
of the
now,
book?
what I want to say
What's the
now,
name of
I
the
it's
know,
book?
I
called
know you will come
Biafran
from my
Oh,
head.
don't
Scientific
start with me now. Don't start with
Innovations.
me.
Why I'm
Listen,
saying
it's
so is
called
from what
Biafran Scientific Innovations and Nigeria's post-Civil War military dictatorship.
Chief,
Can we
See,
find it
you
online?
want to say
what
something?
See,
What's that?
sure.
you can write it here.
what
Because
The
I'm
thing
saying
is,
because
the
is
thing
because
is,
see,
the,
look,
Can
the
it be
thing is
found
this.
online? Igbo basic.
Can we let
you
Augustine
The
just say
thing
what
is
he wants
this.
to say? He wants to start trouble with me now.
no, the
What
point
is
is
it?
that what I want to say, I know you come from my head. The
oh
truth is that
UNN no, this is
you
UNN.
started with
This is
the
University
numbers
of
of
Nigeria.
population in Nigeria or maybe other places. Because we are much, we have people who are skillful. As Igbo Basic said, we have people who can do the job in Nigeria. The only problem is that the necessary environment is not there. I'll tell you, when I and some of my friends came here, like my school in the University of New York, they were skeptical about hiring blacks. You know, sometimes because, as I said, a PhD is a job offer. They offer you a job that this is what you do. So when some of my friends came in, we started some during COVID, and they were even pitying us every time the executive officer, the HOD, would be calling us. How are you people doing? I hope people are attending the courses well. The way results come out, now we be top of the class, us who were outside. So do you know what the executive officer did?
Everywhere, even in Canada,
You know
it's
what
the
he
same
did?
thing.
He decided to start hiring Nigerians more and Ghanaians and from other
Yeah.
places. The last time he hired, they were not, you know, when they give you offer, they will tell you to accept the offer. Do you know that some of them were wasting time to accept the offer? He had to call a meeting and invited me to talk to them, to tell them that, look, in our school, you can study well. These are the things you can get. For me to convince my people to come over.
I want result.
So, and trust me,
So I see
I
why you say
I know why I say you will come from my head. I had to convince
I'm
them to
not.
say that, look, these are the offers you will get from the school.
Bro,
And
that's exactly what I was saying.
come over and do your thing. And you know the funny thing, the next week, more than 6 or 7 people accepted the offer.
Hey.
So the point is that
No. You
if
see,
not the break,
it's
we
you
get them.
see,
But I say government they push the
you see,
brains away.
you see. The thing is that, like we started before. We started before. When you do your bachelor's degree and do it very well, the moment you get to postgraduate, they are no longer looking. You are no longer a student, sort of relying on people to teach you. They believe that that ability, especially if you cross master doing PhD, they believe that you can think, critical thinking. What they want, even the professor will be looking at you that you can come up with something and they educate him. When they see that you have that ability to even question some orthodoxies, you question this. He said, but from what I'm getting, I've done it. This when they see this type of thing, they know that yes, you are now matured. And for anybody you train to that level, you are an asset. They expect that you are adding to the knowledge, and therefore they are no longer looking at you as somebody who cannot find his way. They now rely on you. You become a sort of, you continue doing it and be an expert, be a resource person. Whatever they need in that area, they come to you. And then, for instance, if you are in the biochemical sciences, it's not the pharmaceutical company will tell you. He said, this is our drug. We are trying to see if we can diversify into something like this. Can you carry out this research for us? Can you sort of validate this something we've done? Can you validate this product and tell us how to improve on it so that we can patent it and then do it? This is what you can be doing all your life. Now, Nigeria has not gotten to. I'm afraid to say our leaders, they've not thought of the idea that you can be self-sufficient in this area because you have the scientists. All you need to tell them is that's why I believe that leadership must be local. You tell them these are the problems confronting us. We want you to research on malaria. Let us know why up till now we've not gotten a vaccine such that we can be giving malaria vaccine at birth. The moment a woman is pregnant, you give birth, then we start giving it so that the way we have protection against polio, against this, we should be having it. Don't expect a white man to do it, because if they do it and you get a vaccine, their pharmaceutical products may not be, sort of, they are shooting themselves in the foot. It is you Africans that will do it and say, this affects us. Sickle cell is a black man disease. Malaria affects us most. Therefore, it's for us to do it. Oyibo is pumping money in cancer because they are more prone to it, either through their exposure to chemicals or what they eat or their weather or whatever. So they are pumping money into cancer because it affects them the most. To us, malaria is ravaging us in Africa. Waterborne diseases. Why can't he make it a national policy that every Nigerian, just like every university in UK, must have a cancer research? Every university, at least, let me tell you, at least a good 80 to 90%. There must be somebody who will tell you that they are interested in research. Why can't, in our own case, we said waterborne disease and malaria? Top Nigerian university, there must be researchers carrying it, collaborating on malaria research in Nigeria. By now, we could have gotten a vaccine for it so that we're able to do something. But because of the type of everything is politics in Nigeria, nobody cares. So we are more like
CM, let me add a little stuff. What CM said, he's very on point. See, this is the way I usually describe that. I said, if you don't live in an environment where you have snow, cold, you don't need winter jacket, right? Like in Nigeria, you're not gonna take the winter jacket you're gonna wear in Canada and take it to Nigeria. You want to be wearing that jacket every morning. So, like from what he said, our solution, we need to study our problem in any area. The solution has to be localized. You identify the problem. These are the kind of stuff the professors are supposed to be doing, but they're doing nothing. One area we made mention of. Yesterday, Igbo Basic, when we were discussing, he said something. He mentioned a place in Abia State, like a bush or a forest, I don't know, where you have different type of aguafia, where you have like you can get different like herbs, those kind of stuff. I tell you one thing, our medical field, they ignore this area. If you give Oyibo opportunity, they will take advantage. Last year, around November, I will tell you what happened to me. I was feeling pain in my stomach, right? I don't know what was it. After eating, I was feeling pain. I went to the hospital. They said they drawn X-ray, whatever, ultrasound. They said it's my gallstone. So
please,
they
local move it.
They were forcing me to do surgery. You have to remove it. Blah, blah, blah. There is no other way. I know they want to make money. I called my brother in Lagos. My brother have a doctor, a medical doctor. I think he's from Anambra. He said I should talk to him. I called him. I said, this is what is going on. He gave me a formula, what to do. To be honest with you, it's almost a year. Everything is gone. When I went to the toilet, everything was out. I saw it. I took the picture. I called him. I'm like, what? So what that doctor is doing is a bit advanced. He doesn't stick to the medicine only because he understands the body system, right? He has experience with those herbal medicine.
Yeah.
He's using them to treat people. He did the same with my brother. I said, we ignore all this stuff. Yeah, we ignore this stuff. It's so annoying.
There was this news I heard, which I don't know whether it's confirmed, but there is this professor they call Pandora. I think it's a US professor. One of my friends who was a lecturer in Unizik told me that guy came to Onisha to meet all these Papa and Mama Ejima on a Meginuku, on a Meginu.
There you go.
He came and bought their concoction, which they claim can cure A, B, C, and D, and took it abroad. What he did was that all those things they say it can cure that, it can cure all and this, especially the ones that were promises. People have taken it and I say, okay, it can cure this kind of thing. In that concoction, there are millions of chemicals. He decides to fractionate them to get Each of them has start testing them. Then he now find out the particular one that does the job. And now say, okay, this is the thing that cures this disease. And that becomes his patent. But where did it come from? Africa.
Exactly.
Now, I want to now show you
Africa.
something. In my university, where I did my undergraduate, they have a mass spectrometer that can do that thing. It can do fractionation, atomic fractionation. But anytime you want to touch it, say, hey, don't touch it. Don't touch it, you will spoil it. Oh, but when I buy equipment for do it, no mean for user.
Yeah.
Even person where in the lab cannot operate the equipment. But if you want to operate the thing, hey, don't touch it, you will spoil it. And these are the things we are talking about.
You know, because
if you buy
AY,
computers,
because
to
AY,
they use
because
to use.
you see, because AY mentioned Agwafia, and because of how I grew up and the experiences I've had, practical. Several years ago, I went home. There is a tuber of some kind of yam, wild yam. We call it Bema Bibara. I decided, I took photographs of it. I went behind the Agwafia. Went there. I had a guy with me. He dug up the yams. I packaged it, put in different boxes to bring it back. I got to Michigan. Fortunately for me, I went through Michigan that year coming back. They saw the ones that I had wrapped up in Korokoro. They took it from me. They didn't let it. But luckily for me, in my box, my luggage, some of it had already passed, went through. It came back. What was I trying to do? I planted it in front of the yard here. It started growing. And I was like, I wanted to find out what the hell is going on with this thing. Because of what I now know. Guess what? I think it was the weather here, the cold weather, something came. It was doing well. And all of a sudden, it died. I have not been able to go back again. If I get that again, I'm going to get it and go into a controlled environment. What am I trying to do? That tuber, if you took it, the people don't consume it. You would think they call it Bema because you think you are so powerful, you want to carry the
I
world.
want to show this thing. I think you were talking about malaria vaccine. Look at this vaccine that they are going to. I think Nigeria has also accepted this vaccine, and you would think it was developed by black people, but these people have been doing this research since, according to them, 30 years ago, from what they said. And the people that are going to be injected, the ones that are going to be injected, is from 5 months to 36 months old babies. And these people, this group were the group that was responsible for developing the vaccine for COVID, you know how they call it. So the point I'm making here is that, the first time they decided to colonize Africa, one of the key things that allowed that to happen was development of quinine that they can use to treat malaria. Now they want to get a vaccine for malaria to actually, so that they don't have to be treating themselves when they are in Nigeria. So these type of things that are happening, we don't necessarily see the signs. But if you look at before and look at the time they found the cure for malaria, quinine, and when they colonized Africa, it almost correlates. So we have to be careful, and our leaders, we don't look, we don't sense threats. We wait until it is over before it happens, before we sense it. And Nigeria has approved the same vaccine. They don't ask questions. So when they can just have somebody look at the data and say, when did they come and colonize us? And when did they find quinine? Oh, so close. Because they were dying. They used to, the Nigerian area was considered the white man's graveyard. They were dying of malaria. But the moment they found cure for it, they colonized us. They didn't waste time. So, regarding what Augustine said,
let me stick out my neck.
It's not going to be 30 seconds.
If
It's not
I
going to be
am
30 seconds. Let me help Augustine out. I'm not going to be against you just for helping human beings come over. But you have to be aware. And it's your responsibility to let them understand that whatever they are going to do there, they have to still keep an eye in Nigeria. Because all the people that left China, on Asian countries, let's put it that way, many of them went back and built their own nations. This idea that our people leave, we have to remember that they need to go back.
See,
if I am if I am the president, let me say this before I go. If I am the president of Nigeria, this is what I will do. First, I will do what JF Kennedy did in 1961 when he after his inauguration, he called the American scientists. He said Russia has been orbiting the space that a country like US should be able to compete with Russia in the space race. He said, "Is it possible?" They said yes. He said, "What will it take?" So before you know it, 1969, 8 years later, America landed on the surface of the moon. That was Apollo 11, 11th July 1969. See, if I'm the president of Nigeria, I call that they are scientists. Call them, say, look, this vaccine, malaria, these are the diseases we're having. Is it possible that we can find a cure for it? They will say, yes, it's possible. What will it take? This is what we ask it because it's a challenge, and I will make it like a bait. Though you may not be there when they say, what will it take? They will tell you, say, okay, I'm going to commit 1% or 2% of the budget, or maybe crude oil, because Nigeria believes in crude oil. Maybe it's 100 barrels or 100,000 barrels every day for the month, for the next thing to eat. And you assemble them, you know the names, and tell them. They will be so proud. With the recognition, they will come up with something. That is how a nation develops. Why I'm saying this is that if not for COVID-19, I didn't know that an African nation can even sit down. What Zambian Minister of Health said, he said they are not interested in any vaccine as long as their scientists satisfy it good. In Zambia, he called their names, assembled the immunologists, the doctors, public, it's all of them. They're up to 30 or 40. He said if they satisfy it that Zambians should use it, they use it. But whatever consequence, they will bear it. This is the way a nation should develop. You use your talent. It's not everything, it's not politics. Don't Nigeria, to be honest with you, Nigeria can be on their own without relying on, without input from abroad. I'm convinced a good
You know why
80%
I
of ours
appreciate
can be solved
Abacha did.
without even listening to Abacha. Yes, Abacha did too, because Abacha was sanctioned now. Abacha was under sanction. So even if he wanted help from abroad, he can't come. So he had to look in west. But this time now, we are not under sanction. Call our scientists. Say then this is what we want. Even you can call even our engineers. Why are we having all this flooding? What can you people think about it? All you need to do is you fund it. You tell them this is the money, but I want the result. Otherwise, you people will be, you must, because there's a challenge. You give somebody a challenge, a scientist, they will come up with the best. They sit and tell you that this is what we will do. And they will feel happy that the president of the country recognize them and want to honor them. It's a national honor. Just like when you play a World Cup, you won the World Cup for your country. The president is inviting you for dinner. Oh boy, that is the highest honor you can get. The president is recognizing you, and the whole country is behind. So this is the type of, if I'm the president of Nigeria, this is what I will do, or president of any country. I won't I believe that we have the intellect to do whatever we want, to improve, at least to improve our situation the way we want. Even if we can't be the best, we start from somewhere. We improve our situation. Everything you summon and say, look, this is the problem. What do we do? You are the people. I want you people. What do we do? They say, okay, we can fund it. Bring the budget. This is what we do. And they must make sure they do it. And you put a peer review so that whatever they do, somebody else can sort of look at it and then evaluate it and validate it for them. I mean, it's not rocket science. This is what the white people do here. So why can't we do it? Why must we every
See,
time? We are lagging
Here,
behind.
let me tell you something, my
During the
brother.
COVID-19, I'm coming, Austin. During the COVID-19, when Abuja, the first time that that thing took hold in Abuja was when they brought their free gift from China. When they landed, there was nobody to receive them. They are just a symbol of some idiots in the airport who received those things. And we were just watching it on TV. It was broadcast live, when they were landing, they were being inspected. Nothing, no protocol whatsoever, no health official, nothing. They packed those things and they said they were setting up, and boom, week following, people were just, being rushed here and there. You understand what I'm saying? And it's surprising because those of us who were then saying to government, why will you allow this medicine to be imported in? Nobody, upon all the professors, upon all the pharmaceutical industries, the health officials, nobody was taking account of what these people are bringing. Let us even subject it to some tests. You just give it to your population. People just get vaccinated. Come on, guys.
And the
When
funny thing about
we already know what this happened, this did to Kano people, children in Kano, over 2,000. We are just bad like that. Okay, some who didn't are crippled, are mangled till today. We can still see them in the streets of Kano. Years later, they come back with something that is totally strange. You just say, "Oh yeah," and then you give blanket order. If you refuse, then you are in trouble. What kind of a people are we, for crying out loud? Don't even the life of Nigerians matter to people.
I wish I wish I will be in a position whereby
That's
this
the
type I
thing
will
now.
tell them.
We have to have leaders that care for our people's
It's,
lives more than they care for their own.
I wish I'm in a position I will tell them, say, look, because because any country, the interest of your people comes uppermost. Whatever anybody is telling you, international body, look, what you want is your people. Use your own formula to solve your problem. That is what China is doing. Use your formula. Use what I mean. You don't need if they do their own drug, maybe they put it in a fashionable container. If our own we put it in a pot and it's working, we use it because it's our own. That is what they call national pride. You tell your scientists that your university you should be in charge. By now we can't be talking of NEPA going to sign with a Siemens in Germany to give us electricity. Can't we have electrical engineers? Nigerian Society of Engineers, electrical engineers all over the state. Tell them it's a shame that you can bring in solar and they manufacture solar panels for at least for the universities. You give them a challenge. Within 5-10 years, they will come up with something and it becomes our own. Even if we are not exporting it, that is our own. That's the way we do it. It's working for us. That is what we do.
Yeah,
But
look, this thing, there's one thing we fail to understand here. That's why sometimes when I used to listen to Obi, I'm a little bit happy. We fail to realize that all this education thing is a money making business. If you are able to, like, for example, malaria is endemic in Africa. That was an opportunity for us
yes,
to make money.
yeah,
Because if we could have done that research and gotten a malaria drug, a malaria vaccine, trust me, it will become billions of dollars. The same thing again.
yes,
They used to say that fund education, fund education. The money to fund education is not very expensive. It's not. Okay, take for example this 70 billion where they give lawmakers. Do you know how many PCR, microscope, and spectroscopy or spectrometer
exactly.
you go buy?
It
It
will,
could buy enough.
yes,
It
exactly.
could buy. Most
Mhm.
of this heavy equipment where you see here, how much did they sell them? Is it not 10,000, 15,000? Sorry, 10 million, 15 million, or what? You go buy them in most of these our premier universities. But the point is that we don't see this
If you
research as
challenge
business.
if you
As
challenge
business, so
every if you challenge
big
every
business.
excuse me if you challenge if you challenge every department of physics and engineering, say look, we want solar, challenge
They
them.
go do
People in
them.
physics department, they will tell you about solar energy. They will do it. He said, look, you people are department of physics, University of Ibadan, University of Benin, University of Calabar, Federal University physics. Come together. Want is give us formula that is solar panel made in Nigeria locally. We fund it, subsidize it, so we start selling it among ourselves. We do it ourselves. So
See,
let's. That's why I'm saying.
one
I was
of the
telling
tricks
Rudolph
for
one day.
me,
I
see,
said bring.
one of the
I said
tricks for
bring
me,
back in Nigeria.
let me
When
just
you
add
bring back
something.
in,
One of the tricks I think we should play is that I worry that if we say we should just start from scratch and build something that emulates anything similar to theirs, they're going to try to shut it down. And this is why, like, there are solar panel manufacturing companies like in China now. All this palliative money that they are taking, they can use it. Buy one of them, take their intellectual property right, comes to Nigeria. Now, if they want to challenge you, they are going to start challenging their own intellectual property right, and you can build on top of that. You can build on top of that.
No, no,
So, and it
no.
doesn't cost you a lot of money; it saves you time too.
In this issue of solar panel, I don't think they can challenge it that much because it is joining those their transistors or resistors together that does it. And those are
Exactly.
basic
Wire and this to trap the
they
sun.
are just basic
People that did
connections.
physics
The only thing they
we tell
can
you
charge you
this.
for, the only thing they can charge you for, maybe if somebody has patent to a particular transistor, you can pay royalty. But joining the circuit
Yes.
together now your own private thing.
No,
So that's
I
why
understand that. I'm just thinking from the point of view of because if you are because if you are involved in this sort of things, you tend to find out that there are kind of traps everywhere, and one little thing could just cause derail the entire thing. So to protect yourself from that, if it's going to cost a few millions to do that and save you time
Okay.
of development, you do
Is it
that.
is it
See,
is it not a
other
shame that
forefathers, they choose
Africa that has abundant sunshine will be buying
you don't
solar
get
from
solar.
a very cold country, a very cold country, very cold
That should teach
country.
us now. That
Where,
should teach us.
See. Forefathers
Where
look, I tell you the truth.
CM,
This is all
CM,
about
where
politics.
where now they buy
yeah.
generators, when they generators. Africa they
When go
don't
they
buy
use petrol?
generators come.
Look,
Yes, now when they use
Uh-huh.
petrol, they
Uh-huh.
take on light.
Where they use and
let
now
us
we get
assume.
petrol. Now we get
Let us
petrol.
assume that. See, look, let us assume something here. If Nigeria decides to go into
Maybe
solar,
I should have been
or maybe go
president,
into
Ezioku.
research,
I should have
go
been
into
president.
research,
Because this thing
if you
That's the thing
look,
now.
see,
But when
if
you
you
get there
attack
now, you start saying,
technology,
let's release Nnamdi Kano, let's release Nnamdi Kano.
of
You
course
forget
now,
about
of course
solar
I have to
panel.
of
And
course
then
I
trouble starts
of
in the
course I
country.
of
You're
course
not going to be able to do your
no
solar
no no
panel
no
anymore. You forget
no no
that this
no
is
no
where
the thing
trouble
no
starts
there's
from.
some
Eh?
I can never
You're like,
forget the rule of law. I will do everything according to the rule of law. Because
see,
I can't be a dictator. But never. Yes, I can't
look,
be a dictator. I will operate
let me
within
tell
the
you
rule
something
of law.
forefather. So if you want to make Nigeria compete, see, if you want to drag these big boys to the table to negotiate, you need to attack them from different directions. Let's take, for
Yeah.
example, you decide to do your solar, you get into pharmaceuticals, you do a lot of medicine. Once they see say you don't they produce a lot to sustain themselves, they will drag you for negotiation. So if you say
Yeah.
that they will always beat you if I want to do this intellectual property. If you are strong and you do your thing, let's say manufacture your solar panel, provide your energy, you start doing it, they go start to drag you closer. That's
They are
a
gonna
small boy. Boy, you
they
don't
are
they
only
do.
gonna see if I'm to kind of channel people like them that are on the other side, they are gonna be thinking from the point of view that the technology you are using, is it strategic to them? Is it important? If it's not too important to them and it's not gonna make too much of a difference to the country, they might just ignore it or just choose to buy the technology. They have endless resources. They print the dollars. That's not a problem for them. Or if they find that it is strategically important and you don't have any way of stopping them and you refuse to sell to them, they will sabotage it, they will take it, they will sue you, they will cause all those things will fail. They will change governments if they need to change government so that the next government will never touch that thing again. This is how they behave.
Yes, look,
But
this is
you have to
politics, but
inoculate. You
to
have to
make sure that
inoculate
they
the
can.
people with your idea. That is the thing. You have to
That is
inoculate the
that's the
populace with
problem.
your
Okay,
idea. That's why I'm saying
Yes,
when you
if you
use your
can do that,
experts,
you will
because
succeed.
these things are not. Yes, that's the when you use your experts. This is just like the idea is that this is where you want the country to be. Now this is your field. This is what I want. Your own is to fund it, or they ask you give us this type of legislation to back us, or give us this type of policy to back us. You go and get it for them, give them all the legal framework what they need. But what you want is you are doing tell them that we are doing it not to benefit anybody outside. Let us become self-sufficient our own, solve our own internal problem. That is the first thing, because your country comes first, whether it is crude technology or not crude. As long as it does the bill, it gives you what you want, then you can improve with time before you talk anything. Because that is when you are doing. I mean, that's why you're a sovereign country. You are not threatening anybody, and people will see that okay, these guys are not important from us. They are using their own crude way to do it. They can come and study what you do. But do you bother? You are solving your problem. So that's why I said, why can't Nigeria? Let's think this way. I wish I'm there. I will tell them, say, look, this is what I want.
See,
I
know
know
the
how
funny
we
thing.
fund
I
it.
need I need to I
You
need
know
to
when I started laughing, there was this guy in Borno State who is making electric cars. There is this guy in Borno State who is making electric cars. He takes normal keke and the rest, convert it to electric cars. It was on Twitter, and I saw a minister who has a Twitter account saying that this guy is also somebody from the north, claiming that this person is doing well. How I wish somebody can sponsor him. I can't shake. No, you be government. If you be
Exactly.
government
Not you
and
be
you doing
minister.
electric car, you should be the
So
one to sponsor him.
so I need to bring in a new dimension now.
That's terrible.
You see Nigeria, right? Why I was complaining nothing is working. My issue, if there was improvement, I would have not have problem with Nigeria. We are going down. So why you will know is deliberate. I will bring a point to you. Dangote refinery cost $90 billion.
Wow.
The capacity of that refinery is bigger than 3 of our refinery combined. Many years ago, we were able to build refinery. How many years now? From there till now, we can't repair. So when you hear like what Peter Obi was saying, we need to borrow to produce. When you borrow, what is stopping us? Let's assume I'm the president. I borrow $50 billion. I said this money we're using it to build 3 refinery. I borrow another $40 billion. We need more seaports. These are going to generate money.
Exactly.
That's why these guys, they don't want to do anything. They know what is going on. Because when you borrow like that, if we have refinery 10 years ago,
yes,
we would be making money. No need to export
exactly.
crude oil out of Nigeria.
Crude oil, yes.
All these expenses or wastage, stealing of what's it called? Subsidy. It will not happen.
It will not happen. Yes,
some people are deliberately doing it.
It's true. No, it's
Even
true.
when you
No subsidy is
money,
true.
They've been taught not to cross a certain line.
Even when you not pay the money, right? We know what we are paying for. We will pay it. We will clear the debt.
It's true.
When you do that, let's say you have a seaport. There is one in Lagos. Put one in Onitsha area. It's a business area. Even if you put one in Port Harcourt or whenever you want to put it, it doesn't matter. You connect this seaport, connect them with train.
With train, yeah.
They can't do it. The thing is just wickedness.
It's wickedness.
At least Buhari did some train, build good train to this app. We're supposed to have train that is carrying load from Meduguri, from Kano.
Yes.
Going to the south, tomato, pepper, cows. Do you know how many cows we are killing in the south every day?
It's true.
They don't want to work. They don't want to do anything.
It's true, and it's rare. It should be.
It's
true because that's why I said, assuming I am up there, I'm telling you, probably I may not last, but yes, because you will step on certain toes.
No, you will of security, you will last.
You will step on certain toes because you will tell them, say, look, the people of Benue State, your land is so fertile. I know I can cultivate tomato in my Anambra, but you're so blessed that with little effort, with small distance, your tomato will bloom. I mean, everywhere. The same thing with Jos. I mean, Plateau, Niger, the same yam. So I will tell them, but the people in Lagos and Ibadan, they need your yam. You put a rail. That's all.
Yeah.
You put a rail, and that rail will be passenger only in the night. Now that we are sleeping, the rail will be conveying yam.
Yeah, exactly.
That is the way. That is the rail in UK that carries mail, letters. They move in the night. If you happen to be at the train station around 2 a.m., 3, you see them top speed moving from London to Glasgow or London to Manchester.
That will decongest our road.
That is the thing.
They trade, destroy our roads.
That is the thing. So cattle you are bringing. Oh God. So cattle you are going to bring meat, everything. This is what it's a simple thing. And then people in Benue State will now know that every you cutting trailer load of yam coming down south. That is, they are making their money clean.
So that's the thing, right? You see,
but you know why they will not do that. I'm coming, AY. Why they will not think the way you and I are thinking, because they don't have the one Nigeria in mind as a target. Because you see, this is what I'm saying. We have not even done any research, deep enough to say we just off, low hanging fruits. We're not even talking about minerals under the ground yet. These are just what we see every day.
These are just agriculture, just to make sure that food, where I want to start with agriculture of food is that let people be able to, because hunger is a terrible thing in a country. A child who is malnourished, it affects the brain. You never know, all this. I mean, because this is, we can grow food. The middle belt will be the food basket. Every crop will be grown there. Nearly every big a town or small town, we have a rare connection. So that as a farmer, you don't need to carry your goods in a pickup or in a trailer to go more than 20 miles. You've got a train station. You load it there, and then the train will take it to every part of the country. This is what we should be doing. And then you use the river, like River Benue. You do an irrigation the way they do in this thing. Make sure that River Benue moves, you irrigate it from maybe River Benue from Makodi area to Plateau, to Bauchi, to something like Kaduna, so that you use it to farm. These are irrigation. You do that of Niger from Kwara down to almost Niger, from whatever it is. So there's a way you do things. It doesn't require dollar. You don't need foreign exchange.
If you want to develop even the talents of the youth, let's say even youths now. Now, Plateau State, Benue State is a hub for talents. So let us say you have some talents or talent base in Lagos because of the commercial nature. The East has monopolized Enugu as their this thing. In the North, Plateau, Jos especially, and Makodi houses the highest number of talents. Higher, I mean, when I say most everybody is like they can do whatever. These people you can develop performance schools there. You can develop film schools there. You can develop acting schools there. You can develop all kinds of things. The leather, the hype, the clothes, the weaving and all that. All this can be done to engage people, the youths. Before we talk about the fruits. Plateau State, what we buy here for $4, $5, the watermelon grows everywhere in Plateau State. Okay, the cabbage grows everywhere in Plateau State. The carrot grows everywhere in Plateau State.
Sweet potato, onions, tomato. I mean, name it.
These things we see them on the road. I'm not saying you don't need to drive far to see it. You see it on the road. A government that has let's even leave federal government. A state government that wants to develop these people, don't they see those things? How much does it cost to stop a cottage industry, for crying out loud, to package these things? But yet, every farming season, at the end of it, you see these farmers, these things are wasted. They are, when nobody is buying it, they throw them away. They throw it by the road. You see them throwing it away. And then next year, you want them to farm again. How then do you keep the farmers, since they can't even sell their crop and be able to educate their children? And you say you're building
just railway is okay. It won't waste anymore because they'll be moving it to Yenegoa, to Bayelsa, to Akwa Ibom, bringing it down where it's not farmed. That you make your money. It can't be wasted because you can't be everything cannot be by road. Nigeria. Anyway, it is. I'm telling you.
From what they say, they are fixing the railway and the refineries. I think this year we should just watch. If they don't finish it before the end of the year,
which of the refinery they are fixing?
The Port Harcourt one is supposed to be ready this year. That's what they said. Sometime second, third quarter, it should be ready. But is it going to be? I don't know. This is the problem with Nigeria. They keep promising. Even Dangote one is not giving us petrol.
Why did they allow our refinery to 4 refineries, 2 in Port Harcourt, 1 in Warri, 1 in Kaduna, all of them grounded at the same time?
So
how?
So
see, a government that wants to start Dangote refinery will not be issuing Dangote license to import fuel. Okay, that's already been done. Now, somebody went to do a secret video that was trending on the internet like 2 weeks ago on the Dangote refinery. They say it's going to start, and he was saying this is if they work The work they're even
But
doing is
I think I saw somebody on the news saying that that's not what happened, because people were saying that they gave them importation this thing. They said that's not what happened or something like that, if I'm not
what are
mistaken.
you saying? I'm saying it again. They were issued a license to import. Okay.
Okay.
But
KJ,
if you guys want us to discuss NNPCL or whatever it is now, it's even a total different game. The question you ask yourself is who
KJ,
owns NNPC? Is it Nigeria now or individuals?
KJ,
Okay.
let me bring in two things. What KJ said is actually true. The only reason Dangote Refinery was commissioned is the same reason that idiot went to borrow aeroplane and he
I'm painting.
rubbish Nigeria. That
I'm
was so
painting it.
annoying. If I had seen that man, we slap him. No
I'm
joke.
pa- I'm painting
And
it. Nigeria.
let me tell you the second thing. Let me tell you the second thing. Governor Sule of Nasarawa State, go and watch it. I think like 2 weeks ago on Arise TV.
Yes.
He said the money they use to repair our refinery between when Buhari was the president is more than the cost of building Dangote refinery. Go and check the video. That's a governor.
I'm
And
trying
nothing
to.
is working.
Yeah, and it's true. No, actually, it's cost
We are
more to fix
suffering.
this thing than the. I'm trying to share information regarding the Dangote refinery. This thing, I don't think that this is the information that is saying that they didn't do. They didn't do that. And if you can go more, there are more links to this. Denying we don't give license for fuel import. FG grants 6 companies to import petrol. Dangote refinery house reject motion. So House of Rep rejects motion to do anything like that. So it's not. I don't know why sometimes these sort of things just go around and
You know,
as if it's.
Forefather, the point is that
Forefather,
anything
I tell
Nigerian
you,
What
government
you're
denies,
seeing is on paper. What you are
anything
seeing
this
is
thing,
on
Nigerian
paper.
government denies,
real,
trust
So they
me,
are
we don't
lying
approve.
anymore.
That's what they
it's
do.
real.
No, no, you can't lie about things like, because the other business competitors that if they did it, they would just come and rat them out. They're like,
It's
hey,
for those
they're
people who have
lying.
spoken, they've spoken up that it is true. That is, they
But
cannot
none
deny.
of them are claiming, showing up online now. If
Bros,
you
they
would have
lie.
seen it,
Oh. Don't trust them. Oh.
They can't
I
lie.
know they lie, but not about things like there are certain lies Nigerian government tell,
Forefathers,
but not this type.
forefathers. Do you see
Anyway,
the narrative coming out of the Nigerian press? That's when I say the press, I'm talking about Guardian, Sun,
Just
the rest of them.
mainstream media,
Mainstream media. What is coming
Hmm.
out of there is what they're towing the line of government. Unfortunately so. They are not doing us a favor. When you catch them, all of them, catch their hand for cookie jar, they go tell. This information warfare. That's what they're playing right out of that place.
Does it mean they
To be
don't
fair,
love Nigeria or what?
in
They
my
don't love
mind,
Nigeria.
no, I don't think they don't they think that deep. I think, to be fair to the Nigerian state itself, there are certain lies they tell and there are certain other they don't. And how you can tell the lies they don't tell is the one that another big man like them can rat them out on, because it's in the interest of that big guy to rat them out. Let's say Dangote was issued a license. There are other companies that are meant to import petrol. They'll be like, the government is lying that they didn't give them. This were so they'll be crying out. So you were going to see that this sort of lies. You tend to find that in Nigerian space they don't do that. The one that they lie is when they are all gaining from it. That's when they lie. That's what I
So,
tend to see.
so they are all gaining from it. Did they tell you that before the election finished that they had gone on and
No, they are not.
signed for themselves a different insurance scheme?
The small companies are not going to gain from it. The Dangote is importing petrol, so they will cry out until they
See,
are all gaining from it. That's when they will let that
do
happen.
you realize that in 2015, when Buhari came to power, they said they have removed subsidy? It was only 3 years later that we realized that the subsidy was still being paid.
Huh?
Yes. When Buhari just came to power, they said they removed subsidy. That it was a
I
scam.
didn't know that. That
Yes,
they lied to Nigeria that they've removed it.
yes, it was later that they still realized that the subsidy was still being paid.
What
You know,
year was this? I mean,
when Buhari just came to power,
Nigeria, if you follow trajectory
I
of
didn't know
Nigeria,
that.
you will think that leadership is a very difficult or something that nobody is. It's really not difficult. To be honest with you, I don't think leadership is, as long as you put the interest of your country at heart and you are open to say it, like let the heavens fall. This is what we want to do. This will benefit our people. and you're making it transparent and people are seeing to it. People will key into it. Nigeria has no business importing petrol. Why can't we have it? I don't think there's a country in the world that has crude oil and they're importing petrol. I don't think so. I stand to be corrected.
Okay, I think I need. There's this information is shared just now. You see, this is one of those fact-based sessions where we like to share evidence and everything, so that people get some more information and context. I think maybe you have a point. Maybe there's half and half truths to this point. Let me share it. So what it is showing here is that it is not true that the former president didn't remove subsidy. President Buhari removed subsidy in 2016, where he jacked up the price of PMS from 87 he inherited in 2015 to 145, and declared subsidy gone. But we know the price of PMS carried on going up, and they still kept it. You see, the problem is that as long as the price of petrol is still high outside, and they still keep paying it like this in Nigeria, subsidy is still going on. That's the problem. So that you can't. What we should be getting now, if the petrol price kept increasing and with the devaluation of the naira and everything, petrol price by now, before Tinubu got into office, should be around 400 and something pounds or so. That's what you should be seeing. But that's not what we saw. So it means that the subsidy remains one way or the other. They didn't pass the. Okay, I don't know how they did it anyway. I think maybe this guy this in Austin has a point. Because they removed it. No. I think he has a point. I think, and I'm not trying to be funny here. I think he's right that they removed it. They claim to have removed it when it was still there. Because in reality, they should. Why would you move the price from 87 to 145? You should have just left it open like the way it's happening now. You see what I mean? So that is not removal.
Many governments in Nigeria.
That's a lie from that point of view.
Is gone. Many of them have said subsidy is removed. At the end of the day, they will bring back the subsidy. They have done more than 5 times. This one is exception. It will still and they will say the subsidy.
He restored it. They say he restored it. They said because the Nigeria went into a recession, and he said at the time Buhari was preparing for his own election, so he restored the subsidy so that he could win the election. He restored it. He removed it and he restored it again.
Forefather, let me explain this. I think it's gonna be clear to everybody. You know where we're going right now. People don't know the reality of it. The meaning of removing subsidy, as we speak today, in 5 years' time, they will tell you there is another subsidy. You know why? Subsidy. When you remove subsidy, the poor price of petroleum supposed to reflect reality
and consumption level. Yes,
it's supposed to reflect the price of gas in the international market. Now they are still fixing the price of pump.
Exactly. So if the price goes up, it goes up. If it falls, it falls. Yes.
What we are supposed to have is price of crude oil goes to $50, our price would drop.
Yes, that's what it should do.
When the price is going to say $100, you will see increment. But now the price in Nigeria is still fixed, for your information. So don't be shocked. 2 years from now, they will tell you we want to remove subsidy. So my heart don't be shocked. I'm telling you.
You know what you painted is what happened at least in the UK here. I remember sometimes in those days, before you know it, the price of pump price will go up. They tell you that because of what happens in international, when it drops, you see it drops. You know, that's why it should be. In that case, you understand because we know. But it's true because Nigerians. Okay, now, so the question to ask is maybe like you are saying. Okay, you might say since a month now we've been paying 500 naira for a liter. Does it mean that the price of crude oil has remained what it is?
You are basically the more you look, the less you see.
The less you see. So exactly, that is the question you should ask. He says since they remove subsidy, we are now under market forces. Does it mean that it was that price? We are now in October or November. Is it still the same? Since then, hasn't it fallen? Because
they fix the price. That's the problem. They keep fixing the price. I don't know why they
you can fix it. The essence of removing subsidy is that the pump price should reflect the price of crude oil in the international. That is what is so. That's what you
But
are saying.
Nigerian, maybe because the reason why they fix the price, because Nigerian petrol station owners are crazy. Some of them will sell for 800. Some of them will sell for, depending on what
In
they are
that
going.
case,
That's what maybe that's their fear.
Then
it's
why?
They will cause a revolution.
Then why are you a government then? Why are you the government?
There, there
Why
is
are,
there is regulation.
Excuse me,
There is a
forefather. When you go to the market to buy yam, and the woman, the first shop you enter, the woman say he's selling one tuber for 1,000, and the second woman say I'm selling for 500. Who will you likely buy from?
you buy 500.
So now the market forces, if it is not a monopoly, will determine who buys from who.
Exactly.
You make it competitive.
No,
Exactly.
I agree with you on that.
If
But
you
it
remove
depends on the
subsidy,
area.
anybody can import petrol. That is the meaning. If you remove subsidy, it's free for all now. Anybody can bring in it in and sell at the price they are selling. So that is the what it should be, and not totally because so.
With offices like Petrol Equalization Fund, what I do with it? What I
Imagine.
do with Department of
Let me
Regulation?
ask then. You say, I think CM said something about removing the fuel subsidy that anybody can import petrol. I'm not sure that is true. Anybody can just import petrol. You still need a license.
No. What I'm saying is that when you remove the subsidy,
and I decide
now you can now give whoever is interested come and take license and import because it's no longer monopoly. So it's like what we buy in Nigeria. I mean, so many people bring laptop in Nigeria. If you go to where they're selling computer in Lagos or anywhere, people import from anywhere. So you sell according to if you price from here to here to here, you buy. So in this case now, people might say, let me buy now that the cost of a crude oil is cheap. You can buy and be selling there. If you feel that it has gone up, you may say, okay, I don't want to buy now and sell because I will make profit. So you determine it on your own. But in Nigeria, just like AY said, you'll be surprised that when we get to September, people will still be paying 540. Get to October, November, safe. People, then
That
you now
is what
ask
will
yourself,
happen.
said, does it mean that the price of crude since July is still so it hasn't even removed, even if it's $5 or maybe so that you might say this petrol station said.
Look at CM. CM is being funny now. He lives in the UK where we have this big problem. They said price is always fast to go up, but very slow to come down in the UK.
But it comes down. But then, but at least,
very little.
but you see
a
it
little
now.
bit.
I mean, because it's speculation. But that's why what AY said, and I think I will use it to tell people. Say, does it mean this a crude? Since it's still like that, you need to ask them.
Let me tell you this, forefather. If you were in Nigeria, right, the first time GSM entered Nigeria, KJ, please, if you remember, you remember how much MTN you're selling line?
Exactly.
You know what Obasanjo did? Obasanjo, he opened up the market. He deregulated the market. MTN
Gentlemen, we need to round up at 9 hours. Today is Monday, and weekdays.
MTN were selling line. People were buying line for 20,000 naira. When Glow entered the market, they crashed the market. People were able to afford. They changed it to per second because there was competition. Econet were doing their own. Then people have options. They open. If MTN are not treating you well, you throw the line away, you go get another line.
Exactly.
That is what we call free market. If you want to make this market free, make it free. If you want to subsidize the product and let Nigeria know we are subsidizing this product. That's why I was having question of you need to think before you remove the subsidy. Can you redirect the money, rechannel the money so that it will still be subsidized?
AY, this is my last question for today and my last comment. Now, the contract with Nigerian Oil and other agencies is called crude swap. It is not cash. You release crude, the company takes, refine, and give you back. So where does the price come in between these two?
Yes, let me answer it. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, when he came in 2011 for Goodluck Jonathan, he said the voucher invoice on her desk to approve, because the Minister of Finance approves every this thing. Then you then go to central bank to cash your check or whatever, the way they do it. He said it was so much. He now start to say, does it mean that Nigerians consume this amount of petrol? And most of them coming, it's not that they will tell you that the ship is waiting, is demurrage. So you are paying sort of a tariff, a surcharge. Do you know what this lady did? Because I read her book. He contacted Lloyd's of London for maritime insurance. Every ship in this world are linked to Lloyd's. You have to take a marine insurance in case something happens if you are carrying the cargo. He said the Lloyd's of London surprisingly told her that there is no evidence that there's a ship carrying any cargo to Nigeria. No, it's in the book now. He said there is no evidence that there's a ship carrying anything to Nigeria. This is the book. Fighting corruption is dangerous. You see it? So he said there is no evidence. Do you know what she did? She went to Jonathan, the president. He said, sir, because Jonathan gave her free hand. Jonathan believed that you are the economist. Every clearance comes to you, coordinating minister of the economy. He told Jonathan that. Jonathan said, then what do we do? He said, because there is this subsidy they are using. He said, we now tell them that we want to remove subsidy. So subsidy should go. Do you see it? So that when subsidy goes, you don't have to come and claim anything again. That was when the likes of Tunde Bakare, Femi Falan, or Wole Soyinka, Operation Shut Nigeria down. Whether all these people stopped them. So that's what they did. 2012. So that was because they shake Jonathan, then they cave in. The thing continued. Because the thing, if you do a budget of say $500 billion, $500 million for subsidy, by the time you go to first quarter, the thing don't overshoot. That is what they call budget. What they call it overshoot. So it's not going into trillion. Before you know it again next year, the man said no.
Deficit.
So when this thing happened now, you find out that that's why if Buhari said the truth, that budget what is it called? Subsidy is a fraud, which is a fraud really. But when he came in, he sustained it because that is where politicians make their money for election. This lady said it.
That was why they were fighting her when she was coming back the second time.
They kidnapped the mother.
Kidnapped the father.
The mother. They kidnapped the age mother. You know what they told her? Yeah. They were talking negotiation. Those people said they don't want any cover from you. All they want is you will resign and get out of Nigeria.
Get out.
Yes. He said they don't want any money. It's written here. He said what they want is you just resign and get out of Nigeria. They don't need you. Just get out.
You forgot what happened to Dora Akuyele? You forgot what happened?
That was, you see,
because she was fighting, they almost killed her.
What's the name of that book again?
It's only God that was protecting her.
They didn't almost kill her.
Fighting corruption is dangerous.
That woman was suffering.
Thank you.
Working for Nigeria.
Fighting corruption is dangerous.
Would have been good to find in
corruption that she could never recover.
I saw it. The day I saw her when they were doing that COFAB, I was honestly, I almost cried.
Okay, yes, exactly.
I said, what is this?
Why do they not make audio books of Nigerian books even? I don't have time to be sitting down reading. With all these medicated glasses that I have, where do I have time to read?
So in fact, when you read this thing, then do you know that if you see that woman, that's why it's good. If there was the chief of naval staff under Jonathan want to defraud the government. Do you know what they did? You know they have Niger dock. Before Nigeria service ship at Apapa. It's like a mechanic here that any country can bring their ship.
I do go there. My brother
any country can bring their ship to be serviced. That makes another foreign exchange for Nigeria. So by the time the thing grounded, so this man now said they want to revive it. Do you know? Listen, they want to revive it. Okonjo-Iweala, they boycotted Okonjo-Iweala. They were dealing with Jonathan. The chief of naval staff is aware, and one other chap, but the people doing this are Arabs from the Middle East. So when you get to the stage of when they need to sign the document, in fact, if you read this book, you will laugh at times. So on the day they are going to do all those things, Jonathan said, "Gentlemen, that you need my finance minister he has some questions to ask. So they brought Okonjo-Iweala. Okonjo-Iweala now start there, tell them that, I'm not used to this meeting. People have been doing it. Can you brief me how far you've gone? Though Jonathan has told how. He said they were reluctant. They said, after all, we've done these things before now. We're only here to sign the contract. We only try to maintain this, maintain this. Okonjo now asked some questions. He said there are some conditions they want them to satisfy. They were annoyed. They told Jonathan. Jonathan said, no. Let her deal with her. What if she approves of it? She is the economist in our midst. If she approves. So Okonjo now asked them, there are questions. Do you know what they want to pay? With oil, crude oil lifting. Crude oil lifting. Okonjo-Iweala stopped it. So after he said, do you know how what they said? The people said, we can't continue. We have to postpone this meeting. We schedule it for another time because we didn't prepare for this type of thing. We go this thing. It's written in this book. So he said it today. He said it today. That was how the thing crumbled. That was how the woman saved Jonah. Look, when I read this, I found out that. Then, if he tells you something about ghost workers again, hey, that one another federal ghost workers. If you do this way, they take this way. If
That
you
one
do
is plenty.
that one,
When I was
so
serving, when
in
I was
fact,
serving in Bauchi,
that's why they
man who
said
was caught.
fighting
The man
corruption is
operated.
dangerous. So that is
The
the
man
title. Fighting
operated.
corruption is dangerous. You know why?
This man operated more than 50 bank accounts.
You see?
With names of different people in the Bauchi civil service. That was when I was serving in Bauchi. So he operated more than and each of them collects 50,000. So when this man was caught, it was seen that every month he has more than 50 bank accounts with different names for different people. Now they pay these 50 bank accounts average minimum wage, which they were working that time 50,000 times 50. It will now be connected to him and he will collect everything. He was caught. That was in 2016, and the thing was rampant in the state. They report them in I forgot how they call that radio Bauchi again. Reported over and over and over. I was just thinking of the number of years this man has been doing this. 50 bank accounts for 50,000 per month. You think am?
So
Nigeria
corruption in Nigeria
2 point
is
something
hemp.
million.
I'm
It's
telling you,
massive.
it's an industry. We
It's
don't get industry.
massive.
But there are no industries in Nigeria, but there is an industry that thrives. That
No
corruption
wonder they are
industry.
surviving. How do you think they
No,
survive
you
with 20,000
see,
pounds, 20,000 naira in
one
one
of
salary? This is how they
Exactly.
survive.
one of the most shocking things is that the Nigerian, the Nigerian state keep producing billionaires and millionaires, yet with no visible
A means of
industry,
life. Yes.
means of livelihood. You're
Wealth
not
without enterprise. That's what
yeah,
Obi is saying. Wealth without enterprise.
little to
Everybody.
nothing until they become politicians, and then bam, they have all the words, all the resources. They own yachts, they own golf clubs, they own jet streams, jet liner, jet streams. They own all this.
My
Within a
worry is that
space
are
of
we not going to do the same thing? Because if we keep saying that, I guess maybe we will not because we are not them, but we need
Yes.
to change the system before we become them. Because
No,
if you go, if you go in there right now as a Nigerian, you end up like them.
No, you may not end up like them if you
I
have the
just
will.
worry that there's something going on where so many people fall for the same thing.
I'm asking you
I
particularly.
worry.
I'm asking you particularly now. You live in the UK. Are you thinking of buying a Gulf Stream?
No, not at all.
Are you thinking of buying a yacht?
Not
No,
at
Are you
all.
thinking of buying a golf club? So you cannot be
no.
like them because you see, you have defeated that thing of trying to actualize yourself by amassing wealth. You don't
Yes.
need. You don't need
You
it.
don't need it.
Tinubu was a jagaban. He was in the
No,
West
that one
here.
had been a criminal since long time now. No,
Okay,
no, no,
maybe that's the case.
no, no, no.
It's not only him. There are a lot of people that
I
were
know. No,
also
yes, people.
diasporans too.
Yes,
They go
people
back to
like him.
Nigeria and become like them.
Yes,
So
if
let
you.
me come in. So what forefather is saying, right? The system is not good, to be honest with you.
There's
You
something
might
in that
come there,
system.
you might get into that system and be tempted to do what you're not supposed to do. We need to fix our system. That's what I kept saying. We need to fix our system. If we have a system, there are there are some level of corruption you will do, it will be captured immediately. So
Transparency.
the whole system need to be fixed. That's why sometimes, I mean, I like Peter Obi. When I hear people say Peter Obi will do this, Baba, if Peter Obi opportune to be president today, even when he was campaigning, I feel sorry for him because I see he want to really do the work, but the fight he will fight, they will fight without these guys, the cabal that are holding Nigeria down, they are ready to do anything.
Of course, we know.
But they also know that when the people are behind the leader,
are behind the leader,
they don't scare them more than that.
Exactly, that will help. It's true.
Let me also tell you that in the history of Nigeria, there have been people who went into that situation and they came out clean. The first person I ever heard of resign from being a minister was a thief man called Paul Nongu. He's late now. Okay? They wanted to corrupt him and he refused to be corrupted. And he left the government. Okay?
People at a point, Ngozi resigned at a point.
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
Okonjo-Iweala, when they moved
don't even forget, Okonjo-Iweala
We've got 3 minutes before we go backstage.
Okonjo-Iweala now also resigned. Remember, she was
she
given
resigned.
She said no. Obi Okiwe was given a military appointment. I said, look, I'll sleep to that. That's the first time I heard that English. In fact, we debated in school, secondary school those days. I will sleep to that. It became a slang. You know, when your friend is talking rubbish, say, look, I'll sleep to that. You just walk away. So there have been people who have, even, what's her name? Obioze Kwesili. She was the one who introduced the system of transparency, which have been messed up now. But
it's because of, if you read Okonjo-Iweala's the Facebook before this one, it's called Reforming the Unreformable. How they worked hard for that Nigeria debt will become zero, and Obasanjo achieved that. So part of the thing they put in place was because sometimes that's why sometimes when you are owing, you've lost your sovereignty, sort of, if you understand what I'm saying. When you are owing as a country, your sovereignty is no longer what it should be because they dictate to you. So when they gave these conditionalities, Okonjo-Iweala said it's too tough because she's an insider. She said, okay, since you want us to do this to achieve this, we will set aside your own, do it our own way, but still achieve that thing you want us to achieve. They said, okay, try it. So that's why they called them budget office for budget responsibility, OBS, due process. Obasanjo started opening up, doing all these things until they were a bit convinced. They said, okay, they continued, but he trusts Nigeria. After he finished, and then the likes of Ibori then urged Yaradua on. And then where are we today? Because Ibori and Yaradua and then should have been president and vice before they chose Jonathan. So all those things, when you are, if you mean it, I know it's not easy, but when you get in there, the thing is, just be ready that, just say, God, I want to do the right thing. If he means paying with my life, let it be. But let it be that I want to change the system. Hopefully, with the backing of the people and transparency, you may succeed. But be ready to just say, let me pay the last price, if need be. Because Nigerian system, the cabal, all these things you are seeing, how can somebody tell you that a shipload of fuel is nowhere and they are presenting an invoice to pay? That's why you hear trillion. Read the book, you will hear what I'm saying. Trillion.
Let's come in so that we can finish this conversation backstage. Thank you all for coming in, and till next time. Bye.
It's true. Bye-bye. It's true.
Shut this.